All right, I'd like to welcome all of you out to our work meeting for the Harriman City Council for Wednesday, February 24th, 2021. We will begin our meeting with item 1.1, which is a review of this evening's agenda. Any items that we need to make adjustments to? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to future agenda items. Staff has asked that they be given an opportunity to present some things that might be coming up in future meetings on a regular basis so that we can kind of know what's coming. So I'm going to turn time over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So we have a couple of things that we would like to bring back to you in the next couple of months. The first two are related to some of the COVID restrictions that were put in place last year. I guess they weren't really restrictions, they were unrestrictions, where we removed the temporary sign ordinance, and we allowed businesses to put temporary signs outside their buildings. And as well as the business license renewal fees, we have not been collecting those. So staff have some recommendations based on those two things to bring back to you. We will need to do that probably in March, so you'll see those relatively quickly. Michael Malloy made me aware that we do have some planning commission appointments that will be coming up in March and April, so that will be showing up on your agenda as well. And we do need to start having discussions about Fire Station 103 and the replacement or the remodel of that station, so that will be coming to you as well.
There was one more item, the delinquent
There was
water
one more
accounts.
item.
Delinquencies with regard to water accounts.
Oh,
The,
that's right, the water account delinquencies that were also put in place during COVID.
Do we have outstanding ones on that, or?
Where's Justin?
Justin's not here. I think the executive order was those,
We do not.
They just don't get charged.
Late fees.
Okay, so it might be time to revisit that and look at putting that back out. Okay.
Just a quick follow-up on that, just on the planning commission side of things. Are we looking at any new appointments, or are these reappointments at this point? Okay, perfect.
There's three, is that correct, Michael?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any future agenda items for council members? Okay, we will move on to the 1.3 leadership task list review.
I'm just reviewing the latest email that Jackie sent to us with regards to that. It looks like we have several of these items that are scheduled coming up in the next little bit in terms of those items that have been placed on the leadership task list. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Jackie did add some more detail to that list on your request.
I was
so-
just going to say thank you. Appreciate that immensely.
If there's no further discussion on that at this time, we will go ahead and move on into the reports portion of our meeting. Just out of curiosity, Councilman Henderson, have you been able to join us yet? And Councilman Henderson is running a little bit behind. Will be joining us electronically, so when he logs on, I'm sure staff will make us aware. We will move on to item 2.1, Rosecrest PDU amendment discussion. Michael.
Good evening and thank you. As the council knows, this is we've attempted to schedule this a couple of times, but because of some very busy agendas, we've moved this and delayed this. This is almost a preview for this project. As we announced previously, the applicant has submitted a request to amend an existing MDA. This is an option that is within the current MDA. And essentially, they're exercising that option. We'll be talking a little bit about process, how this will engage both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So again, this is really a preview. And one of the objectives that we're hoping to accomplish tonight is maybe not so much answer questions, but find out what questions the council anticipates having, what additional kinds of information that you would like either the applicant or staff to research. And when this comes back before you for potential action, you know, we'll try and deliver that information for you. Try to expedite that part of the process a little faster, ideally. That's the hope. So let's talk about kind of high-level picture of what's being proposed. And you saw in this PowerPoint, which is included in your packet, just a kind of a series of questions and things that I thought maybe we could talk through tonight. So just for a timeline on this, this agreement predates, I'm sure, everyone in the room. Original agreement approved by the city June 26 of 2000, included approximately 1,000 acres and had planned 564 dwelling units. That was amended in 2008, where we added an additional 4,000 acres and obviously had an increase in overall dwelling units. And this was a reflection of a de-annexation of property from Bluffdale that then came into Harriman. Not all of the property that was de-annexed from Harriman became part of this MDA. And that is actually the subject for tonight's discussion, is there's some additional property within that de-annexation area that is now within the city limits that is being requested to be annexed or incorporated as part of this MDA agreement. There was a second amendment that was approved by the city in 2017. It was to clarify how we were to transfer some density units between certain pods, specifically 34 and 52. And we had a limit on that. That was for a specific development that the city worked on within the Rosecrest Development Agreement. And then more recently, the city had agreed to remove 28 acres of the project area from this MDA, and that was moved over into a separate MDA, a different agreement that the city had worked on at the time. So this is the fourth amendment that is being proposed by this development partner, adding 169 acres to the south and largely contiguous. We'll look at a map that's kind of showing, it looks like a bit of a patchwork. It is interlaced with another agreement that we have with Wasatch Commercial that we often call the South Hills MDA. And this would include an additional 219 dwelling units. Now, the existing term of the MDA expires December 31st, 2039. Still a ways out, but that term is in the existing agreement and is not being proposed to be amended. So that term, that expiration term would still be maintained. At least nothing's been requested as far as amending that term. So as I said, the proposed amendment includes this 169 additional acres, 219 dwelling units. We are talking about realigning some of the proposed collector roads that were originally anticipated. And this is primarily because over time, as other sites have developed, we have agreed to realign future interchanges with Mountain View Corridor. Also, other projects outside of this project area have made some other choices that we feel like it would be appropriate to realign certain roads to work with a larger network that we have currently approved or we anticipate improving in the near future. The developer is proposing that this amendment would reduce multifamily dwelling units by 373 overall. It does reallocate where those multifamily units are occurring within the project area, but it does essentially shrink the area by 22.9 acres.
Hey, Jared, welcome. We appreciate you joining us.
Again, there was I think it was a 2-page summary that the applicant had prepared for the council consideration. And this bullet point really is just kind of a summary of those key points. So this amendment would amend the quantity and location of low density. Essentially, it does decrease the number of units that are being allocated in the low density. So our low density areas are getting even lower. We're potentially, we would see even larger lots. I know that there's been some appetite, some expression, perhaps we could try to cater or develop some higher end properties in the city. We have seen some of our other communities on the south end of the valley be successful with this. Bluffdale, Draper, other communities do have a range of lot sizes. And that's been one of the things that some of our development partners and even some residents have suggested. Perhaps we need to try and find a way to have some of these larger lots, some of these larger some homes within our community. As I mentioned earlier, it would increase the number of medium density development. Shrinks the area, but it does have more units within it. Let's see. Not sure why that's not wanting to advance, John, all of a sudden. We are relocating commercial districts in this area, again, to realign with the future Mountain View corridor interchanges. Also, there was some planned mixed use in this area, and I think the effort now is to essentially separate mixed use into pods of commercial and pods of residential. I think some of our development partners have found that it's been really difficult to develop vertical mixed use. We have some planned vertical mixed use here at the town center that we hope to see in the very near future. But that's been their effort here, is to potentially separate, which is also a little bit consistent with, I think, some changes we've made over time to our commercial zones. We used to allow some residential development within our strict commercial zones, but now we've separated them. Mixed use you can. We can still do residential and commercial in a mixed use zone. But if we're rezoning something C2 commercial, that's going to be straight commercial. There won't be any residential in that zone. So this was the conceptual master plan as originally approved by the city. And this was the zoning element that was also consistent with the Rosecrest East Harriman master plan. You may recall that when this property was de-annexed out of Bluffdale, there was an effort by the city and its development partners or future development partners to master plan that area. And that master plan would inform what we do with zoning. And that became the East Harriman master plan. That master plan was adopted as an exhibit within the Rosecrest MDA. And so this is based on that East Harriman master plan. We've mentioned earlier, I mentioned earlier, that the developer is exercising a right within the existing MDA that any of this property that was part of that de-annexation that Harriman subsequently annexed is eligible for addition to the MDA. Even though it's eligible, we still have a process. The city council still needs to essentially approve the amended agreement. This process is not a legislative process. This is not something that if you look in city code, you're not going to find out, how do we process MDAs? What are the legal requirements? This is purely a contract between the city, as represented by the city council, and the developer. And again, these are terms that were established before any of you were here, before you were elected, or even thought about being elected. So this is a term, again, that is in the existing MDA and that the developer is seeking to pursue. Now, this was a map that was put together by our engineering department to simplify what parts of this property is being added to the existing Rosecrest MDA. So all of these blue pieces are those elements. This is the current general plan for the East Harriman master plan. In fact, you'll see this dated 2008. Of course, our general plan, we typically call it the 2025 general plan, was adopted in 2014. But because this development agreement, essentially we vested this general plan document to guide this decision moving forward. And this is the proposed amendment. So you can see some changes. This legend on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see commercial, low density, medium density, and you can see that there are changes being made here in the proposal. This is a chart that was prepared by the applicant. Again, just for your reference, as we move forward through this project, we wanted to make sure that you had, kind of the breakdown of the parcel area and what's being assigned and which pod number. And so this is a combination of what's been approved in the past and also what is being proposed. And you can see how this works together. Again, this is taking in areas outside of the MDA, specifically what's happening in the South Hills MDA towards the south of this property. The properties that we're talking about in this amendment are all outlined with this heavy black bolded line. Everything outside of that is separate from this request. We have a side-by-side comparison of the approved plan versus the proposed plan. So again, we're not looking at really analyzing this, but we just wanted to be clear that there is a request to change this. And this is something that the Planning Commission will be reviewing and making a recommendation to the City Council, and this will eventually will come back to the Council for a decision. Again, just looking at a little bit closer, one of the issues we have is this is within a CDA boundary as well. And so we need to be careful that we are either acting consistent with that CDA or identifying areas that need to be amended. And where we're relocating and kind of changing the acreages assigned to commercial, we're looking at a future need to amend our CDA agreement. So again, a side-by-side comparison of what is approved in the general plan and what is being proposed. Same thing here. We won't go through all of these details, but the developer's done a really good job of trying to be clear, of highlighting what these changes are, what it is that they're seeking, and what is currently allowed. We included several exhibits of some of the open space planning. That's a required feature of the current MDA. In general, whenever we talk about a plan development, which this is also going to be a plan development amendment, we have to identify 20% open space, how that's to be used, where that's going to be located. And so they've already been anticipating that plan. Another thing that's nice about this proposal is it's not a bubble plan. They have been already identifying where they would like to lay out streets. They've already developed an initial grading study. They have an existing and proposed grades that supports this street layout. And they've started to envision how might these open spaces be used. Again, these are conceptual, but it gives you a flavor for what they're envisioning for this community. Obviously, trails continue to be a big feature within this community, looking for ways to create some active transportation or active recreational spaces within our city. Right-of-way sections often are defined by these agreements. So they've included a couple of details. Now let's talk about this process again. The agreement procedure, as I stated earlier, is simply a discussion between essentially the council and the applicant. The decision, of course, is to be made in a public meeting, but there is not a noticing process. There is no public hearing process that's required. So we don't have due process limitations, so to speak. However, as I mentioned, another component of this is essentially a request to expand their plan development. So there will be a plan development amendment application. Now that can happen concurrent with this review, and that's what we have often done in the past. We would expand the plan development application to include the boundary of this property. Planning Commission would have a hearing and a recommendation or a decision on that. Also, any zoning changes that are contemplated by this amended MDA that would also be a separate process. So again, we haven't really engaged the applicant to find out if they want to do any of those concurrent, or if it's the council's preference that we hammer through the MDA first and then back up and do some of those other components. But that is also something that we need to do. So we're wanting to know kind of what you think are the big issues for our community. As you've been looking at the materials in your packet, and having experience also with other MDAs, what are those issues that you believe we need to address potentially? What are your concerns as representatives of the citizens here in the city? And maybe also, what are some opportunities? In the past, we've identified some concerns maybe that we've had as the developer has brought some amendments to the table. Maybe there's some things that we can also bring to the table and include as part of this amendment request. It's an opportunity. It's not something necessarily that we have to agree to, but maybe there is something that we can partner on together, make some things better. And we can come back to these questions. Again, these were just ones that I was anticipating. Again, what additional information is needed by the council in order to help you make a decision moving forward. Any particular direction for the administration? And I was thinking specifically about this. Do we want to see concurrent application requests, or would we rather see a sequential, where we do the MDA first and then do the other components separately?
Your thoughts, Council?
Well, unless the applicant can, I don't want to be too rigid, but I guess unless there's a need to do them sequentially, I think it gives us greater opportunity and greater transparency if we do them sequentially, to be able to have that broader discussion and more opportunity for the community to hear and to be aware of these potential changes that are coming down. Again, don't want to be too rigid and hold something up that is part of the plan in moving this forward. And if the applicant has some of those, certainly willing to hear those. But I think my preference would, again, because this is a pretty substantial amendment to the MDA, I think more exposure, more talk is appropriate for the transparency and the opportunity for the public to be aware.
I agree. Can you help me understand, when did they bring this amendment to you? You remind me that. When did they approach us for this amendment?
I think there's been some early discussions with staff, but they had submitted a formal request. They submitted this material, I believe it was in December. We had some initial kind of requests for clarification. We had some meetings, and we talked about, for example, we had asked them to write that summary, that 2-page letter that you received. That was something that they had provided initially, or after our initial kind of meeting. There is not an application, so to speak. There's no application fee. This is just simply material that was brought to the city, knowing that we needed to bring this to the attention of the council. Also, as a matter of policy, again, not by ordinance, but just by policy, it's been the practice of the city council to ask the planning commission to review these amendments and make a recommendation. Again, that's not something that is required.
I would still like
but
the
that has been
recommendation.
something that we have apparently done pretty routinely.
I think it's a good
Yeah.
practice.
I think that's
Yeah, I
a
agree.
practice that I think we'd all be supportive of continuing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's some things that stand out, like, I always love these pretty pictures that come with all these trails and these wonderful parks, but then I understand budget and understand that those are just pretty pictures painted on a PowerPoint. I see on page 43, a pretty sizable, looks like programmable park. It's a pretty big chunk there. I understand a lot of this is just concepts, it's just colors on a map, but I don't see in the chart, I see a lot of smaller spaces, not a great big chunk of a really good programmable park. And so we're walking away from that, which is a little bit concerning to me, with just based on the feedback we've always received about the need for that. I see some little, 4 acres, 2 acres, 3 acres, those kind of things. But I did like that it was in a bigger area before. Those are some of my initial concerns. And then we get a lot of these little parks, and we don't get enough usage out of them for the cost that there is in maintaining 26 little parks throughout an area versus one big programmable park.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to know, so one of the issues that I've seen come up, and not necessarily with this one, but in general, is that these MDAs have vested in codes and things from 20 years ago. So if this was, if this MDA was originally put in place 2008, or was it 2000? However long ago.
2000.
2000?
For the original, yeah.
So this has effectively been in place since the city was created, and we have changed many of our codes and requirements and all of that. And so one of the things I'd like addressed is this change also going to update that vesting to require that they meet a little bit more of our city standards now, as opposed to what was required in 2000, at the time, because we didn't have any standards in place at that time. I know that that's been an issue that we've had ongoing, that we continue to see these developments built out with 20-year-old standards or 15, 16-year-old standards. And I'd like to see that addressed specifically. Also, in regards to the engineering, specifically the engineering and the road widths, it looks like these roadway looks great, but I'd like it all the way down to the residential level, because it's anticipated that our new standards will require that even on private roads, they still have to essentially meet the city standard. And so if that's the case, I want to make sure that that's codified in any agreement changes at the same time. Is that a hard and fast that has to be done or not? No, I don't know. That's one of the things I will be looking to discuss when this does actually grow some more legs and start walking to us.
You may recall we worked with Wasatch Commercial on an amendment of the South Hills MDA. I think that was within the last year. And we identified some of those code amendments. There were a number of maybe procedural or standards that didn't have a negative impact on the developer's interest, but they agreed to. Perhaps we could identify some of those things. They obviously have a vested development right under the existing code. So I don't think we have a position where we could just say, you have to amend this. Now, there are some provisions that they do need to comply with. In fact, we were reviewing this in light of the changes we've made in our landscaping standards. There are some standards that we can require that they comply with current code, whether it's building code, life safety issues. So there are a number of things there that they are already obligated to follow current code
And I
on.
hope that the developer would not take that as we're trying to force something down their throat.
Right,
We want to be a partner
right.
with them.
It's just an
but
opportunity.
It is something that we want to continue to push through all development agreements as we move forward. That is something that we will expect, is that we need to be updating the agreements in its entirety, not just in favor of the.
Yeah, and there are probably a number of things that we can come to an agreement on.
Michael, what is this currently zoned? Do you know? Does it have zoning overlay on some of this
It
land?
does have zoning. It's
Obviously.
probably some type of low density, holding zone.
Not an A1, anything like that?
I would need to go back and look at the map. It's probably not the same zone throughout the project area.
Okay, would you, obviously not today, but could you
Yeah.
look on this and not shove things down people's throat, but just because something has an MDA over it and entitles it to certain density, zoning trumps everything. So if we get to a position to where we feel like there has to be a negotiable because we don't feel like this is a safety issue for going back on some of the ordinances that have been changed for safety, and we kind of hit a roadblock, I mean, it doesn't have to be rezoned if it requires that. So I just think we just have to be careful not to give away every negotiable, thinking we have to do everything, when what our job really is to try and do the very best to make it palatable for our citizens. Because just like you said, this thing is 20 years old. There's been a lot of learning since then. So, and unfortunately, in my opinion, this MDA was allowed to sprawl. And I don't think MDA should have been allowed to sprawl, but that's neither here nor there at this point. But I think we have to be careful how we allow it to sprawl with whatever tools we have in our toolbox. So I would like to know what the current zoning is on it.
And I apologize, everything is based on the analysis of the master plan, but we can.
Yeah, no need to
yeah.
apologize at all. I just threw that one out to you. So if you could just get that back to me, that would be really appreciated.
You're thinking, Steve, I can see it.
Michael, a couple of comments is, one of the things that concerns me about the reallocation of this commercial property is the impact on the CDA and whether or not we're going to get approval to be able to do all of those changes. Have there been any preliminary conversations with, the other interested parties in that CDA as to whether or not they're going to be on board with this? Is this a positive thing, a detriment thing?
Not that I have been a part of, and I don't believe the administration has forwarded any.
Okay.
Any
I know it's a little
conversation yet.
preliminary, because there's no real application or discussion about this coming forward yet. This is just a discussion. But I'd like to see some input on what the resolution of that would look like and whether or not that's going to be doable, because in reality, they're talking about, separating the high density and the commercial into two separate things instead of a multi-use property. And if we're not able to do that with the commercial, that could really impact their overall plans for this development and how many units they're requesting and that kind of thing. So I think that's a key element here I'd like to get some more information on. Second thing is, I'd really like to see some recommendations come along with future presentations on this regarding adoption, zoning issues, some of the things that you were asking the questions about on your list. I'd like to see some staff recommendations regarding some of those things.
Blake warned me. He told me you were looking for that.
The changes that would be recommended in the MDA, what type of new codes we would be suggesting that get taken care of. I'd just like to see those kind of things as part of the discussion rather than a conceptual, we should change those things.
Okay.
That's just my comments, but overall, I do appreciate the listening that has been done by the developer to our ongoing discussions with previous developers about need for more single-family inventory and less need for multifamily attached inventory. I'm not sure whether or not a lot more medium density is more appealing than some of the low density that we already have zoned, but that's a discussion for the old council. But all in all, I do appreciate their attention to that and their desire to incorporate that into their plan. So for what it's worth, I appreciate that so far.
Any further suggestions for staff? If not, we will move. Did you get all the information you needed from us? Is there anything else you need from
So
us?
we're going to proceed with an understanding that we'll do this sequentially. We're going to process the MDA amendment first. If that is a concern of again, we have not received a request from the applicant to amend to plan development or any zoning maps. That is needed to be done, but we'll proceed with the MDA
So one
first.
comment about that or a question about that is that if we make these changes to the MDA, doesn't that pretty much bind our hands on the other things down the road?
Well-
I mean, that seems like we're a little bit,
The only thing I was going to say about this.
doing it sequentially one at a time, it just seems silly.
Well, if you do it
They're all
sequentially, then-
related, and if we're going to approve one, we're kind of bound to do the others.
Specific that the developer wants, but you're right. We do set a large part of the details with this agreement.
And that seems to be almost a chicken or the egg discussion, right? Because
A little bit.
if you say the zoning and whatnot, generally that would come first, right? If we're going to make an agreement that pretty much dictates what the zoning should be,
Yeah. If anything, maybe what we could do.
maybe give us that analysis.
Yeah. And if anything, what we could do is maybe, as we know, they're proposing a change in essentially our master plan. And everybody understands that the master plan is big picture, You know,
Yeah, but
it's
every
quite
time
likely to
somebody
move
comes
things
in, they wanna
around.
change it.
Right, but
Like,
we
we never
could,
stick to the master plan, never.
we could process a general plan amendment that does have a formal review process, legislative process, and we could pair that up with this MDA agreement if you would like. We could do that.
I think Blake would like to make a comment.
I just want to clarify a couple things here. I've been staring at it a little bit longer. There's no application really, but there was an email that was sent saying, here's what we want to do, here's our maps. That was sent, I think, November 10th, November 12th, somewhere in that range. And we'd talked about it before. They'd come in and met with our parks and open space people. And kind of the background on a lot of this is, if you remember, there's that clause in the MDA that says if these parcels come in underneath the general plan, they don't even have to come to council. It's an administrative, it's required that we just bring them in and accept it. When they brought that first plan in, and if they follow that general plan, it's actually not a great plan. You can see there's, as it flows into Wasatch South Hills, you end up with low density, high density, medium density, all right next to each other. And so we looked at that and said, you know, that doesn't look like a great plan. Why don't you guys try to adjust things to make it work better and flow with the other developments? So that's where they've come in with this. And so if we wanted to go back and say, go ahead and follow the general plan to a T, we wouldn't even be having a discussion. They'd bring it in, but I think they're trying to do a better development than what they're allowed to do. So I want to give them credit on that and just kind of make that known, that the developer is coming in with a good intent here. And so for what that's worth, just
Thanks,
wanted to
Blake. That's really good
Yeah.
to know. Just that insight is really helpful.
And that's like you were saying, Commissioner Oren, is that there's been a lot of water under the bridge in 20 years.
Yeah,
And now they're responding to present conditions and making
Nice.
adjustments that are needed.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'd sure love to see on the proposed plan between pods 42B, that almost 5-acre white square in there. That would be really great to have that connectivity of all that green space.
I don't think they own that
If they could
property.
do, I know they don't. But just encourage them along that route to get that part of the deal there.
Which one's that? Oh, I've been on the phone with that gentleman that owns that property every month for the last 4 years. And he's got a lot of concerns about how that blends in and not. And so it's still a possibility that could happen. That door hasn't all the way shut, but, you know, that's a private negotiation. We'll let them deal with that.
Sure. Just encouraging them.
There's also discussions with all the other white property next door to that, still ongoing too. So there's possibilities that things.
Lots of fun stuff coming down the road. Thank you. We appreciate it very much. We will move on to item 2.2, discussion pertaining to the Harmony Woods Circle right-of-way. Jonathan, we get to see your lovely face again today. It's a great day every time you come up and speak to us. We appreciate it.
No, you're okay.
You were fast.
It was a sprint.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Mayor, Council. Good evening. Okay, let's see. All right, so we received a phone call. Oh, let me back up. We received a phone call from a resident from a subdivision called Harmony Woods, which is located in this area here, kind of at the, it almost appears from this, it's at the end of Rose Canyon Road, but you can't access it from Rose Canyon Road. It's at the end of 7300 West, so. And kind of zooming in a little bit to give a context map, the area shaded in blue is the 4-lot subdivision that was incorporated in it was recorded in 1997. But we received the phone call from the resident, I want to say it was December of last year, and they're just trying to figure out if, you know, maintenance and what the city's obligation is for maintenance for the roadway here in this subdivision. So we thought we would kind of dig in, and as part of that conversation, we did find that, and I'm jumping ahead here just a little bit, but I think it's important to mention at this point that we did jump ahead and find that these are dedicated public right-of-ways. So during that time and in conversation with Public Works, we put this road on the regular snow plowing and roadway maintenance schedules. Now, roadway maintenance on something like this is gonna look a little different, right? You know, if there's a pothole or something like that, we go out, we might grade it out so you don't have it. It's not a typical, because it's a gravel roadway, your maintenance will look just a little bit different. And I think I teed up Justin on our, in Public Works, so maybe some additional questions to that he might be able to answer. But moving right along, again, so this is a 50-foot wide right-of-way dedicated in 1997. And you can kind of tell at the entrance and at the neck there's a portion of that road that falls a little outside of that, the public right-of-way.
And when you say portion, you mean the entire width of that road falls outside of the public right-of-way?
Yes, in fact, so I apologize, I'll state that. A portion of the existing utilized road falls outside of the public right-of-way. And in talking with Chase, he might be able to speak to this a little bit more. We don't necessarily see us accessing that as a large risk legally. But I would rather defer any further discussion with that with Chase. And then, so at the bottom there, you can kind of see how the right-of-way extends further to the south, but there's really nothing there. That is also a public, a right-of-way to give access to what was anticipated to be the future 7300 West alignment, which doesn't go, the anticipated alignment does not go this way anymore.
Is that the only access to that property, public access to the property that's just south of that?
No, but I will speak to that a little bit more in the presentation. So that's a really good question that I'd like to address here in just a little bit. Thank you, Mayor. Right now, there's not a public water system or storm drain or sewer currently installed, and the average width there is about 20 feet. And there's obviously no asphalt, curb gutter, and street lights. Now, these are kind of some pictures on site. On the right, it's kind of like the entrance looking southwestish, and then you have on the bottom, you're looking west. Again, so I guess I'm iterating this just a little bit, but that piece to the south was anticipated for the future 7300 West alignment. And I took a picture kind of standing right there. You see that little red dot, and it looks like this. It's nominally maintained, but nonetheless pretty wide for access if necessary. To maybe just jump to the point, Mayor, yeah, I think that this would be a good candidate for access. We do have additional access locations on the south side, but I'll show you, and they're a little more limited. All right. Some points I think that were important to point out is that right now, the nearest fire hydrant is located at the top right of this slide. You can kind of see that little red dot. That's your nearest fire hydrant to these 4 lots. There may be, and I have not been able to confirm this, but there might be some on-site fire suppression that exists, but is not public. And so the requirement currently is that, you have fire hydrants placed every 500 feet so that no home is further away than about 250 feet from a hydrant. So lot 3, which doesn't have a structure, lots 2, 3, and 4, any additional permits on those lots may require some additional infrastructure and hydrants as a result. So options moving forward, as I said, we've placed this road on our regular maintenance schedules. And so the first option is, no action, right? And kind of leaving the infrastructure and the right-of-way as it is. And then Harmonywood Circle, again, has been added to the schedules. Option 2 is we construct the roadway and utility improvements according to Harriman City standards. And then option 3 is to vacate that public right-of-way and leave the ownership and maintenance to those who then would assume that right-of-way. Okay, sorry, Mayor, it took me a while to get there. So there's your space there. Now, right at that yellow spot is the other access to, so I wish I had a pointer here, but you can access this by going through that little corridor that you can see in the highlighted yellow spot, and then moving north along the Harriman boundary. There's another space there between the boundary. It's about, I want to say it's probably 10 to 15
Yes,
feet wide. I
it
didn't
has to be
verify
very
that.
small, and it's all along the fence line.
Yeah,
And
it
the
would be
grade
tough.
would be steep.
Yeah, and it's pretty tough vehicularly, right? So,
Like, you can't turn an 18-wheeler in there to get supplies in.
right. Yeah, you could, so,
You can at the end of the cul-de-sac.
You wouldn't be able if the public right-of-way, like when they're trying to drop off building supplies to build that, you
yeah,
couldn't get an 18-wheeler.
that trail access was intended for pedestrian access as opposed to vehicular.
So who owns the piece between Harmony Woods and the houses that are on the hill?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Sorry, who owns the piece between the two properties?
So that's owned by Harriman City.
That's all public.
Oh, that's
That was,
ours.
that was dedicated as open space, and I hope I'm saying this right, Blake, it was dedicated as open space, oh, he's not here. He bailed on me, but my understanding is that that was dedicated as open space as part of the Ridges at Rose Canyon development, which is that property and development south of that open space.
And that's not flat.
No, no.
I mean-
I used to ride, I used to ride that road up there all the time to the top of the hill on my horse. You could have taken ATV up there, but it's not good grade to build a road up
Yeah.
over there.
Yeah, certainly it's got some topography out there for sure.
Yeah, it's a hill.
So, and I'm sorry, I moved forward quickly. Are there any other thoughts or questions on that before we move on to this? I just jumped in on, I was throwing out some funding options and ideas here if the option was, option 2, if that was the selected option, what do we have available to us? Obviously, general fund, if Harriman City was going to jump out there, because these improvements are not eligible for impact fee funds, right? Then the other 2 options, if the burden borne by the residents would be essentially a fee simple by each resident, or essentially creating a special assessment area where the residents then would be assessed a tax that would pay for that
I want
particular
to,
project.
can we go back to the, one more? Well, that one's fine, actually. So Chase, I'm going to touch base with you on this one. I'm concerned about 2 things. Maybe go to the one further back that's a little closer in. Thank you. So I'm noticing that this property, or that the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, is being utilized quite substantially by the next-door neighbors, by the properties that are adjacent. What liability and risk does that put us at? And the same thing in the opposite of using a third party's land that we're accessing for the current road where it sits. Where's kind of our liability? What kind of are we going to run into a situation where 10 years from now we do decide we want to put something there? I don't know what, but put something there. We try to build a road and they say, no, we've been living here for 15 years and this is our land. You can't come take it from us. Do we have any sort of risk there?
So I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
So the actual right-of-way as listed on this map in the yellow, where all those cars are and where the people are clearly using it as part of their property. 10 years from now, 15 years from now, if we decided to hold on to this and we wanted to go and actually put a road through there, do we have any risk of them saying, no, I've been using this land for the last 15 years. This is
No, you cannot adversely possess
public,
land from the government.
or public, okay. And then on the other side of that, what risk is there of the fact that the current road is not actually in the right-of-way?
So Jonathan and I discussed that briefly. Really, it would be up to that landowner to come in and complain that that people are trespassing on their property. And if that were the case, we would just cut in a new road and require them to fence it off or just stop using it, essentially.
Okay.
So the risk there is very minimal.
It's just going in and actually changing it, which to avoid it, we would just go in and change it anyways. So either way, it's the same thing. Okay.
So you help me understand, all it says is you've gotten some calls. Help me understand what the issue is.
It's been multiple calls really from one resident at this point saying, what is Harriman City's stance on, what is your obligation and will you live up to that? And right now it's a public open space, public right-of-way to be maintained by Harriman City. And so that was essentially brought, that's why I'm saying here.
That was going to be my question, is did I miss what the issue is?
So-
So in addition to that, then they said, And then what are the steps? Will you be improving that roadway to Harriman City standards, the way the standards look today, right? Which would require asphalt, curb and gutter, sidewalk, lights, storm drain, water. Does that make sense?
Sure, I think that our desire is to do that anywhere in the city that we own public street when we have the money to do it. That's the easy answer, to me, right? We don't have the money to do it. It's not on the high priority list. I personally don't see a reason to vacate the right-of-way unless we're ready to sell the piece of property, because why would we landlock ourselves out of a piece of property with landlock meaning 10 feet down a fence line down a steep topography?
Right.
Not a good plan.
Yeah.
So, and I think that if it's public, then we do have a obligation to maintain it. We've maintained private roads in our city that are dirt for a long time, so let's just maintain it in its as-is condition. There's nothing that requires us to put in sewer or water or anything like that. If they would like to bear the cost of that, we can work with them certainly, but.
I might add just a little bit of insight to the option two of vacating. You could vacate that property, and I'm just exploring again to the very end of these options, right? But I'm just kind of giving you that information that you could require an easement if it were vacated, so that the city could, in perpetuity, have that access. As I'm stepping back and talking with Blake, the engineering departments and Public Works, at least at this point, recommending moving forward is the option number one, because one, we put this on our schedules, we've got that on our both maintenance and plowing, and then very similar to your sentiment, it's pretty consistent with the option one, which is then if the residents want something, then we can assess a fee at that time.
And are they good with that? How do the residents feel about that?
My response to the resident was, I'm gonna go speak with city council, gain some direction, and return back, so.
Maybe I could get you to get me their information, and I could go chat with them a little bit too.
I would just echo really what you just said, Jonathan, and that is, currently, I think we're meeting our obligation. I think that obviously it's a dedicated right-of-way, and we have done our part in that. We've plowed it and we've repaired it when needed, so I think we're meeting our current obligation. To the point that's made, we would always like to have all of those public infrastructures in place on our city-owned right-of-way, but that's just not realistic because we have a lot of much higher priorities. So that being said, I don't think that vacating the right-of-way, unless really, things continue to get pressed, right, I don't think is necessarily in our best interest right now. And if there was a strong desire for those individuals to have all of those utilities and other things put in, that my vote would actually be to do a special assessment area for those individuals to bear the cost of that. But I'm good with option one, which is do nothing, continue to do what we have been doing to maintain that.
Great.
Because we hadn't been
Right.
doing anything until they brought it to our attention, and so now it's on our schedule to take care of it. Okay.
Any further discussion on this item? Do you guys need?
I would agree with what Clint said about generally being in favor of option one. If the landowners are adamant they want us to complete the road, if they're happy to let us assess them or tax them for the construction of that loan, I think we could oblige that if that's their wish. But in the meantime, I say we just maintain the status quo, and if there's a future time we need to complete the road, we'll complete the road.
I got a couple things. You said this was originally done in '97,
Correct, recorded.
right? So that's prior to the Harriman City being in existence, so that was under the county. So it wasn't like Harriman made a promise to improve this,
Right.
for one. So I think that supports the idea of just maintaining kind of as have been. My other question, though, would be that property that's there, do we have any plans for it? Or is it basically unbuildable, worthless property we can't do anything with anyway?
Pretty much.
And then is it worth keeping that property? Should we vacate it and they can do what they want with it?
No, I definitely think that there's a piece of property that, I think we probably have several pieces of properties like this, that we should have a thorough inventory of them that says, here's this, what are we really doing with this property? Because literally I've rode up and down that hill many times and it's like, You can't, what are you gonna do, put a circular trail around it?
Because I feel like there's several pieces like this that qualified as open space just because they're unbuildable and.
Yeah.
So,
Well, they're
Literally.
dedicated.
no, Wendy,
This is-
are there plans for this? Can
There are
anything be done with
not.
it?
There are not currently plans for this. We can certainly look into it. This was one of those projects that I was not really excited about inheriting this open space. But we can certainly look into that and put together a list of those.
mean, is it-
Councilmember Oren, if
Is
that's.
it even usable? I mean, if it's
No.
not, then what are we doing?
Well, let's face it, a lot of times these are dedicated to the city as open space to get it off somebody else's tax
They
burden.
can, well,
Right.
yeah, well, and they can't, if they can't build on it, but it counts as open space,
Right.
right?
I guess, I mean, on the other side of the hill, that's the same topography, they've built a lot of houses there,
And I
they're
don't
just
wanna-
cutting into everything.
I don't want to
but-
put landscaping things in, and again, to your point, sorry, I caught like 15 minutes before I got here on the phone of paying for all of these little tiny open spaces
Yeah.
that just are a drain.
And just so I'm clear, you're talking about that space just south of that
Yeah.
blue?
Right.
Okay, okay.
That we're talking about, we don't want to be landlocked
Yeah.
out of our
We're saying we
property.
want to have
We're good
access,
with
but what are
this.
we accessing, I guess is my question, right? What's the point? If there's no point to it, then
If you drive down 7300 and you look up at the houses on the top of the hill, just know that the little hill that you go up to get to those is the part we own.
Perhaps is one thought that just kind of passed my mind is, and some might be able to speak better to this, which would be fire suppression in case you have some sort of a fire in that open brush.
Yeah, true.
so I'd be inclined to agree with, I mean, continue to maintain it, I guess, if we want to keep it, but I question whether we want to keep it. What's the usefulness and what are we?
So what
what
that
time and
sounds
money are
like
we
to me
wasting?
is that we are giving staff direction to take that specific issue of the open space property and please bring it back to us at a future date. As far as this specific one right now, what I'm hearing from the council is option one, continue to maintain as we have now added to the property and take no further action regarding. Is there any questions or concerns, or do you need any further input?
That was great.
Okay, awesome. We will move on then. Thank you very much.
I wasn't
Jonathan, don't you go
trespassing all the
anywhere.
time I was riding.
Don't you go anywhere. You're next.
Am I next?
Yeah, discussion of a proposed boundary adjustment with South Jordan. It's got your name on here.
I had to go back to get my security blanket, I guess. Thanks, John. All righty. We received an inquiry from South Jordan Engineering Department for a boundary adjustment in this area right here on the north side of Harriman City. Zooming into that, you can kind of see here that, so just kind of explaining hopefully in clarity that the black and yellow line is the existing boundary alignment for Harriman City with South Jordan. The proposed boundary adjustment or alignment would be then following the red and yellow alignment.
What is that that's being built or was built there?
So that right there that's within that corner, so there's actually in that spot that's showing, it looks like appears to be a fence. I'm trying to remember, that might be a salt operation with UDOT? Okay.
It's a Nashville gas station.
And why do they want us to?
Yeah, why?
I'll jump to that really quick. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was in my, anyway, so there's discussion on that in the staff report stated, I want to quote it because I said, okay, to make the maintenance more equitable and put the abandonment of the old 118th South alignment under the control of one city instead of splitting it. So you can see the old 118th South alignment as it went straight, right? And the intention there is to give that to one entity opposed
The
to splitting
intention is
it.
for us to pay to maintain it, and they don't.
That was what was sent to me in the email, so I thought I would just verbatim throw it out there.
Well, they're asking to take it from us. They want that
Correct.
piece of.
Oh, I thought they were saying that it would shift our boundary to the.
No, we're currently the black and yellow. The red and yellow is what it would become
Oh,
the new.
I thought it was the opposite.
But I can say that, and I'm going to get to another slide here that might have confused you. So Mayor's correct, right? They're asking to take the whole 118th South alignment in this particular spot.
What's the other piece that
I'm
they're
still
talking about?
confused.
Now, before I jump to that, I just want to point out a couple things to this specifically. We have those water lines that poke into that area,
Are
right?
those
And
the purple and blue lines?
purple and blue, yep. And so we would just need to make sure that we have, if we move forward with this adjustment, that we have right of way to go ahead and maintain and continue to operate. I spoke with HPD, reached out to Unified Fire as well. Both had replied back and essentially replied with said that this proposed adjustment creates a little bit of ambiguity on a response to an incident at this intersection. We have other intersections that have a little bit of ambiguity because we share those boundaries with other municipalities. When it's under multi-jurisdictions, it creates ambiguity in response time. Chief, is there anything you want to add to that? Did I say that okay? Would you like me to come up? Yeah, that'd be great.
We have these other areas, this happening in other areas, and it's just inefficient for public safety. Just not a good idea. Shall I continue, or are you good with that?
That was super helpful, Chief. Thank you.
It doesn't create a little bit of ambiguity, it creates quite a bit. As you'll see as this goes along further, and I don't see it on here, Jonathan, the idea is then to go further west, and we would go to the other side.
Yeah,
Do you have that?
yeah, it's the next page.
I have enough officers running around with maps in their cars trying to determine who's who in the zoo. It works out the way it is for us in law enforcement and fire.
Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense to me.
I'll give some explanation. You don't have to do it. Blake and I were getting creative, but I'll talk about that in just a sec. So anyway, that was the intention, or excuse me, those points what I wanted to bring up, right? In discussing this with our other departments, that was what we heard back. Chief, I was hoping for a little more rest time, but thank you for jumping in there.
We all know Chief can talk.
So if the idea was to make a boundary adjustment, a consideration and a recommendation that the engineering department would make here is we have this space on the backside of this development here that is required to be maintained by Harriman City. And so if there was an idea and a thought to entertain this boundary adjustment as proposed by them, then I would say we would consider perhaps this, at least from the engineering department's perspective, to get the maintenance of that to one particular side of the boundary. Very similar to their intent, at least, from the surface, right? Okay, so that was, and I hope I didn't confuse the issue with that, but that's a thought there that, you know, if we wanted to reply back, that might be something worth considering, but all right, so here's both of them kind of side by side.
So here's what I see. And not saying that we wouldn't try the exact same thing, but what I see here is a corner off of Mountain View Corridor that could be extremely valuable as a commercial piece of property that is split down the middle with a city boundary line.
And can I'd like to add on to that point just a little bit, Mayor, that there are, and I'm trying to counter that point, but rather pointing out that that particular corner piece is encumbered significantly by utilities. You can't see it with my mapping here, but Jordan Valley has a water line. You also have, which we spoke of,
But that wouldn't prevent somebody from putting a parking lot there.
certainly.
And so what I see, and that may not in any way be their intent. I don't want to in any way insinuate that would be the case. But what I see there is an attempt to make a piece of property might be a little bit more valuable if it's all in one city on Mountain View Corridor. And as wonderful as that would be for South Jordan, and we appreciate them as a partner community, it's our job to look at what's best for our residents. And for me, based on what I've heard from our police chief and our water department, there's no real benefit to us to make that boundary change at this time. That's my opinion.
And,
Other thoughts?
sorry.
I'll just agree with what the mayor said. I just don't think there's been a compelling enough reason or argument to warrant the change, simply stated.
I don't understand why. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, again, that's why I'd asked what their why was, and it's just to make the maintenance more equitable and put the abandonment of more equitable for who? It sounds like it would be a substantial cost and headache to us as far as our police and our first responders and stuff. I don't see, and if it's confusing to ours, it's got to be confusing to theirs also. So I think it just makes a problem.
And if I'm adding, so I hope I'm giving the engineering sentiment here would be that there is not a prevailing opinion either direction other than if we did decide to go, which it's not sounding like we're going that direction, but if there was that this other side, you know, here to the, further to the west was at least considered, but that might be a moot point.
I believe it is at this point.
It's such a small piece of road. I don't understand. I mean, my first thought, anything budget-wise that we can save, fantastic. But I look at that, I'm like, I don't know that there's really any savings to giving, you know, half the road over.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is, do we have any other departments, you know, Public Works have said about a cost savings or any, you know, substantial benefit in this to offset, you know, Chief's concerns here?
Because we still have to go down that road anyway, because we still have Harriman further down the road.
Unless there's a really compelling financial savings or, you know, substantial budgetary reasons why we would do this, if it's a problem for our public safety, we don't do it.
Well, that's what, 100 and what south?
18.
118 south.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
Right there where they were going to do
where's the
storage units
track
and
line supposed to
offices.
go through?
This would be that alignment, following that red and yellow line.
Yes.
Well, as it follows the new 118th.
As it goes down 118th into Iowa
correct.
City.
Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, Jonathan, I would say that the other proposed component of this, which is the smaller piece, that has been talked about, if this one were to be considered, that one makes much more sense to me.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a logical reason of why we would be willing to do that boundary adjustment for the maintenance and the continuity of that piece. And I would have no problem with you continuing to pursue that if there was a desire and an appetite on their side. But again, I don't think that one needs to be contingent on the other one, because the other one, to me, again, I just don't have a compelling argument.
Right. Yeah.
Ditto.
Do you have your direction?
I think, yeah, it's pretty
Okay.
clear. Thank you very much.
All right. We will move on to item 2.4, discussion pertaining to the proposed amendments to Title V, Public Safety, and Title VI, Vehicle and Traffic. Chase.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item is back on the work meeting agenda. It was presented originally 2 weeks ago for the first time to the council. We had a good, robust conversation about that. I received some direction about changes that should be made and some additional discussion to bring back to the council. I've included in your packet clean versions of Title V and VI. The changes that were proposed at the last meeting are included as red lines within Title VI, so you'll see those changes. Just to go over a few of those briefly, Councilmember Oren requested that we change the time frame in which violators could pay a civil citation from calendar days to business days. I've reflected all of that within the procedures of Title VI, so anyone now can come in. They've got 5 business days originally to respond, 10 business days, 15 business days, and all of the procedure with regard to requesting hearings, paying fines, those types of things have all been adjusted to reflect that business day requirement. The second item that I addressed was brought up by Councilmember Shields with regard to the default of what constitutes a default. So I've added some additional language within Title VI so that residents and violators are aware when they are in default of their civil citation. That is set at 15 days. So once they have failed to respond after a period of 15, again, business days, sorry, Sherry, business days, they are in default. At that point, the city prosecutor could file a criminal information for them being in default of that civil citation, or the city could continue to work with them administratively to try to collect on that civil violation. So did you have any additional questions on that, Councilmember Shields, or any additional discussion you'd like to have?
I'm not sure there's a good answer, but the question still remains. What would be the compelling reasons we would continue to work versus the reasons we would take action on day 16?
Right. And
That ambiguity in that direction there, I know that the reason it exists is to try and assist in either knowing somebody's a deadbeat, it's not going to happen, and they want to just take action against it, and not having to take action when there's somebody that we think we can work it out with over time. And I want to empower our people to be able to make those decisions. I just am curious as to the criteria for making those decisions so that it's not an abused thing, right? If there's somebody that is a friend of yours or somebody you like and you're willing to work with them versus somebody who, you know, said something you didn't like or, you know, insulted your mother and you think that they should have to pay right away.
And I think that's a fair question. I think the best answer I can give you is that prosecutorial discretion is pretty much a tenet of our justice system, right? And that exists with our police. When they pull someone over, they have a decision whether or not to cite that person. That extends all the way up to the judge deciding whether or not to accept a plea deal and to dismiss a case on their own. And so this potential flexibility for a prosecutor to come in at our city and say, I'm going to file a criminal information, really is based upon the individual circumstances. As a former prosecutor, I've never made a decision where I've said, I don't like this person, I'm just going to file a criminal information. I've worked with the administrations and said, all right, is this appropriate in this situation and why? And it always comes down to articulable reasons, right? It's this person's a routine violator. This person has told us they're not going to pay, and they have simply avoided us. It's reasons that would justify the filing of a criminal information from the court's perspective. And also, I think a criminal prosecutor would prefer not to go that route. It's obviously a lot more work for the city, for the prosecutor. The city receives less revenue if it goes through the justice court. There are a lot of deterrents to us filing a criminal information, but having that discretion for a prosecutor allows us to enforce those, I think, to a greater degree, but still allowing residents to know that may be one of the consequences if I default after 15 days.
Sure, and Chase, I apologize if I insinuated in any way that there would be, completely ambiguous decisions made by, our city prosecutor. That's not the intent. It's just the pretense for making all of these changes was the idea that we wanted to eliminate ambiguity from our ordinances. And this was just a point of ambiguity that remained. I appreciate your comments about prosecutorial discretion, and I understand and appreciate that, and I think we just have to move forward with faith that they'll exercise that discretion appropriately and articulate and justify when it's time to move forward.
Okay.
Fair enough, thank you.
Are there any additional changes that you'd like to see with that?
So, I'm
section?
sorry, I told you I'd email these to you in 5, so when you're done with 6, go back to 5.
Okay, for sure. The third item I'd like to bring up was also mentioned by Councilmember Shields, and that was the overlap of having officers enforce civil violations. There was some brief discussion at our last meeting about, that is a function of police officers within our city, within the state as well, doing civil service. What I failed to mention at the last meeting was what we're trying to accomplish and what I think would be a benefit to our city, and what I'm recommending is that under state statute, civil officers, so an agent of the city, is able to enforce certain things, which police are also able to enforce. However, we do not have that currently built into our code, right? Within our current code, only police officers are authorized to enforce parking. However, under state statute, again, they authorize cities to allow other individuals outside of sworn police officers to enforce parking, similar to like we do with animal enforcement, right? We have non-sworn officers enforcing our animal services code. That's what we're trying to accomplish with the parking, is saying police officers can still enforce parking. However, state statute allows non-sworn officers or an agent of the city to enforce parking, and that's what would essentially be accomplished by codifying this change.
And thanks, Jace. I think that clears it up too, because in the absence of that last comment you made, it wasn't sure if we were trying to change that authority one way or the other. It seems like what we're trying to say is the officers are going to retain their ability to write tickets. They're just going to, deputize some other people to be able to do that as well.
Right.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
And so we're not changing the scope of the officer's authority. What we're doing is actually authorizing a non-sworn individual to enforce what cops are also able to enforce.
Thank you.
Under state statute. So
Got it.
as I listened to that, I realized that I failed to make that minor distinction.
Just to clarify, that would not be a deputization, correct? That would be a civil
was-
individual. I just saw,
Right.
chief-
That was
I
in
saw
quotes.
Chief's
That was
eyebrows
in
go, huh?
quotes. That was in quotes,
It
sorry.
would not be a deputization.
I think Deputy Chief Stromberg has tried to deputize a bunch of people, but Chief shot him down, so. Yeah.
Please, chief.
Delegation, not deputization. Let's do it.
That I like.
Make a meeting longer. Currently, what we have is an officer that may go to a call, or I'm sorry, a code enforcement officer that may go to a call. Really, there's sidewalk back. And so while it's a complex problem, he's going to say, and not of their own issue, and we don't like this, right? This isn't what we hope to achieve as staff, is to say, look, I can't help you with what's happening out here. You're going to have to call the police. And in our city, they don't ever do that. They call for them, and you know how we work. We get, a multidisciplinary team going. But in this case, they can go up and they can actually handle the whole problem, right, while they're there, which is what we hope to accomplish. And the same with the police. They can pull up and say, hey, if we need to resolve this issue here, we can still resolve this issue with the parking. So that we don't drive away saying, look, it's not our problem, it's somebody else's. It really, for us, I view it as an efficiency model. So,
Thank you, chief.
thank you.
Any further discussion
Title V.
I do have a few more items, Mayor, unless you're cutting me off.
on that item until
Okay.
until we move to the other half? No,
happy to be done
I just
too,
wanted to make sure
right.
we got that particular issue taken care of.
Thank you.
I know how you like to talk.
I love it. Not as much as Chief, but close. Okay, I'll continue, sorry. One of the other items was Mayor requested that we notify all of the HOAs with regard to our towing recommendations. I've received all of the addresses and contact information for their agents. I've not yet informed them of those. With the council's consent, my recommendation would be when this item is ready to move to the action and discussion item agenda, we inform them of that. We don't have to hold a public hearing, however, you can kind of carve out a quasi-public comment section with regard to this specific item if you feel like that would be appropriate, and I can inform them of that meeting 10 days or 15 days in advance.
I think the intent there is just to not blindside them more than anything else, that we don't make this change on them without having them as members of our community participate, especially when they're the ones that are probably going to be affected the most. So I'm totally fine with doing it that way.
So I'll proceed in that manner then. And then the last item before we address Councilmember Orn's concerns was just the towing figures I believe you received from Deputy Chief Stromberg. So he had Sergeant Shaver compiled just some figures of towing over the last 20 months or so. And I just wanted to touch on those briefly. So the number of repossession of private property impounds, so those that were not requested by police within the last 20 months was 1,223, so about 62 a month. Again, that's not what we're trying to stop, right? That's private property, they can do whatever they want. What we're trying to mitigate is negative interactions between those who are being towed and the tow truck drivers, or the impound or private property. Of those 1,200 or so, let me pull up these numbers. 13 of those, he states here, Deputy Chief Stromberg, total cases where an impound was disputed and resulted in police intervention, 13. So less than one per month, but of those, as Chief Stromberg, Deputy Chief Stromberg identified at our last meeting, a lot of those have the propensity of rising to the level of poor interactions and altercations between those who are being towed and those who are doing the towing. And so that's what we're trying to mitigate, obviously, with these additional restrictions for the towing ordinance. So unless there's any other discussion on that item, that's all I have.
Sorry, I was going to send that soon. I'm like, I might as well just bring it here because everybody needs to hear what I'm complaining about anyway. So So overall, I just get kind of heartburn when I see 44 pages of rules and regulations regarding our animals. It's like, holy cow, how much laws and rules do we have to have? That just can't we just simply say treat them humanely? Anyway, I get it. I get it, but it's a little bit concerning to me. Guard dogs, page 94. If you look on page 84, it says a guard dog is any dog that will detect and warn its handler that an intruder is present in or near an area that is being secured and will attack a human pursuant to training on its handler's command. I know lots of people with dogs that are in their home that if an intruder comes into that area, they will attack, and the owner can tell them to attack. I don't classify those as a guard dog, but we have a section on page 94 that shows you have to have a permit for a guard dog, and if that's the definition of a guard dog, that's very concerning to me that the definition is way too vague to make somebody have to come and get a permit for a guard dog when a lot of dogs would attack an intruder that was coming into someone's home. So that's concerning to me on guard dogs.
Can I make a recommendation with that? I absolutely see that perspective now that I read it again. And I think what I would maybe recommend doing there is clarifying, because this was the intent of that language, was that the use of a commercial guard dog requires a permit.
Would like that much better, because the other is like, well, this is a little bit, commercial
So
guard dog.
I'll make that distinction if that would satisfy that concern.
Yeah, I think that would help tremendously. Page 102, under tag requirements in section D, it says, owner may have an identifying microchip implanted in their animal. If owner takes such action, they may be exempt from the requirement that animals, because we are requiring all animals to wear a collar. But I think that it should just say are exempt, because I believe that there are some people that don't put collars on their dogs for purposes. I've definitely had dogs hang themselves and die from collars. So I don't necessarily think that we should mandate somebody has to keep a collar on their dog. There's plenty of rules in here that talk about how they can't let them get out of their yard or things like that. But if they've taken the action of microchipping them, unless I'm wrong, but any animal control people have those little things. They can scan it and know instantly who this dog belongs to. So I think that it shouldn't just say may. I think that we should allow them to be exempt for that, because I believe there are people who purposely do not collar their animals.
That makes sense. Okay, I'll make that change.
Just to clarify, that is on their own personal property, correct?
Yeah,
Because once they're on public property, they have to be leashed, correct?
yeah, for sure.
Okay, all right. I'm
Yeah.
totally
But
fine.
we're requiring them to be a collar anywhere. So if your dog is on your property, they
No,
have
if
to
it's on
wear
their
a
property, I don't
collar.
have any issue with saying that they don't need to have it on their own property. That shouldn't be an issue.
I have a little bit of heartburn, and I guess I just want to understand the science between page 103, it's 5-1D-10, number of dogs, cats, and ferrets per resident or property. I don't understand what the science is or the magic number of 3 dogs. Can you help me understand? And I know, they can have more if they get a special permit, but I know some people who have 2 dogs and you're like, whoa, you should never have an animal. And some people that could have 10 dogs, you never know they have them. So I'm curious as to why we're saying, this is your private property, but I'm only going to allow you to have 3 dogs. Is there a science, or else you have 4 kids, they all want a dog, but one of them has to have a cat because they can only have 3 dogs, but they can have 1 cat too. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm curious as to why we are dictating that.
And I
Do you
think,
know?
I didn't ask Debbie to be here tonight, and maybe I should have, because I think she could have shed some more light on that. But the real answer is, it's simply a policy decision that you as a body can change, right? Again, that may be influenced by what Debbie has to say on that issue.
Yeah.
And that may be something we can get her feedback on. I don't have that information, and this was largely a creature of her creating, right? And so I think maybe she has some reasoning, and I'm positive she likely does. But at the end of the day, it's still a policy decision that the council can decide on.
Okay, and then, sorry, I go on and on.
Before you do, can I pop in on that? I'm happy to have that conversation, but I also do personally believe that there should be a number. I don't know what the right number is, but I do personally believe that there should be a number there so that we don't end up with, 150 dogs all on a small property.
I hear you. I just want to understand the reasoning. I want to understand why is 3, what's the reasoning behind that? I assume that it wasn't just a random out of the hat number, so.
And that was my same thought too, as the mayor is I totally understand your
and agree with your argument, Sherry, but again, there has to be a number somewhere, so how do we determine what that is?
Yeah. And then again, I'm back to the nuisancing thing. There's a lot of that ambiguity. Makes disturbing noises, including but not limited to, continued or repeated howling, barking, whining, or other noises which cause unreasonable annoyance, disturbance, or discomfort to neighbors or others. I don't have a clue what that means. Do you know what might be super? My dad can't hear worth a darn unless he has his hearing aids in. There's nothing that disturbs or annoys him. So well, that's easy, right? But my mom goes crazy if the dogs are barking at night, right? So it's like, I don't know, I don't understand. And I understand we talked about this as far as putting some ambiguity in there so that there's some leeway that you can say, let's work with people. But that's a little bit loose for me. And I don't know what it should be. I know I have a hound, some of my neighbors have hounds. Sometimes there's skunks and raccoons that come at night. That's just how it is, and they'll not be,
Sure.
they're a little loud, you know? And I don't want to be in violation every time a skunk comes in. I mean, you try to mitigate it, but what's annoying to somebody? What does that mean?
So the legal standard is what a reasonable person would find offensive. That could be language that we put in there, right? That courts interpret that without it being explicitly listed in the statute or in the ordinance here. We could put that in if that is what you think would be appropriate to alleviate that ambiguity.
It is, yeah, I'd like to see something else a little bit different than that, because and again, the same thing with, we talked about a legitimate pursuit of agriculture. I'm okay with that. Causes unsanitary conditions in enclosures or surroundings where the animal is kept or harbored. Whose definition of unsanitary?
Again, some of this enforcement would come down to what the animal enforcement officer makes a determination of, and that would be on the burden would then be on the city to prove that that is in fact unsanitary.
Okay, all right.
So
And
that
then-
would be an individual's defense, right? This isn't unsanitary.
Okay. And then it defecates on any public sidewalk, park, or building, concerning to me because we have a lot of trails that I guess are considered parks. And if your horse craps on the trail, are you in violation of it now? Or
Yes,
See,
it would be.
So that's concerning to me. If you have a designated horse trail, and now if a horse craps on the trail, defecates on the trail, you're in violation of the policy. I don't think that's good. I think if you have horse trails, and you should expect some defecation on the trail.
And that could be a carve-out exception within that.
I'd
right?
be willing to look at a carve-out specifically for horse trails that are specifically designated as horse trails on that. I don't see any reason why we couldn't find something that's specifically designated.
I think we did have a horse diaper discussion one time with this body. if
Yes.
we-
Yeah.
Right. Do we want to
think
bring
that
that
was in the-
back? or
that-
should
that
I
was
just
with
let
the
that
parade.
lie? Okay.
So, in the questioning, begs a question here. What about trails that are used by horses and people?
Yeah.
I'll take a walk up Yellow Fork, and, you're dodging around the bombs by the horses as you're walking up the trail. It's just part and parcel with using a nature
shared
trail,
trail.
I think, right? I'm not necessarily saying that's a big nuisance, but I understand why other people would not want on a public walking trail to have to deal with animal feces, right?
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to have maybe a little clarity or discussion or how we would do those carve-outs and what's reasonable, what's not reasonable. I think there's a discussion to be had there.
Yeah.
I think you should also carve out the equestrian arena, right? We have
yeah.
ride-to arenas. Some of the areas where we have problems are around Butterfield Park on the sidewalks.
Yeah.
We do see quite a bit, but we just take care of it, so.
Do we have, I guess, do all of our trails have a designation as equestrian trails?
Yeah, as far as I know, I can't
okay.
think of any otherwise.
So that'd be easy then?
Yeah.
That'd be easy to put that language in. And then Deputy Chief, do you have others?
Of course.
Sure, okay, let's keep going. No, let's go. Let's do
Sorry.
it.
F-1, 5-1F-6, number C, it's on page 110. All fencing in your property where a class of livestock is kept shall be sufficient construction to prevent the escape or injury to livestock being confined within the fencing. The fencing shall be maintained so that no part of such fence, absent extraordinary circumstances, may be broken, damaged, or any way create the possibility of injury to be confined livestock or to the escape thereof. So we just have to make sure that we're ironclad on double fencing, because we require these new subdivisions to put up this fencing that is not livestock fencing. Any cow or horse can push through that plastic stuff or vinyl or whatever it is in a second. So that one gave me a little bit of heartache. And then the next one down, 5-1F-7 on A, it says the owner of or any person responsible for an enclosure or fence that is intended to limit an animal's movement to a specific area shall be liable under this chapter for failure to properly maintain such enclosure or fence in a manner which prevents any part of the animal to protrude through the fence. I feed my cows through the fence so they're not in my hay, so their head pokes through there all the time. So that, I understand it for dogs, but it's not for agricultural type animals. Pets in heat. Any owner or person having charge, care, custody, or control of any female pet in heat shall, in addition to restraining such pet from running at large, cause such pet to be constantly confined in a building or other structure so as to prevent it from attracting by scent or coming into contact with other animals and creating a nuisance. I don't have to explain to you the same issue with livestock, okay? You shouldn't have to keep your horse inside locked away in the barn if she's in heat. And it says pets, but if you look at definition of pets, though, they fall into that definition of pets. So I think we need to do a little adjusting on that one. Anybody can say if they think differently.
No, you're on a roll, Shug.
Yeah.
I'll stop her now.
Animals prohibited in designated areas. On section D, I'm sorry, I didn't see, it's 5-F1-12, section D. I'm not sure that we built in exceptions for dog parks on here, did we? It just shows any dog in a public park must be continually kept on a leash. Do dogs in dog parks have to be on a leash? So we probably should build something in there so we're not in violation of our own parks.
It does say in the designated off-leash areas,
Okay.
in that paragraph.
Yeah.
So I'm not curious if we need to specifically designate the part of the dog park as an off-leash area to be in compliance with that, but I understand the concern.
Yeah, I think it could be clearer. Yeah, I agree.
Not too many more. I had a little bit of heartache on the third impoundment. I thought somewhere it said after 3 impoundments in 1 year, it's automatic sterilization, but this one just shows third impoundment, automatic sterilization on your animal.
Which, so
Sorry.
it's Article G.
5-1G-4.
4.
Number B, third impoundment sterilization is required upon the third impoundment and prior to the resale of said animal. I get that prior to release, not resale, it's release. Anyway, a little bit of heartache on that. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think that they should automatically have to be sterilized after the third impoundment?
So you would like to confine that to a time period? Is that?
Just concerns me that if you know what I mean, it's like,
I
I don't know.
I guess I would like to know how often this is actually occurring.
Yeah, good
Because
point.
I think that I think this would be one of those items that has a lot of discretion in there in terms of our officers and how they do that. So again, I understand that you have to have the rules and the ordinances in place. And again, they need to be reasonable. But again, the other thing I would like to know is how often have our animal control officers been actually faced with this where they have actually done this? I'd like a little data.
I would agree with that. The thing that concerns me about that too is that it says said animal shall be sterilized. There's not may be sterilized. This is
It's a hard
this
rule.
isn't a discretion thing. This is
Yeah.
a shall do, right?
Yeah.
And so
Heartache.
I agree that there could be some discussion about that. You know, the third within a certain amount of time. But if you had 2 in 6 months and the third one was 7 years later, that seems a little overkill, right? Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know.
well, we love state statute.
Obviously, the feral cat program,
Oh, yeah.
we take those and then we keep our cat colonies healthy. But double check, I think there's a
So for those who couldn't hear our chief, he's going to look into the state statute regarding.
I'll repeat myself. I think that it's a state statute, and we'll double check that for you,
Yeah,
and I'll work with
will you
Chase.
double check if there's a time frame on the state
Yes,
statute
yeah.
too?
The
That's, I think that's
timeframe,
key.
if it's a rolling calendar year, or if there is a time frame, or it's just 3 impoundments, I don't know exactly, but I do recall when we set up the animal services program, reading that somewhere, so I'll
Thank
be
you.
more clear on that one. And then I think, Chief Stromberg, do you have information on the one question, or the answer to the one question? Debbie's furiously texting away.
I'm probably driving her crazy. I'm sorry.
Debbie, and that's what she does, she's awesome, so we'll get you those answers, but I'll turn the
And we appreciate that you're watching.
Sorry, we clearly should have invited our subject matter experts to
Yeah.
come back here tonight, but regarding the number of dogs, Debbie stated that there's no specific science behind it. She agrees with what's been mentioned relative to there has to be a limit somewhere, otherwise you run into collecting and nuisance issues. However, what she did say was for most animal services enforcement agencies, it's rare for them to have more than 2 officers on duty or in the area or available to respond at a time, and so it becomes a management issue where one officer can handle 1 or 2 dogs. And so between the 2 of them, they could probably handle up to 4, but anything beyond that becomes very problematic when they respond to a situation that requires intervention. And so she said she would certainly be comfortable moving that number up to 4 if that was the desire of this body, but beyond that, she was very hesitant because it becomes an enforcement manageability issue.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. That's awesome.
That's a great piece of information to have from
it's
their,
actually a
from
real
their
reason.
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
What else you got, Sherry?
Sorry, just on the dog breeders thing, we're pretty strict on the standards. You got to take all the dogs to the vet every year, a minimum, even though they only have to have rabies every 3 years. So I'm curious about why.
I believe.
Got to have
part
other
of that
vaccinations annually.
Yeah, I believe.
Well, no,
part of
rabies
that
can
came
go 3
from-
years after your first 2.
Other vaccinations.
Got you.
And I believe part of that came when there was some thoughts that we might be looking at a kennel of some sort within the city limits, and so they were looking to put some things in place
Want to avoid the puppy
to
mills.
Got you.
to
Okay.
avoid inappropriate uses on those services.
So this really gave me heartburn before I realized what section it was under. I'm like, we're requiring everybody to take their, what is all this stuff? But then I realized that it was more specific into that, so. And I'm at the end, I'm at 44. There you go.
All right.
Thanks, sorry.
Well, no, thank you very much, Councilmember Warren. I'll work with Debbie on those items that you've addressed, bring that back. Would the council like to see this at another work meeting, or do you think we're to a point where we would take it to the regular city council meeting?
Maybe just Title VI could
Yeah,
come
just
back.
Title VI.
Take Title VI to the regular city council meeting, and
Bring back
Title
5.
V will continue to work on at a work meeting. Okay,
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yes.
all right.
Sorry, I don't know how I missed some of these, but then I went back through it with some different eyes and I was like,
Hey, Sherry, in all honesty, I appreciate that insight. That is definitely not my area of expertise, and I think you make some valid points, and I appreciate that expertise that
Thank
you
you.
bring to that, so thank you very much. We are going to, I figure out what I did with my agenda. Do you guys need any further, does staff need any further direction, on item 2.4?
No, thank you.
Okay, with that, I will accept a motion to temporarily, to move into our general meeting with a short break between.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We will start our work meeting our regular meeting at 7:20.
Trying to eat my birthday cupcake.
All right, thank you for those in the audience and those who may be watching online for being patient with us and allowing us to be delayed here just a little bit. We'll begin our City Council general meeting for Wednesday, February 24th, 2021. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Teddy Hodges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Teddy. We appreciate your participation in our meetings. We will move on to item 4.2, City Council comments and recognitions.
I have one just very brief one. We all already know this and we say it a lot, but I'm going to reiterate it again. We have some fantastic youth in our community. I've had an opportunity just over the past couple of weeks to participate in just some discussions for projects, both with a local high school student and with a local college student. And I'm just very impressed with the caliber of youth that we have in our community and the interest that they take in the community. And I realize, you know, a lot of these things sometimes are forced upon them because of grades and projects. But that being said, the two that I've had the chance to meet with have just really dove into the issues and the topics and the assignments that they've had and been very well educated. And I have a bright outlook for the future of our community based on the caliber of youth that we have. So just wanted to mention that.
I would like to take a minute and thank staff for this wonderful thick binder that we were given. We requested that our engineering standards be updated and that they be printed out and given to us so that we could review them. And while Blake knows that I have lots of notes for him, there's a lot in here, and they have gone through a how many year process to get this updated and more cohesive, and 6 years, something like that. So the effort that has gone into this is clear. It is, I wouldn't say it's the best reading I've ever had. It does help me sleep at night, but it definitely is more readable than some of the codes or some of the standards I've seen before, and I appreciate the effort that went into this to make this a usable document for our residents. So thank you very much for that, and I'm sure that'll come. We know that'll come up in a future meeting as we discuss those. Any other items? Okay, we will move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. Audience members may bring any item to the City Council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the commission or the council may submit a comment by emailing the recorder at harriman.org or by visiting harriman.org/agenda and minutes, where there is a link to fill out the online public comment form. Your statement will then be read into the record. For our practice, if there is somebody here that is a recognized representative of a group, we may allow 5 minutes in that specific circumstance. Please let staff know ahead of time so that we can be prepared for that. Thank you. If anybody has a public comment that they would like to make, please come to the podium, state your name, and give us your comment.
Good evening. My name is Walt Hoffman. I'm here representing the Butterfield family, who has 2 items on the agenda this evening, 9.2 and 9.3, I believe. As you may be aware, they are in the process of selling their parcel that they've lived on for almost 80 years. And they have waited patiently to do this. They've supported the development in other areas of the city that has sometimes been an inconvenience to them. But they are longtime residents, and the vote tonight will impact them quite significantly. And just briefly, I'd like to mention the principals on the buying end of this, Jeff Neal and his group. From the beginning, they've been great to work with, just speaking from the other side of the table. They've indicated that they want to make this a good project for Harriman City. And as I've worked with them, I've seen their words borne out in actions. I think they really want to do a good job on this. They're locals. And I think it will reflect positively on the family, the neighborhood, and Harriman City. I'd like to encourage you to support their request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other public comment at this time in the audience, I'll turn to staff for any electronic. We have no electronic, so we will close the public comment portion of our meeting. We'll move on to item 6, which is City Council Board and Committee reports.
Oh, sorry, I haven't tuned in here. Well, it was distracting to me. My wheels were going somewhere else. Sorry. No offense. The garbage board, Wooford, sorry, Wasatch Front Royston Recycling. We are trying to move forward with getting out of the special service district. In order to do that, each member agency has to have approval from their councils to remove ourselves from that, and then we have to go to the county and ask permission to become a local district. The biggest pushback from any of our board members was that if you create a local district, it does allow you to have taxing authority. It is not the way that the district is designed. There'd be no intent to do any kind of a tax or anything like that. And in my opinion, I think it's better because, not better to do the tax, but better to do a local district, because if at some point they wanted to do a tax, they have to get it through the public, and the people on that board are are most closely connected to the people in their cities. So I just think that makes more sense. At any time right now, if the county wanted to dissolve the special service district and take back the trash collection, they could dissolve it at any point. They have no desire to do that right now, but things change with political whims, and so that could happen. I can tell you we're spending time and money. We have an attorney that has to deal with all these things. That when up in Sandy, there are many, many little areas, little pockets all over Sandy that are Salt Lake County, all scattered throughout their community. Well, anything that's county, we're responsible to pick up trash on. And so it's definitely not financially responsible to go to 4 little homes here, 10 little homes there. You know, it costs a lot of money to run a garbage truck. And so we've been trying to work through that with Sandy, and some of those properties have been annexed and agreements made so that it would either go to Sandy or it would attach more to the Wooford pickup. And once we make all that decision, we go through all our board process, then we have to go through all the county process and get approval from the county to do it. It's just simply a layer of bureaucracy, in my opinion, that's just not necessary. We continue to have representation from the people on the board because people who serve on it are elected officials, so the people continue to have accountability, and I think it just eliminates that level of bureaucracy just to move that. In 2013, there was some legislation change because at the time you couldn't go to a local district if you're a special service, so they changed the law with the garbage district specifically in mind, and then it just never happened. It just never got done. So I'm just here to ask you guys how you would feel about that. I guess I'm just reporting that to you, but please strongly consider that. Our attorney at the district is supposed to be getting me back a document that would have kind of the language in it that we would need to adopt as a city, so I can get it to your review. She's supposed to get them to us next week. So I'll send that to Chase and let him review that. And then I'll include everybody on the email.
I would like that to be brought before the council as a work meeting discussion once we have the needed information.
So if we could even put that on in 2 weeks from now, because I'd like to be able to report back before we have our next board meeting next month, how we feel about that, and if we would be willing to adopt that. That's my report. I have a document, a one-page document that just kind of highlights the reasons why it would be important to change to a local district. I'll share with you guys too.
I have two quick reports tonight. The first is from the UTA Advisory Committee. We met last week. We do have a new member from Utah County on the advisory committee. It's Mayor Mark Johnson from Lehigh. He's filling the position that was vacated with Jeff Acerson as he moved from advisory council member to trustee. So Mayor Johnson, I'm familiar with Mayor Johnson. He'll be another great advocate to have on the board there. Other items of really noteworthiness during the meeting was an update on capital projects. They talked about the Ogden-Weber State BRT, which is moving forward up in that area. Then they also presented the Plain of the Mountain, so this will be for the prison redevelopment site. Their locally preferred alternative for transportation, and it was presented to the advisory council as a BRT route as well that would go from the site to potentially 2 stops within the site, actually come down from the front runner station there in Draper, access the prison property with 2 stops in there, and then would go up and over the freeway to the connection, which would then go into Utah County. So that is, again, locally preferred. There's a lot to do on that, and still a lot of environmental documents and those things to get through before that is approved. They also gave an update on what they refer to as their Depot District Clean Fuels Tech Center. This is actually a project under construction that's there at their headquarters, and this is for updates and expansion to their electric bus program and the facilities to house, service, and charge those buses. So that project is moving forward. And that's the primary updates from UTA. Secondarily, I have a report from the South Valley Sewer District, which meeting was yesterday morning. I did get some emails from members of the council about an item that was on that agenda. So I will give a brief recap of that item and then talk just about the thermal drying project that has been under construction for some time. The item that it was brought up with some questions from the members of the council had to do with a proposed sewer line that would service, that would be installed in parts of Harriman and then extend into unincorporated areas of the county. The line would service both areas of the Danzy development as well as the proposed Olympia Hills development, as well as provide access and opening up sewer to other areas of unincorporated land within Salt Lake County. The mission of the sewer district is always, their mission is simply to provide sanitary sewer services to any and all that fall within their district. All of that property that was discussed is currently within the boundary of the South Valley Sewer District. The item that was before the board yesterday was for consideration of placing this proposed line on their capital facilities plan, thus making that item impact fee eligible for reimbursement. It was a great discussion about this, and if you go back and either listen to the meeting or see the minutes, I tried to represent the questions that I received in terms of concerns from members of this council. So I asked a lot of very pointed questions to the manager and also to legal, our attorney there for the board, in terms of what qualifies a plan to be, considered and placed on the capital facilities plan. And it is anything that services, one or more than one development. Craig White, our general manager, clearly said that the staff reviews these before they ever come to the board, and he clearly said if this only serviced one development, that they would have already pushed that back to the developer, telling them that it didn't qualify and that we would simply not have heard that item as a board yesterday. Additionally, the easement and the engineering of that entire line has been proposed to be at the expense of the owners or the property owners of which that line will serve, so there would be no expense to the district for easements or for design of that particular project. And then the last item is really there was some discussion about the estimates for the potential project, which ranged from a little over $1 million upwards to $2.6 million. And the variable in there is simply because it's unknown of the material that would be excavated, if that native material would be able to be used as fill back in and compacted that would meet geological standards. That's still a little bit of unknown, although the applicant did indicate that they've done all their geotech along that easement corridor, and have indicated, again, not verified at this time, that all of that material is suitable for backfill or a minimal amount of mixing to make it suitable that would help keep that cost down. So again, it was a very good discussion, a very good update for the entire board there of the policy of the sewer district and how those work. The final question I asked as part of that discussion is does the request follow the practice of the sewer district? And Craig White responded that it absolutely followed the normal policies and the normal practices of the sewer district. So at the conclusion of that discussion, Mayor Trent Staggs was the one that made the motion to approve. Again, this is just to put that item, start the process to put that item on the capital facilities plan that would make it impact fee eligible. So that motion was made, seconded, and that item passed unanimously amongst the members of the sewer board that yesterday morning. The last item that I will update on is the thermal drying project. Again, this is a multi $40-something million project that has been in the works for some time that really takes the end product that comes out of the sewer treatment facility and runs it through a drying process that really takes most of the water out, thus making it a Class A, a material that is suitable for a normal landfill and reduces it by about 8 to 1 in terms of weight. So our normal hauling of end product out of the sewer facility has generally been over 3 million pounds a month that is hauled out and has to be taken to a specialized landfill that can handle that type of waste. The thermal drying project, again, takes this, removes most of the water. And again, that end product that goes out is about 80% water. So that's where all that weight comes from, obviously. This removes, again, most of it, turns it into basically a fine dried flake material. And again, we're going through quality assessments by the state to hopefully eventually be able to find some type of a commercial market to use that. Apparently this is something that's very popular in the farming industry for fertilizer. But just in comparison, the couple of days that they ran the thermal dryer in the startup and things through January, which that's the numbers we had, hauled about 2.6 million pounds out. And over that 10 days of run, the dry waste that was hauled out was about 95,000 pounds. So a significant difference. That project, again, has not reached final completion, but it is running, it is running 24 hours a day down there. It's keeping up with the demand of that. And again, long-term, I think that this will be a significant cost savings to the sewer district in terms of hauling and the handling of those types of disposals to now making it a material that, again, we've been hauling all of the recent material just to the Transjordan landfill because it's acceptable there. So it's a significant step in the process and the efficiency of the sewer plant down there. And again, just a phenomenal organization and how it's ran. So apologize for the lengthy update, but that's my 2 reports.
All right, if there's no other reports, we will move on.
I'll give you, sorry, I was looking to see if Steve wanted to go first. Thanks, Clint, especially for the sewer one. I was the one that kind of brought that to everyone's attention late at night.
No problem.
I did jump on and listen to that discussion, which was good. Mayor Staggs and Mayor Timothy both responded to me with information prior to the meeting as well. A couple quick things. I mean, Unified Fire Authority, there's really nothing there, but there will be. It's budget season. There will be a Benefits and Compensation Committee meeting coming up here in a few weeks, and I'm sure they'll want an increase, which would affect our member rate, so we'll see what happens there. Southwest Mayor's Caucus, we had our last meeting with our area legislators on Monday morning. I think we just have a growing, I don't know what the right word to use is, a growing influence on the Hill from the Southwest by working together, not just as sister cities, but talking to our area legislators and bringing them together. They're really working as a block for us up there. So hopefully we'll see our interests represented when it comes time for transportation, money distribution, et cetera. But we'll see. There's a lot of work to be done this last week or so. And then right now they have the next, it should be the final meeting regarding the Southwest Visioning Study. Also with the emphasis on transportation. We'll see what happens there, but I'll update when I have that meeting. I believe it's scheduled for the second week of March.
All right, any other reports?
Just in case you guys didn't catch it today, I won't go through our whole LPC meeting from the other day, but some interesting bills going on. The HB 98, which is the most probably controversial bill out there, we had largely been opposed to it. Representative Ray was really pushing legislation that was going to essentially allow home builders to get their own building inspections, hire their own inspector, bypass the city inspection. There's been a lot of work to kind of narrow the scope of that down to only allowing them an ability to do that. It's essentially codifying their ability to do that already exists under existing statute. So, and the league moved from opposed to neutral on that today. So that was an interesting develop. And then is it 61 that's on the billboards? It failed in its reading this afternoon, but it was a narrow vote, and it could come back for reconsideration tomorrow. So if you guys all want to take an opportunity to send a message out to our representatives encouraging them to vote against that, we would appreciate that. So, but that's about it.
Steve, I think it's fair to note, you talk about 98 and, how much controversy has surrounded that. I think that bill is a great example of, again, working collaboratively throughout cities and, to express our concerns, being members of the league and the LPC and working together, and how, Gary Crane from Layton City has taken the lead as far as kind of those negotiations. But again, you take a bill that was initially introduced that was just, let's say it was just a crazy bill in what it proposed, and to really continue to work on that collaboratively, to have great people again from across the state involved, and be able to get to a point to where, again, as a league, the position to go from adamantly opposed to neutral shows that there's still is a lot of good collaborative work that takes place out there.
Yeah, well said, Clint. I appreciate that too, because so many times legislation gets proposed to try and solve a problem that they only see one side of, and it's after that bill is proposed that the opposition gets a chance to voice their position on the matter. And so, compliments to Representative Ray for being open to those discussions and to hear the opposition to what was, generally regarded by the cities as a disastrous proposition. So it is good, and I think it will help us, and Alan should be happy to hear that's not going to impact our budget. So give it a thumbs up.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item 7.1, presentation of the Public Works and Public Safety Building Design. Justin, do you got pretty pictures for us? I'm excited for pretty pictures.
Yeah, we have plenty of pretty pictures. So, so as we go through tonight, we do have several presentations. We'll kind of be switching back and forth. So be patient and bear with us as we do that. Take this off so you can hear me. First, I'd like to just kind of recognize the steering committee that's been involved through this process. It's, as you know, has been taking quite some time. I think we first got under contract with the first in, I think, November or so of 2019. And then again in January of 2020. So this project has taken a little bit of time, but it's been a complex project, or both of them have. And so we've taken the time to, I think, come up with some good plans that we can present to you tonight. So the steering committee that's been involved is GSBS is the architecture firm that was selected. We have Scott Hendrickson, Brian Jacobson, Aaron Holcomb, Lad Sheese, and some of the other team members there at GSBS. We want to recognize them. We do have Scott Hendrickson and Aaron Holcomb here tonight that will help present tonight. And then Brian and Ladd are on the go-to meeting, I think, so that if they want to chime in, they can speak. I also want to recognize Layton Construction. They were involved as well to help us through this process. Johnny Hollingshead was one of the main contributors there, and then Jeff Palmer as well. And then I'd also like to recognize our Harriman team. We had Wendy, Chief Carr, Deputy Chief Stromberg, Monty, all the department heads in both Public Works and HPD were involved. I want to thank them. And then we had plenty of support staff that helped us through this process. So I just want to recognize them. So, so tonight I'd like to give the opportunity to GSBS to kind of present their fine work that they've done. We anticipate that there will be further discussions with council as we move through on how we make this move forward. As you've seen, some of the preliminary costs, they're quite high. We'll go over a slide tonight. So we plan to bring some of that information back in future work meetings to discuss some of the costs and how we can move forward and discuss priorities and things like that. So tonight, the anticipation is just let GSBS kind of present their plans for you to ask questions, and then we can have those further discussions and figure that out later. So at this time, I'll turn some time over to the GSBS team. Actually, let me go through my presentation. I almost forgot. So I just had a few slides here to show. I just wanted to orient you. I think you probably are all aware of the location, but on the left, it just kind of gives a broad vicinity map of where it's located and then a closer view. So this public safety building is going to be located just east of City Hall. It's kind of been planned there from the beginning of when the town center was kind of devised and laid out. And then the Public Works facility, as you're aware, is not far from City Hall. It's just on the corner of 129th South and 5600 West. And it's kind of that property that you see there. So now that I've shown those, I'll turn it over to GSBS. Probably won't.
Thank you, Justin. Can you hear me okay with leaving my mask on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
But you can take it off if you want.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for having us here tonight. I am Scott Henrickson, principal at GSBS Architects. GSBS was commissioned by the city to provide initial design services for the new public safety building as well as the public works facilities. This design effort has included a needs analysis, building programming, site master planning, the development of blocking and relationship diagrams, test fits of the programmed elements, and finally, massing studies, conceptualization, and schematic designs for both projects. A lot of work to be done. We've enjoyed working with the steering committee, which has provided practical insight and assistance to the design team to help us gain an understanding of how you do things as a city, for especially these essential and important facilities. As Justin has related tonight, we have been asked to offer a progress report of our work, and our portion of the work will begin with an overview of the programming process by Aaron Holcomb. Aaron?
Thank you, Scott. As Scott said, I want to give you kind of a brief overview of the programming process that we do as we initiate design. This is one of the fundamental beginning points of design. This process helps to identify what you've got, what you need, and how we get there. This process always starts with, of course, the steering committee, but a lot of one-on-one interactions and meetings with department heads. We analyze the current facilities that you've got, the good, the bad, and the ugly, of course. It involves benchmarking tours to visit facilities that are similar in size, scale, complexity, and kind of what you need and what you want. And then we go back and we discuss the goals for the project overall. So that's kind of like the beginning building blocks of what the program is. We take into account all of the needs analysis that we've already done that's helped to identify current population, future needs, miles of roads to be plowed, a lot of complex data to help us figure out where we need to go that helps us right-size the building for now and for 2030 and for 2040 and into the future. We take all of that data and combine it with your team, with our experience in facilities like this, to create a programming document. And that document essentially identifies individual spaces, adjacencies, special needs that each one has, and helps us kind of get it right. It's basically a shopping list of things that we need to fit into the building. So the results of that help us figure out what we need to provide to you. We take that piece, we review it, of course, with all of the key players, and then that starts the next phase, which is our blocking and adjacencies. These pieces, the essential Legos, all block together. We figure out what needs to be next to what, and those start to create the framework for floor plans, building mass, site layouts, and such. So it's kind of the process that goes before you start to see any pretty pictures. So I think that kind of sums that piece up, and then we'll go, is Brian gonna speak on, I don't know what the next slide is. Sorry. Do you know if Brian's up? Oh. Brian, are you on?
Yes.
It also has evidence and things like that. So again, more of a secure level in the building, hence the reason for it to be in a basement also. So going up one level, this level being at grade level, we have certain functions that are more public related. So you'll see how the records department and things like that are all more visitor front. And that is how we were directed by the steering committee also, is make sure that, you know, it's very public friendly. I guess I could have talked on the last one. There was also showing that secure parking that would be on grade. So there would still be a fenced area of secure parking that is adjacent to that ramp that goes down to the basement, which is the parking on site that you see there. So our main front door is actually on the south end of that leg coming towards us. Same side as the main City Hall entrance. So then just going up a next level, it's like second tier types of functions. Functions that don't have a lot of public interface, but functions within the police department that need to work together. So again, very, very organized in terms of it, as you can see with coloring, so you can see how the departments actually relate together or work together and relate within themselves. So then looking at the outside of the building, this being the south and west elevation, This would be the front door over to the right. Your current city hall is on the left. We took pieces and ideas of the city hall and incorporated that into this building. So this building would be of brick, mostly brick construction. It would have some of the same stone appliques that you've seen in court, along with that base, that strong base. But again, we didn't want to bring a lot of too many similar characteristics of the city hall because again, we want the city hall to stand out. This would be also the lobby right there in the high glass area. So here's a direct south view of the entrance to City Hall. That would be a two-story lobby on the left. You do see the City Hall on the left, and you see back behind you on the right is the return L section of the public safety building. So you would see 2 floors above grade, and then you would have that basement floor. So the next shot would probably show you how with the grade, how the building would be from that corner of Main Street. You can see City Hall off to the right, but again, downplaying this building a little bit so then it doesn't take away from City Hall, but brings the character to the whole campus. I believe that's it for the public safety. Guys, if I missed anything, you could.
Yeah. We can go through Public Works. So, as we discussed, or as Justin showed earlier, the Public Works facility is in a site that's not right down here at the main city center, but close and adjacent. The Public Works facility is designed to consolidate uses. The overall plan for it includes not only the Public Works, but also some of the back of house police functions such as evidence, vehicle storage, canines. It'll include an animal services facility. It'll include salt and sludge pits, salt storage, sludge pits, as well as a lot of storage associated with that. And in addition, a portion of the site is designed to be allocated toward a park, a 4-acre park. I think Brian will talk about that a little bit, but part of the analysis that we did regarding Public Works is because Harriman has such potential for growth, is really taking into account what you've got, and then how do we build it so that it's usable and functional and adequate for the next 20 years, 30 years. So a lot of design and discussion has gone forth with the city, with the steering committee to kind of figure out how to build it so that it works for now. Brian, did you want to talk a little bit about the site itself?
Yeah, I'm wondering, if we wanted to show that. Basically, we should note here that we're in Public Works, we're going to show a phase 1 consideration and a full build out consideration. You'll see that both in the site plans and in the building plans. And this was mainly because of immediate needs versus future needs or even current needs. So basically, this is showing a phase 1 of the site plan. So this is the actual layout of the site boundary, but it does show that this is a phase 1 development that considers the immediate needs for the police and public works buildings that you see up front, an impound lot that is police related, and then the rest of it kind of developed as needed just for this use at this time. Full build out would be, as you can see the difference when they change the slide, as such. So now this includes all the items that we have programmed for Public Works. Except for the fire station, we have allocated an area for the future fire station on this site, and that's shown there in the white. But otherwise, it shows the park on the north end, the sludge and salt on that north end. We do have this S road that is we've been asked to show as a future road that will go through that property, so we have to work with that street intersection. We also have the animal services on that end. And then everything that you saw in phase one, and again, this will make more sense when you see the plans and also the costs. I think Justin will share with you on the cost end. But you can see how additional areas are set up for the needs for the vehicle storage and the like that needs to be out of the weather. They're either non-conditioned or just heated buildings, so they're not as complex as the main buildings.
I think as we've touched just a couple of times before, the project is intended to be built as a phase one, and then future phases as needs become more immediate, as funding becomes available. Phase one is designed to include the south portion of the site, south infrastructure parking, the police building functions in addition to the police vehicles. I was speaking with Chief Carr and Cody, Deputy Chief. That's the immediate need that the police have. And then of course we have administrative facilities for the public works as well as the fleet maintenance shops, enclosed condition storage spaces that we have an immediate need for. Future pieces of the south part include canine spaces, canine training facilities, as well as vehicle enclosures. And then the north portion of the site can be constructed almost independently of the south portion, including, like Brian said, the park, the animal shelter, the sludge pits, the salt storage, fuel island, and then eventually the future fire station. So breaking it out like that has allowed us to kind of give it a kit of parts so we can build what needs to be built now, build in the future what needs to be built.
But this diagram also shows what things have to happen before other things happen. So it's not like we can just build an animal shelter. It has to have some support function to it. Along with said park would need parking and the like, but things like the pavilion could be phased in after that. So this helps us in terms of understanding and the city to understand what needs to come first.
As we showed in that last little snippet, it's designed to be phased. For the main building piece of it, it's broken down into several components: Public Works Administration, Police Administration, Police Evidence, and Police Vehicles. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We've kind of broken that down. This piece that you're looking at right now is the police evidence facilities. The PD has identified as this is one of the most immediate needs that they have. This part encompasses evidence intake, forensics, storage, and those components that are not able to be housed here at City Hall and are probably not to be housed at the future PD due to space requirements and the need for them to not necessarily be in the public eye. The intent is that this piece, although built in phase one, would not be modified at all in phase two, so it's built in here, which helps to mitigate some of that future phase work. Did I go backward? No, I didn't. Sorry. The intent for the police facility is for it to be one level below grade and then 2 stories up. The component that would be placed in the basement level of the police portion would be armory functions and then firearms testing for the PD. So spaces that don't necessarily need to be in the public eye, spaces that need to be sound isolated, we'd like to put down there because it's good space for them to be without disturbing the other functions within the building. The police facility, level 1, is going to be the most impacted by the phasing. So as you can see here, it's got a lot of office spaces at the outset, and then up in the wing, the horizontal leg, is the vehicles that are going to need to be housed there, including SWAT, motors, undercover vehicles, incident command trailers, and such. The intent for the level 1, phase 1 piece of the police is to keep as many functions there as possible, but to shell out the upper floor. So, excuse me. To shell the upper floor for future build. So some versatility there, but just kind of taking into account what we need now, what we need in the future. As I mentioned, the level 2 piece of the police is largely unoccupied. It'll be shelled, essentially, save upfront construction costs, but build the shell and the minimum infrastructure required for future build-out. Second phase for the police facility maintains all of the evidence components, all of the vehicle components, and 30% of the phase 1 functions in the police. As we build into phase 2, the offices will move upstairs, where real estate is open, good views, nice light, good collaboration spaces. And the future indoor training space for the canines will be located on the bottom, on main level, so that when outside agencies come in, they're not going into secure police space. The police, this police level 2, phase 2, we're utilizing a very consistent organizational structure to put offices around the perimeter, large spaces like lockers and training rooms in the middle, give people access to the outside view, just make it kind of a nice space to be. The Public Works facility is part of the same building as the police facility. We've designed it so that there's a shared lobby, shared training room, but then has separate facilities for Public Works versus police to allow for the levels of security that we need to have for such functions. Phase 1 will house the shared spaces, break rooms, space for events, but also all of the current managers, foremen, lead techs, and tech spaces for the immediate need. Similar to what we have on the police side, the Public Works facility will be largely shelled on the upper floor. Upper floor for the first phase does include a conference room, storage, some offices, and then some shelled space storage that will maintain its storage function as we go forward. As we move into phase 2 for the Public Works facilities, those shared functions that were there in the first place will maintain themselves there. The offices for foremen, managers, and directors will be relocated upstairs, and lead techs and technicians will backfill the offices that have been vacated. The intent is to not have to reconstruct anything moving forward, but through careful space planning, just be able to shuffle the people. This allows also for events to be on the main floor and stay intact throughout the build of the facility. Let them have access to the exterior where they need it for their function to be able to get in and out, access to their bulk storage, things like that. The upper floor in phase 2 of Public Works will be built out to house managers, directors, foremen, and then a considerable amount of future space for workspace needs that we haven't identified. Similar to the way that the police piece of it has been designed, the offices ring the perimeter, allowing natural light and views to all of the people that work there full time, and then we'll share light to the interior as we can. This strategy helps us build for the now, and based upon our projected needs that we've did in the programming piece of it, will accommodate for all of the staff requirements for the next 20 years. A leg coming off of this that is considered a separate building but is related to the administrative piece of this project is the shops facilities. This shops facility piece includes the fleet maintenance shops, the fleet office pieces, a considerable amount of storage space and work base for each of the different departments, including streets, signs, stormwater, water, facilities. I'm missing one. Events, parks. We've tried to design it so that it's got flexibility in use, giving wide open spaces that can be transferred from one department to the other as needs change, and then keeping enclosed pieces kind of together to allow for that future flexibility. Majority of this building will be constructed as conditioned. This end piece of it has the potential to not be conditioned for the immediate need now. So to save a little bit of work up front or some financial benefits, this can be constructed as warm-ish and lit, and then in the future, if the needs changed, be able to create it into completely conditioned space and add it to the shops. Brian, I'm going to let you talk about animal services, if you don't mind.
Okay. So in the programming of animal services, we learned about all the needs that the city needs, and it is pretty typical of an animal shelter. We have done various animal shelters before. So this organization came out fairly clean. It functions very well. It has a nice public lobby, and then it does have control to the different aspects within the building. Basically, this building is very difficult to phase. Pretty much any function that is shown in there is a needed function, and separation between certain functions and the way that they work are necessary. So it pretty much, an animal shelter, it is what it is, and it needs to pretty much stay functionality static. So I think that's about what we can say on that. You can see when you're looking at it all the different kennels and the like. That was a lot of help from Debbie and the departments. So the salt operation, again, that came from program, but it also came from us looking at what you have at your existing facility. Knowing what you had and what you need, we pretty much are trying to do the same thing that you have, just plan for the future. The same brine operation is going to maintain the same, but now we've increased the salt storage. As you know, you're overflowing your salt storage as it is right now. And in order to meet certain regulations, we would need to increase the size, but also to help you with future quantity. And the sludge pit facility was very detailed out by this department. Has a very specific way that this has to be processed. I know we won't get into the pieces and parts of it. It's a function that is necessary for the stormwater, and what we're seeing across in all cities is that stormwater is having a bigger and bigger need. You can start on this one, Erin.
Okay.
If you like.
When we started to look at what the exterior of this facility needed to look like, we wanted to make sure that it still looks like a Harriman building. Harriman has a very distinct identity. I know it's been a very big push for the city to maintain that identity as a cohesive nature across the city. We also wanted to take into account that this building is very functional, needs to be very durable, it's larger scale, and going into kind of those aspects of it, we tried to play with what the Harriman stone is, Harriman brick is, and bring new but similar materials in that would give it a very consistent look, but still make it durable, economical, and fit to use. So this perspective is looking from the corner of 129th and 56th. This is the corner of the Public Works Administration Building. You can see that there's that glass lobby piece in the middle of it. That's what divides the Public Works portion from the police portion of the building. This view is a little bit further to the west, where you're looking at the solid mass of the building being the police facility. Police typically have less glazing in them just because there's a more secure nature to that type of facility. You're getting the opposite view of that nice glass vertical lobby, still very inviting to the public because it is a public building. We don't want to create it to be something that people are uncomfortable going to because they want them to go there. And then this piece looks at it from 56.
56.
Thank you. As that eastern corner of the Public Works facility, but then you kind of get a view of what the shop interface is going to be. We'd like to carry the materials that we're using on the main public buildings through the shop's facility so that it doesn't look back of house. Make sure that we're durable and utilitarian without being a fortress or unpleasant. You can see that there's a white strip that's across the top of that shop's building between the kind of the tan masonry color and the dark brown. The intent is that that's translucent panels, bring a lot of natural light into that space and make it more functional, more aesthetic for the people that are working in there. This is another view from inside that yard toward the shop's facility. You can see it's going to be quite flexible on the interior based on the rhythm and the patterning of all of the openings across there. Once again, all of those translucent panels to bring a lot of natural light into the space. The intention...
So here's a...
Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Okay. So this is a concept view of what would be the animal shelter. Again, trying to take elements from what we do out at 129th and 56 with the Public Works and Police Building and bring some of that flavor into this. Why? Because this actually is sitting on a prominent corner also. If you recall back on the site plan, it is there on the corner of the S Road in 5600. So this actual view that we're seeing right there is actually to the north. And so 5600 is to your left in that view. But again, bringing the same materials in and you have that same flavor of Harriman and put that into the animal shelter also. And then this is a view in the S Road that would show the respective sludge pit on the left and the salt building on the right. These would be of a different type of construction. They have to be a much more durable construction for the vehicles that have to be part of that function. So again, we would have a very durable wainscot, as you would call, or the lower portion of that building. And then above that, we could use a metal building style so that we could also, again, be conscious to cost for these types of buildings. I think that runs the slideshow.
Would you like to?
If they have any questions that might be related to you.
I'd like to say thank you first. There's clearly been a fantastic amount of effort put in to putting these together. I'm very grateful for it. I know that I've said many times that public safety is our number one priority as this body, and this is one of those things that planning for the future is one of the things that goes into that. I would like to specifically call out the fact that I very much appreciate the phased approach that has been taken, specifically in the public works area, of building the space but not making it pretty, for example.
on those upper floors so that we have the room to expand. It's something that we did not do here at City Hall, and immediately saw that we had issues with space and with the need for growth. So having that designed in so that we can save the cost now on the construction of what's going in, but at the same time have it available to us later, I think is extremely wise, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into putting in a plan that serves our immediate needs, but also allows us to grow for the future. Are there any questions by the council in regards to this presentation? Obviously, this is an initial presentation. This is the first time the council's seen it in this detail. It will be a long process before and if and when this happens. But this is something that will eventually probably need to happen within the city. Any questions or comments?
Oh, just going, great job. Beautiful design elements, great thoughtfulness put into it. Just all around excellent work. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great job, thank you.
Anything else for us, Justin?
Yeah, I just have one more slide. I just wanted to show you the costs real quick, and we can just show you that as we get the presentation pulled up here.
Oh, man.
I think 1 year of Justin's salary will take care of a good chunk of it, so
probably-
we should be
you're probably
okay.
right. I would gladly give it up to build it, I'll say that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I didn't get one question or one comment about what a sludge pit is, so.
I did not want to ask it in this forum, but since you brought it up, what exactly is a sludge pit and what is it used for?
So as you know, we developed a stormwater department, and we set a fee to be able to pay for that. That comes as, like we've said, as an unfunded mandate that we have to follow, EPA rules, county health department rules. And basically, the sludge pit, we have our vac trucks that go out and clean the stormwater system. We have our sweepers. All of the material that's picked up by those machines and that equipment, it can't just be dumped. It has to go into a facility and properly drain the water out. It's similar to the thermal drying bread process. As we allow the water to drain out, it has to be controlled, and then we're able to rotate that material until it's dry enough that to save cost is get the water out, and then we have to haul it to a designated landfill, similar to what Councilmember Smith was talking about with the sewer district. So essentially that will be what that function is our vac trucks and sweepers will go in there, be able to dump that material, clean them, and then that facility will also house that equipment. So we're not building a separate building to house them, that will house them as well, so it's climate controlled as well. So trying to save costs on having that building function is two functions. So this is for the public safety building. Like we said, we had Layton Construction involved to help us with, constructability and discussions through that process. But then they also gave us cost estimates, as well as GSBS had another firm, Parametrics. As you can see, the cost estimates are fairly close there, and so that is $2,021. So I want to point out that obviously you're well aware that every year we go forward is potentially cost us more money. Layton has mentioned that they're seeing, on average a 4% increase. And this year, costs over the last several months have increased quite substantially on steel and those types of things. So at any rate, that they wanted to make sure that we pointed that out.
So we're looking at every year delay of $800 to $1,000 to $1 million.
Yeah, you have the potential of that.
Potential.
And I'll bring that back to you and have a spreadsheet that kind of calculates that out in future discussions. And this is for the Public Works facility. As we mentioned, we have a phased approach to this. As you can see, the phase one there. We're also, fairly close on dollars between Parametric and Layton, being in that $24 to $23 million, with the future phase as being, an additional $15 to $18 million. So at any rate, we know that this is a high cost, and we'll take some good discussions before we move forward, but we at least wanted to bring that to your attention. So any other questions?
Thank you for presenting that and giving that. That's just for phase one. If we did that, it's $44 million. That's a
nice big chunk of change. So,
I told you about a year's worth of
yeah,
his salary.
of his salary will do it. Yeah, but obviously that's something that we'll need to continue to have discussions regarding and deciding how this council might address moving forward. But for those who've put this together, it is fantastic. Thank you very much. With that, we are going to move on to the most enjoyable part of our meeting that is coming up, which is to listen to our attorney talk to us about the Open and Public Meetings Act.
You could have just left it at listening to our attorney.
Listening to our attorney is a fantastic thing. We love Chase. And
Would it be inappropriate to make a motion to time limit this to like 6 minutes?
As much as I would like to, the state mandates.
I'll tell you this much: I'm trying to channel my inner Heidi. I didn't have any German pancakes for dinner to really energize myself, so I'm gonna have to dig deep. Rely on this Red Bull that I pounded before the meeting. So, as Mayor mentioned, though, this is a state requirement that public bodies within the state of Utah receive training on the Open and Public Meetings Act. This is that training. There are no requirements, however, about what needs to be included in there. It's been my practice just to kind of go through from a 20,000-foot view and touch on the things that I think are important for us just to be reminded of. Fortunately, I haven't seen any issues with our meetings, from noticing those meetings to conducting those meetings to the procedure within those meetings. There's nothing that I think we need to point out and touch on as being violations of this public body. So that's a good thing. That doesn't negate the requirement to have the training, so that's what we're going to do now. And hopefully it will go pretty quickly, Councilmember Shields. Just a few things that I do want to touch on, again, would be the purpose of the Open and Public Meetings Act training, a few definitions that I think are important, some of the general rules of our meeting, the notice requirements that Jackie does so great at complying with, the agenda requirements, the minutes and the recordings of the meetings, the procedure and the process for having closed meetings, electronic meetings, which have taken a new significance for us kind of in this last year, and I think going forward will be a much more significant part of public meetings. And then just a few unresolved questions and some final notes about the Open and Public Meetings Act. The City Council is a public body as defined in the Open and Public Meetings Act. This statute also applies to our Planning Commission and really a few other bodies within the city. Our HCC, the CDRA body, any public body is subject to the Open and Public Meetings Act. The statutory purpose, and again, this is defined by the legislature, is public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. And all of that should be done openly. We often use the word transparency. That's not listed specifically within the Open and Public Meetings Act, but that's the general idea, is that things be done transparently and in the open. A few of the important definitions, again, not all of them, but just a few that I think are important to touch on are, one, electronic meetings. I'm going to talk about this in a little more detail in just a few slides here, but essentially what that is, it's any meeting, regardless of how many people are present from the public body, that's conducted through electronic means. We are having an electronic meeting right now, even though all of the members of our public body are present. A meeting, it's important to define what is a meeting. Anytime we have a quorum, so a majority of the public body present, and they're there to take action on items over which they have authority, we are under the Open and Public Meetings Act convening a meeting. The public body, again, which you all are, is, and I'll just read it because it's invigorating, and I'll do it in my best Heidi way that I can here. It's an administrative, advisory, executive, or legislative body, which applies to you, of the state or its political subdivision, which Harriman City is, that is created by the Utah Constitution, state or statute, rule, ordinance, or resolution, consists of 2 or more persons, expends, disperses, or is supported in whole or in part by tax revenue, and is vested with the authority to make decisions regarding the public's business. So that very wordy definition applies to you. You are a public body. And then a quorum, as we all know, is just simply a majority of the members of this public body, which again would be 3. So the general rule of the Open and Public Meetings Act is that every meeting, and we've defined what that is, every meeting is open to the public, unless it's closed, which we'll talk about in a little bit more detail here in just a minute. The simple notice requirements, again, which Jackie does an awesome job of making sure that we comply with, are that we provide at least 24 hours notice of any of our meetings. We, as a city, have just determined that we're going to give at least 5 days. So our meetings are held on Wednesdays. The Thursday evening before the meeting, we actually post our agenda, which provides all of the statutory required items. And I think that's great. It's a great policy, allows the council additional time to review those items, and also gives the public additional time to review those items, make arrangements so that they can attend the meetings. Again, the minimum requirement is just 24 hours, but we go above and beyond that. The notice, and this is a kind of a broad term, the notice of our meetings must include the actual agenda, the date of the meeting, the time that it's going to be held, and where it will be held, and if we're going to be conducting an electronic meeting, have some information about how an individual can tune into the electronic portion of the meeting. Again, Jackie does an awesome job of making sure all of that's checked off. She sends it to us, and it's perfect just about every week. It is perfect every week, Jackie. We'll give you that.
Don't you dare question Jackie.
I know.
She's
I know.
always
I
right.
looked at her and she gave me the eye.
Not just about, it is.
Right. So with, this is one that I like to just go into a little more detail on, because it does come up from time to time, and in my tenure here with the city, there have been a few times where we've stopped ourselves and said, are we getting off track, right, with what's on the agenda? So the Open and Public Meetings Act requires that the agenda that is posted as part of our notice include enough information that the public has some information about what's going to be discussed. This isn't just for items that we're taking action on. It's for any item that is going to be talked about, presented, considered, even if it's just on our consent agenda. All of that needs to be listed in enough detail and specificity that the public can have a clue about what's going on. There are a few exceptions. One in particular that's important, and that is if during, say, for instance, the public comment portion of our meeting, someone brings up an issue that the council feels like warrants discussion, you can have a discussion on that item. If you choose, you're not required to, but you can have a discussion on that item, make some direction to staff. However, no action can be taken. So you cannot make any motions and approve any items that are not listed on the agenda for action. But again, if you feel like it's important, based upon some feedback from a public member, to discuss an item that's not on the agenda, you can in fact do that. Let me go back to this one real quick. So, and the only reason why is I think it's important.
Come on, Heidi.
What's that?
Come on, Heidi.
I know, right? I think it's important to say that doesn't limit us to only talking about items that are specifically identified on the agenda, because there are things that are germane to a discussion that may not be captured within the one sentence description of that item. And it's hard to draw a hard and fast rule about what is germane and what isn't. I think we know it when we approach it. And I've been, again, involved in discussions with this body where someone has said, hey, I think we're getting a little off course here. Why don't we table this discussion or rein it back in? And that's absolutely appropriate. I think each one of you, the authority is given to the mayor to do that as the chair of the body, but each one of you are also authorized and should, in fact, do that if you feel like a discussion is getting a little too off course. Under the Open and Public Meetings Act, there is a requirement that minutes and recordings be taken. Again, this is something that falls on Jackie's shoulders, and she does a great job of doing this. The recording of the meeting, it has to be unedited, so from start to finish, no changes can be made, and it records all of the open portion of the meeting. The Open and Public Meetings Act also allows anyone else to come in and record the meeting. They can come in and make a recording. It is not the official recording of the meeting, but people are authorized to come in and make whatever recordings they would like of the meetings. One important distinction, and this is relevant for attorneys in particular when it comes to litigating issues that are discussed during a meeting or actions that are taken during a meeting, is the recording is not the official record of the meeting. The official record of the meeting is actually the minutes that you approve each week. And that brings up the, reminding you of the importance of going through those minutes and when you do approve them on the consent agenda. Because years from now, after the recording may be deleted, based upon the retention schedule of the city, what we go back to when we're looking at what happened at the meeting is the minutes. And so the minutes become the official record of the meeting. So again, it is important that as you go through that, you assure that not everything is captured, but the decisions and the discussions had and made at the meeting do reflect the actual intent of the city. There are a few different types of recordings and minutes that are made of the meeting. There's the pending minutes, the approved minutes, the audio recordings, and then what we call the electronic materials, which are just the packet items. The pending minutes can be released after 30 days or released within 30 days of the meeting. And again, they are not the official record of the meeting. Someone can take that just to get a feel for what occurred at the meeting, but they cannot be used to hold the city accountable for decisions that were made. The approved minutes, as I just discussed, are the official record of the meeting. The audio recordings help determine what the intent of the city was, but those aren't kept indefinitely. Those are eventually deleted. I don't know what our retention schedule is on those. 3 years? 3 years, the recordings are kept. So after that time, the approved minutes are all that we have to determine what occurred at the meeting. And then again, the electronic materials, the packet items become part of the public record under the Open and Public Meetings Act. So this is my favorite portion of the discussion. That's the closed meetings. So one of the things that I like to remind public bodies is that closed meetings are not required under the Open and Public Meetings Act. They're simply permitted, right? If we look at what the purpose of the Open and Public Meetings Act is, it's to do all of the people's business in the open. If we can accomplish that by discussing about some of these things that we're permitted to talk about in a closed meeting, we may make that determination, right? We may say, this is something that's important enough for us to discuss in an open meeting, even though we're permitted under law to talk about it in a closed meeting. It doesn't happen all the time, but it is an option that you have as a public body. A few of those items, I'm not going to go through all of them for which you may hold a closed meeting, that are familiar to us particularly is the discussion of character, professional competence, or physical and mental health of an individual, and then strategy sessions to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Those are two reasons we go into closed meetings a lot. A third would be, and this is especially applicable in Harriman, is to discuss the transactions involving land. There are two distinctions that are important to be made here between when we're talking about closed meetings to discuss the transactions involving land. Under the Open and Public Meetings Act, you can go into a closed meeting to discuss the purchase, exchange, and lease of real property without the requirement that you bring that back to the public body or to the public meeting, right? We as staff can receive direction from you in that closed meeting regarding the purchase, exchange, or lease of property. With the sale of property, however, there is a requirement under the Open and Public Meetings Act that after a discussion in a closed meeting, before the sale is completed with that land, the terms of that sale have to be publicly disclosed before the public body actually approves the sale. So you come back out of the closed meeting, I would draft a resolution or an ordinance, we would approve a contract perhaps regarding the sale of public property, right? This would be property that the city would own that we would be disposing of. And that is actually consistent with our surplus requirements as well. So what we have as procedure administratively within the city complies with the requirements of the Open and Public Meetings Act. Procedurally going into a closed meeting, again, you have to have a majority present of the public body. You can't have a closed meeting without actually having a public meeting first. And 2/3 of the members actually present at the meeting would have to vote to go into a closed meeting. This is different than most of the decisions that are made by a public body, which only require a majority. We would have to have 2/3 of the public body.
Which for this body is 4 members.
We would have to have 4 people vote to go into a closed meeting.
And
4 were
it's-
present, it would be 3. 3, we would have to have 2 vote. So. And again, this is something Jackie does a great job of. The agenda actually has to state that there may be a potential closed meeting and the reasons why the public body would go into a closed meeting. So we list, for instance, to discuss the reasonably or potentially imminent litigation, or to discuss the character or competence of an individual. That would be listed specifically on our agenda and is also made in the motion to go into a closed meeting. One more item really quick. No, And this is something where the city attorney comes into play, deciding what can and what cannot be decided within a closed meeting. The statute explicitly prohibits the council from making any decision, approving any ordinances, resolutions, rules, regulations, contracts, or appointments. Again, generally what we see is a consensus made and then direction given to staff to act in a certain manner. That's appropriate within a closed meeting. None of those other items would be, you wouldn't take a vote on those items. You would bring that back out into a public meeting after the confidential terms had been discussed within the closed meeting. And then with regard to keeping a recording of the public meeting, we don't have to take minutes, but we are required, you can take minutes if you'd like. Our practice within the city is just to take a recording of the meeting, of the closed meeting, unless it's to discuss the competence of an individual. We do not keep a recording of any closed meeting where we discuss the competence of an individual, but we are required by statute to have the mayor sign an affidavit at the end of the meeting saying that is all we talked about. So. Again, quickly on electronic meetings, we are holding an electronic meeting now. There are a few changes to the electronic meeting requirements that have been made by the legislature within the last year or so. And a few of those are, I'm just going to touch on the anchor location requirement. As a city, we can have an electronic meeting as long as we have one individual located at our anchor location, which would be our city hall. We've done that in the past. We've done that with other special meetings where the mayor or Councilmember Shield or Councilmember Henderson will show up and be present at the anchor location where the public can also come, but the rest of the council is located remotely and participating through electronic means.
Chase, is that state policy or is that our internal policy?
Both.
Okay.
Yes. The anchor location requirement is state statute. That was imposed by the legislature. There is currently an order in place that allows us to waive that anchor location requirement. And that's my next slide here, where the chair, so the mayor in our case, can make a finding that convening a public meeting where individuals are present poses risks, poses health risks. And he can make a written finding based upon some articulable facts, like there's a spike in cases or there's a flood, whatever it might be that we can point to and say it's not safe for us to hold a meeting for this reason. We can make a written finding and everyone can convene remotely with no anchor location requirement. That is only good for 30 days, right? So we can't just do that broad sweepingly and have the rest of our meetings conducted remotely, right? That's only good for 30 days and it would have to be, there would have to be a new finding every 30 days on that.
And then, Chase, just a quick question. If that was the case, that it was determined that we weren't going to have an anchor location, that would then, my understanding is that would then need to be publicly basically read and announced at the start of the meeting every time that we do that. Is that
That's
correct?
right. Yep. Every public meeting you held within that 30-day window would have to have that statement read at the beginning of it. And part of our notice would state that we're not having any anchor location and that the public can participate through whatever electronic means we determine.
Thank you.
Yep. And then just a few really unresolved questions of law. These aren't GRAMA specific, but they do fall within that umbrella, I think, and I feel it's important to list it as your attorney. The use of personal cell phones, this has come to light within our state with the Salt Lake School Board, right, among others. There's allegations that text messages have been sent between members of the public body, or even between members of the public body. There's no finding within the state of Utah that that's prohibited, right? There have been cities throughout the country that have found an internal policy or made an internal policy and adopted that to say, we're just not going to use our electronic devices to communicate during a public meeting. I'm not making a recommendation either way. I would like to raise that issue and discuss it in line with my next bullet, which is the access to records under either GRAMA or the Open and Public Meetings Act. And as you well know, your communications are subject to disclosure under GRAMA. Your communications regarding city business are subject to disclosure under GRAMA when a request is made. However, under the Open and Public Meetings Act, your communications when you are convened as a body are ostensibly public, right? And there needs not be a request for that to be released or made or to be disclosed. Again, there's no finding that your text messages are part of the public record if they're made when a body is convened, when a quorum is convened for a meeting, but it's something to consider. I sense that this will change in the future. I sense that given the use of electronic devices during public meetings and some of what we've seen in the last few months with regard to text messages being sent between a public body, that may change. So again, I don't have any recommendation. I'm just saying it's something.
But what you're saying is, while we're in meeting, if we are communicating electronically outside of the, like that is essentially public information, and our grandma request is not needed to have a member of the public request it. Is that what you're saying?
I think my analysis would be, we have to look at what a meeting is. A meeting is when we have a quorum present. And what is the purpose of a meeting? It's to discuss the people's business. And the purpose of the Open and Public Meetings Act is to discuss the people's business in open. So if what we're doing is not in the open, I don't know that we're fulfilling the purpose of the Open and Public Meetings Act. And there may be a chance that if someone were to challenge, try to receive those records, that a judicial finding may come down that, yes, those are part of the record of the public meeting. That would be my legal analysis. Again, that's not, I may just be the only attorney in Utah that's out there, right? Thinking
You're welcome
this.
to see my wife's text, who I haven't seen,
yeah,
since,
right.
who I haven't seen since yesterday. So.
No, that's a great point, Councilmember Henderson, because I gave this presentation to the Planning Commission, and they said that, well, what if we need to text family? Or, I mean, there may be text messages that are appropriate between the public body that have nothing to do with the business that's being conducted. And so that's why I'm not making a recommendation, because it's hard to draw parameters that say this is appropriate.
Just so everybody
this isn't.
knows, every once in a while I text Wendy to turn the temperature down because it's too hot in here. So feel free to request that. I'll happily provide it.
Second that motion.
So, and again, no recommendation. It is something that comes up quite often with public bodies, generally when something hits the fan, right? It's not that this is an issue with people. It's, well, what is this public body talking about when they're looking at their phones, when they're typing on their computers? What is it that's being discussed when we're here together as a quorum having a public meeting? So, any other questions on that? Again, no recommendations. Just thought I'd let you know that is something that
we want recommendations.
no.
Thank you.
And then just a few final things. With regard to reasonable accommodations, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, we are required to make reasonable accommodations for anyone that comes, has usually it's hearing-related issues.
Which we have devices present and
We do.
available as needed.
One thing I would also recommend, even though we have these devices present, there is awesome technology that allows dictation to happen in real time, that people can, have the technology on their devices that allows that to happen on their computer, and essentially closed captioning technology. It does require, however, that people speak clearly, that they not speak over one another. And so even though, right, yeah, and that's difficult in this day and age with the requirements that we have. Right? But doing those things may alleviate the need to provide a reasonable accommodation for someone who may not need one if we were simply to speak in turn, speak clearly, speak into the microphone. So those types of things are important. Also, with regard to disruptive behavior, there's two forms of disruptive behavior. Disruptive behavior by the council, and then disruptive behavior by the participants or the public of the meeting. The mayor alone, without a vote of the council, can have someone removed, have one of the public removed for disruptive behavior. It takes a vote of the council, a majority vote of the council, to remove one of the other members of the public body for disruptive behavior. It'll never happen in Harriman. We're fortunate, but that is authorized under the state code and our own rules of procedure. And then voiding a public meeting, again, if we fail to abide by any of the terms of the Open and Public Meetings Act, it's likely, or it's possible, that any decisions made or any actions taken at the meeting that were held in violation of the Open and Public Meetings Act can be voided by a judicial finding. So the consequences are significant, right? And that can happen years in advance, not just a few weeks down the road. I mean, and this goes back to the minutes of a meeting. Someone can challenge a land use decision or a legislative decision made by this body 5 years down the road, as long as the statute of limitations is not run, and that decision can be reversed if there's a finding that the Open and Public Meetings Act was violated in some way. So Jackie's role in this is huge, and she did, like I said, does a great job of making sure that we fulfill all of those notice requirements, that we're meeting all of these. It's really minutia, but that we're complying with all of it.
So I'm just curious, would the actual finding to void a public meeting, where does that burden lie, and is it just a judicial decision?
It would be, yeah.
In determining what that threshold is?
Right. They would look at what were the requirements of the Open and Public Meetings Act in place at that time, right? Because this is a changing document, and the requirements change all the time. They would look at what those requirements were at the time that the meeting was held. Did they comply with all of those? And that's why we keep records of all of that.
Gotcha.
And then if we didn't, the judge could find in that case that you violated the Open and Public Meetings Act.
So that would fall under the judicial discretion.
Right, yeah, there we go. There it comes again. And same principle applies with the closed meeting, right? You see this a lot more often. You don't see a lot of challenges to a general meeting violating the Open and Public Meetings Act, but you do see this from time to time with a closed meeting. Someone challenging, I want to know what was discussed in this closed meeting. Procedurally, how that works is, again, it would happen under a judicial proceeding. The judge in the case would take the matter under advisement and review it in camera and make a determination without presenting to the public, without presenting to the person requesting it, whether or not the discussion in a closed meeting complied with the requirements of permissible discussion for a closed meeting. If it's found to violate the requirements, the entire closed meeting portion can be made public. And so that's one of the consequences of violating the closed meeting portion of the Open and Public Meetings Act. The judge can also just say, no, I'm going to release this portion for context, and the rest of it remains closed. So it could be all or a portion of it be made public and taken out of that closed meeting protection.
In the case of, again, where you've already mentioned talking about personal competence, where there's no recording or minutes of the meeting, only a signed affidavit, I guess that's all the judge would have to go by without knowing exactly what's discussed in there, short of what, actually bringing in the participants and questioning them?
Right, likely a deposition, right? It could
Gotcha.
it could be a closed proceeding where these individuals are questioned in court about the nature and context of the discussion. So
Basically, just don't violate it.
that is correct. Well, and
That would be the easiest.
yeah, I should mention too that there are criminal penalties for violating the closed meeting requirements. It's a Class B misdemeanor to speak about, privileged items discussed in a closed meeting. Not with everyone, but with people who are not present at the meeting. And that's it. So again, channeled my best, Heidi. I hope she's not listening, because I did not.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
I did not make
I
her
think you
proud.
need about
I'm
8
sure.
more Red Bulls.
That's
That will
probably it.
get you there.
I drank that one too early, far too early.
Maybe next time you can have Heidi coach you ahead of time.
I know, I needed it. So unless you have any other questions, that's all I have, Council.
Yeah, we look forward to our training certificates on this. So excited.
Thank you, Jason.
Jackie, did you get that?
And box checked. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We will move on to item 8, which is our consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
I vote yes, that motion passes. Item 9.1, discussion and consideration of an ordinance authorizing a zoning amendment request by Judge Messenger, applicant on behalf of Academy Village Land Holdings LLC, which is the property owner in Laramie City, which is also a property owner, to add the VMU Village Mixed Use Overlay Zone to 48.45 acres of contiguous property located approximately at 4002 West Real Vista Drive and 14752 South Academy Parkway. Michael, and
Thank you very much. And as the council knows, this is an item that's been on your agenda a number of times and for various reasons. We had a briefing on this item on February 10th, 2 weeks ago. And this item is up for potential action tonight. We created a new ordinance, this new mixed-use overlay zone, the VMU overlay zone, to allow for commercial development to have a more competitive sign package for large mixed-use projects that have at least 40 contiguous acres. And this is now the location where we're trying to apply that VMU overlay. Again, this does not modify, or I shouldn't say modify, it does not replace the base zone. The base zone would still be applicable here. It's just an overlay zone that we're adding to this property. A little more detail of this property. Again, it's contiguous, and in the ordinance, it says that contiguous can include a public street. So although this property is divided by Real Vista Drive, it still meets the definition of a contiguous zone. And both of these properties together satisfy that minimum acreage requirement. We included in the draft ordinance for your consideration the legal description that was drawn from recorded plats for this property. We had engineering review those legal descriptions as well to verify them. As we discussed 2 weeks ago, the Planning Commission has recently reviewed a first phase development within Pod 35, which is within this proposed VMU overlay. This phase 1 is being anchored by a grocery store, which is the Lee's Marketplace. And then on either side of the grocery store, there are some inline stores as well as you can also see a couple of out parcels that are separate from the store. This is a concept sign plan that was submitted, is just for a point of reference or a conversation to illustrate what kinds of things could be done if the VMU overlay were approved and applied to property. We shared these images with the Planning Commission. Again, this is conceptual. If this VMU overlay were applied to this property, the next step in the process is to essentially process a conditional use permit request that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and part of that request, there would be a master sign plan. So again, all of these sign details would go back to the Planning Commission. They would review that for compliance with the VMU overlay. It includes both freeway-oriented signs for Mountain View Corridor, as well as monument signs and wayfinding signs within the center. Planning Commission reviewed this following a public hearing. They voted 5-0 to recommend approval. City Council is the decision-making body on this request. Staff has also recommended approval of the proposal. Any questions for me? I know the applicant is here tonight, if you have any questions for him as well.
I know we've gone at this quite a bit. Were there, in that vote, was there any concerns brought up by the Planning Commission, or was it a straight approval?
I believe we did mention last time that we do have one member of our Planning Commission who was concerned about the kind of the busyness or the effect of some of the signage, perhaps that the text might be too small to be effective if we have too many tenants on one sign. That is not a standard that is regulated by the VMU overlay. The developer is working with a sign company who studies visibility and readability. They're convinced that they have a standard that will be effective in the marketplace. So they obviously want the signage to be readable and be able to direct traffic to tenants within the center. So I know that they are trying to pay attention to that as well, very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the council at this time? Any discussion?
No.
I'll accept the motion.
Based on some editing by Jackie here, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Thank you.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2021-07, authorizing a zoning map amendment to apply the village mixed-use overlay zone to 48.45 acres of property located at 4002 West Real Vista Drive and 14752 South Academy Parkway.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. All right, we move on to item 9.2. If I understand correctly, 9.2 and 9.3 are the same property, so I assume we will act on them separately, but discuss kind of both of them at the same time.
So, Mayor, thank you. I actually did ask our city attorney whether or not I could present both items sequentially and ask the council for separate motions. He actually had recommended that I make one presentation, allow you to make a motion on that first, and then make the second presentation, if that's okay.
Yeah, but he's not here right now. No, I'm just kidding.
I tried to shorten it. He said, no.
So just for the audience, and for those paying attention to be aware, item 9.2 and 9.3 are the same property. They are different specific parts of an approval process, which is why they're separate items, because they both require action from this body. So we'll start with 9.2. Discussion and consideration of an ordinance authorizing the general plan amendment requested by Jeff Neal on behalf of the Reserve at Sky Ranch LLC to amend the future land use map from 31.9 acres of low-density residential to 30.4 acres of agriculture residential and 1.5 acres of commercial located at approximately 13374 South Rose Canyon Road.
Thank you. And as the mayor mentioned, they are both interdependent. What we're seeking is to align the general plan and the zoning map for this particular property. This is the timeline for the project. Again, this has been reviewed by the Planning Commission in a public hearing, and the City Council was briefed on this issue 2 weeks ago on February 10th. The amendment is, again, a request to amend 30.4 acres that is currently agricultural residential and amend the future land use map to have 1.5 acres of commercial on the corner of this property, which we'll show on a map. And then the balance of that property would be agricultural. The subject property, our vicinity map. And then a little closer, you can see this is the actual general plan map. The yellow area, or this kind of more beige or this light tan area, is all low-density residential. But the zoning for this property is currently agricultural. So in considering a potential rezone to from an A1 to 8.25, technically, in order for those two plans to be in a line, this should be agricultural residential, which you can see there is this light green on this map. You can see the key in the upper right-hand corner of the map. That is the agricultural residential zone. So if it's our intention as a city to try and foster more agricultural zones in this part of the city, then we should be changing this general plan map to agricultural residential and not keeping it residential as it is currently master planned or general planned. A zone that would be consistent with this single-family residential would be some type of an R zone, R115, R143, something like that.
Quick question on that,
Yes,
Michael.
please.
The same map, you say that, but at the same time, everything around it
That's his next map.
is.
You're right. So the rest of it is still that residential, right? So this would be something that I think we would, if the council agrees with the applicant's request, that this really is more the direction of the city, that we want to try and address more agricultural residential in this area, I think we would address the balance of this property in the general plan update that we're working on. We would probably look at changing the rest of this area around it, or at least some of it, to agricultural residential, right? Because we're signaling that we want to do something different here than what's on the general plan.
Kind of my point. I don't want to just pick one out of everything else.
Well, and if we go to the next slide, it shows kind of what's already there, which a lot of it is agriculture.
Agricultural, right. We do have some residential R115 to the north, as you can see on this map. But a lot of the property around it is agricultural.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we do have
south of it.
commercial east of 5600 there. Yeah. Oh, please.
Michael, can I ask a question? I'm hoping you might be able to articulate this clearly for me. It sounds like the issue here is that the zoning and the general plan are not in agreement with each other.
They're not
regarding
aligned,
this property.
right.
So we either need to change the general plan to match the zoning or change the zoning to match the general plan. Is that really the only issue that we are trying to address here?
No.
No.
Well, so
They're asking for an
so
increase
the
in density.
current zone.
That's what I'm trying to get articulated here.
So the current zone is A1,
Got it.
right? And the zoning is what sets the development standards, or it's the law. Like, how do you develop this property? You develop it in the A1 format, which requires 1 acre lots as a minimum.
Right.
So a developer comes to the city and is saying, I would like to essentially downzone this property. The A1 zone really is been used as a holding zone. We essentially have said, we don't really know what we want to have happen here in the future, or we're not ready to commit to another development pattern right now. So we have it zoned A1. Now, if you look at our general plan, it is saying our vision for this property in the future is low-density residential, 1.8 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. But it's a residential zone, not an agricultural zone. So if somebody's talking with us about rezoning that property, we should be saying, okay, submit a rezone request, but submit an R zone. Because that's what the general plan is calling for, a residential zone, not an agricultural
So if they want
zone.
to change it, it should follow
So-
the general plan.
So they went from an A1, that's what they're asking for. They have an A1 now, they want to do A.25. Which again, that does seem to be what this community prefers. It seems jarring to go from an A1 to, let's say, an R115 or an R1, 23 or something like that. It seems like that's not what we want.
Realistically, though, what's the difference between the two that are in the general plan? Low-density residential versus agricultural.
There is some agricultural
residential.
rights that are talked about in the A zone.
So this is the question, right? So if there are larger lots, like the ones that, looks like almost all of them that border this property are much larger, were those mostly 1 acre? Right, so those people developed, under the A1.
You mean
On at least a half acre or larger, on the west.
Yeah.
On a half acre or larger, you can have up to 2 large animals. Smaller than that, you can't, right? You can have chickens, one or 2 goats or something like that,
Only a few dogs and 2 ferrets.
right? Then you fall under all of that. So the second thing that's being asked for, at least from what I can tell, is a much higher density, which negates most of those things, right? The agricultural aspect, and in fact, is a higher density than the low density residential that was contemplated in the general plan.
And I appreciate you saying that, Jared, and that's what I was wanting to get articulated, so that as a body, we're all understanding what the ultimate question is here and what the right answer is. It seems to me that I get the agricultural ask, right? But if the
And it sounds
development
good.
itself doesn't lend itself to an agricultural functionality, or really functions to give access to those agricultural rights, then the question that remains, should a residential rezone be the appropriate action here or not? And that's fundamentally what I think the question we have to get to is.
So my question for you, Steve, and this is an honest, seek to understand question, is the concern the agriculture rights, or is the concern the fact that they could possibly go to a higher density if they meet all the bonus density requirements?
All of the above.
Okay.
Well, I think we could do a zoning condition on
Well,
the,
so that's my
on the
next question.
density.
Can we do a
And
zoning
I
condition on
think
the
that,
density?
I don't think that they're there with it. What's the overall density on the subdivision?
So they're basically half-acre lots. And we had included, I think, in the next presentation, there's information about
They just
zoning
won't let us
conditions.
look at it yet.
Then why are they asking for quarter acre, A25, 10,000 square feet minimum?
Because there's a lot of them that aren't, but there's.
They're not all half acre.
Yeah, it's a variety.
There's some that are in that range.
Pretty
between
much
quarter and half, yeah.
everything that borders the 1 acre lots are half acre, so it does transition.
There's a transition, yeah.
And then there really isn't, well, some of them are 0.28, so, but there's really not any of them that go smaller than about.
Well, the zoning condition is what was on my mind, so you guys are.
Yeah, and again, that's the next
And we can
piece.
do that in the
Yeah,
next one, yep.
right.
But back to the agricultural point, I see that whole area, pretty much, everything south of there is A25, it is agriculturally zoned
I
already
agree.
and developed at that. And so it's like it makes sense because it's in harmony with that. There are things, I met with a lady the other day that we're going to start chugging through our, because I think our agricultural zoning issues, I think we have issues there, our ordinances there, and so we're going to start chugging through. But when we think about agriculture, this lady created her whole backyard as a garden. Yeah, I mean, it's intense, and she wants to have like alpacas listed as a medium-sized animal so she can keep a couple of them back there because they are medium-sized. People have dogs much bigger than an alpaca.
I do.
Yeah, right? And so I'm just saying that, but right now, if we just call it a residential, she can't really be able to do that. But if it's an agriculture,
No, I totally agree. My point
be
was
able to do that.
for the public that's watching, that every time one of these things come up, you guys know my thing is if you're asking for more, right, why should you get it? Yep. And I know that as we get further in the conversation, we'll show the map and all that kind of stuff. But for those that are watching that haven't been part of the conversation, they don't know that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So what I'm trying to unmask is sometimes we get these requests that are agricultural, but they're so small that, to Steve's point, like, you're not gonna have any of those uses, right? And I mean, a 10,000 square foot lot, and these are always gross numbers, right? Take out the street, take out the sidewalk, you end up with almost no yard.
Yeah,
by the time that's done. So
Right.
I just want to head that
We have
up
definitely
front as we
seen-
go into the rest of this conversation.
We have definitely seen agricultural requests so that they can get that extra 0.2 units per acre, gives them, a couple extra lots in their development, right? We've seen that and we understand why that happens. I don't believe that's the case in this because these are good sized lots. This is a really needed
That's going ahead.
inventory
We've
in
cut
our
Michael off
community,
of that part, but I just want to make sure that that's well stated as we go into that.
I can appreciate that. I understand why that's important for you to have that on the record. If I may, I'll just finish this presentation. We included an exhibit of the subdivision. This has been pending the outcome of these requests tonight. This would go back to the Planning Commission for a hearing. We will renotice the neighborhood. The hearing was held open the last time this appeared before the Planning Commission. So again, we're trying to have a general plan and a zoning map that are aligned. If this general plan request was approved by the City Council and the subsequent rezone would be approved as well, they would be consistent with one another. This again is the exhibit that was included in your packet, including the commercial corner. And the Planning Commission, following a hearing, recommended 6-0 to recommend approval for this general plan amendment.
So I'm going to step in here because to me, these two items are linked, and I'm going to look at Chase because we want to make sure that while we are looking at them one at a time, for me, one impacts the other. And so are we fine to talk about 9.3 before we take action on 9.2?
So Michael and I actually talked about this very issue. You're able to do that. The question is, are we able to clearly distinguish between the items, even though they're related? The discussion is significant if an appeal were to be made, right, of a decision. I think for purposes of this item, these items, and even general practice moving forward, if they are listed as two separate items, even if they're related, it would be best practice to treat them separately.
Okay.
And discuss them separately and vote on them separately.
So can we talk about zoning conditions? Because I would have to vote no to 9.2 if I can't talk about zoning conditions.
You can, right? As long as the distinction is clear in your discussions of, even though it's a separate item, right? The discussion and the decision we made based upon item 9.2 is based upon this discussion that we had. The decision that we made and the presentation that was given and our final outcome for 9.3 was based upon this discussion. The presentation by Michael isn't as significant, no offense to Michael, not as significant as the discussion that leads to the decision, right?
So,
but there's a issue here, right? Is that we're talking about general plan and zoning amendments, right? Neither of those are the plat. Neither of those are what are there's a presentation being made as to this is what our intent is, but we're we're debating entitling property that could lead to something very different than what is currently proposed. So to Jared's point, he's looking at considering zoning conditions that would essentially make what's being presented as the reason for these more likely to happen. Right? I mean, that's what we're ultimately trying to get to.
So, Michael, in regards to this specific item, 9.2, it is my opinion that a 8.25 would be consistent with what we have generally planned in the area, and that I believe that moving forward, we should make an adjustment to our future general plan changes to show that area as agriculture, not as low density or low density. If I remember correctly, when that got put back on in 2014, and this is taking it way back, and I could be completely wrong, I think there was a desire by the council at that time to make everything low residential. They just took anything that wasn't encumbered, they just made low residential, so that it took a lot of things off the board. And so I think that
Well,
broad stroke may have been,
I think that was also, it wasn't quite that simple. I think the desire, and I'm just going from sitting in those chairs, thinking back to those discussions, was they were talking more about preserving Old Town.
Yeah.
Right? And that the low-density residential was surrounding Old
Yeah.
Town. And that was a transition to the other stuff.
So in my opinion, I think that a low-density agriculture use would also be appropriate in that area, and I think that is something that should be specifically consulted in our general plan moving forward.
Well said.
I agree with that.
I agree.
Okay, do you have your direction that you need from us? All right, with that, if there's no further discussion, I'm happy to take a motion on this item.
I need to see that map again.
Okay. This one?
Nope.
You want
That one.
That one.
This
That
one. And I'll have this for reference in the zoning discussion as well.
Well, I'd like to talk about the zoning here, and we can go back to the difference between zoning and general plan to make the motion for this, right? That's.
You can talk about them all together. I'm just saying it's important to.
Once we make the motion, we need to state why and what and how and what it's based on.
Jared, I'm
I can
completely in
adequately
agreement
do
that this
that.
should have a zoning condition.
I agree.
I agree.
So if we're okay with it, can we talk about that? All right.
And as long as our attorney doesn't tell us we can't do it.
I would never.
I think I can adequately reset the table to make a motion.
That was my intention going into this as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It sounds like a few of
We
you
are
have thought
all-
about that
I think we're
already,
all
so
on the
go
same
for
page
it.
here.
I'll make a motion if you're ready, Mayor.
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-08, authorizing a general plan amendment for 31.9 acres of property located at 13374 South Rose Canyon Road from low-density residential to 30.4 acres of agricultural residential and 1.5 acres of commercial located at 13374 South Rose Canyon Road.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Sherry?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
I'll vote yes, that motion passes. We will move on to 9.3. I am not going to read the entire thing because it's, well, no, I will because I'm supposed
have
to. Discussion and consideration of an ordinance authorizing a zoning map amendment request by Jeff Neal on behalf of Reserve at Sky Ranch to rezone 31.9 acres of A1 agriculture to 30.4 acres of A25 agriculture, 10,000 square foot minimums, and 1.5 acres of C2 commercial located approximately at 13374 South Rose Canyon Road.
Okay, once again, similar timeline. Council was briefed on this on February 10th during your work meeting, and this is up for potential action tonight. Again, the applicant's request to amend the zoning map as stated by the mayor. Vicinity map, which we showed before. And
Love
again,
these
the
vicinity
general
maps.
plan map, thank you. And our zoning map. Little closer look at that zoning map. Again, the corner commercial, you can see it's a little bit smaller than what is on the east side of Rose Canyon Road. This is the exhibit. I think we're concerned about how do we ensure that we're achieving this. We did talk about zoning conditions during our work meeting. And in the staff report, I included what are the types of zoning conditions that the council could consider. And essentially, one of the items or options is to have a zoning condition of 2 units per gross acre, which essentially is on average, of course, would be a half acre lot. Also in your packet, I included a study. We looked at all of the properties around this proposal. This is on page 4. I made a statement. It says, although 78% of adjacent parcels are zoned A1, 22% are zoned A.5, which is the average lot size of the proposed subdivision, if the zoning map amendment is approved. Within 1/4 mile of the subject property, approximately 52% of all platted lots contain half acre or less of property. So you can see that there is actually a fairly good pattern of development that is consistent with this half acre proposal with a potential zoning condition. Furthermore, 295 parcels within 1/4 mile of the subject property contain approximately 89% of which are within a platted subdivision. So we know that the pattern of development for a large portion of those parcels have already been set by a previous subdivision plat. So I made the recommendation or the finding that the proposal is harmonious with the majority of the properties that are surrounding this subject property. So again, we're recommending that we bring the zoning map and the general plan into compliance. This is the zoning map for reference. It's identical to the general plan, but in this case, we're actually applying the specific zoning designations. It's no longer just general agricultural residential, but this would be 8.25 and C2. Commission voted 5-0 to make this recommendation for the City Council. And as I stated in the staff report, you could potentially add the zoning condition. You could also modify it by going with a density or a zone that has a lower density than what is being proposed. That is another option. Of course, you could always table or deny the request as well. These are the zoning conditions or zoning condition regulation in the city code. And those 4 A, B, C, D are the types of things that you can regulate through a zoning condition. Uses, dwelling unit density, building square footage, and height of structures. So again, that is an option for City Council.
The only other concern I have is that the age-old concern of making sure that we get what's shown, right? So if you say the average of 2, well, obviously, again, that's gross. You take out the roads and sidewalks and everything, and you're not getting a whole development of half-acre lots, right? That's just misleading to the public that's not used to.
You could end up with 60.
There's a whole bunch that are a lot
which would
smaller.
make them a lot smaller, yeah.
And we want to, and I know the Planning Commission's talked about this, and we've talked about this, we want to have that buffer around the outside to the other ones. How do we make sure that we get that map? What else can we add to, because the ZC of 2, you can come in later and rearrange it, and that's not what you get.
For the council's consideration, I did brief the applicant on this concern and that there was a potential for a zoning condition. They were here, of course, when you discussed this 2 weeks ago. It's my understanding that they are comfortable with the 2 units per gross acre. And of course, they are here tonight to be able to address you. If you have any questions for them, I don't know if they would like to speak or if they just want to wait and see if you have an issue for them.
Well, if they're good with the 2, I think most of us are good with the 2. My question is, what else can we add to that condition to make sure that we get the larger lots buffering the existing?
Well, can we just require a half-acre buffer to the adjacent 1-acre lots? Almost all of them are there. Looks like there's one lot that's .447.
Is that something we could, Chase, is that something that we can put as a zoning condition? Is that the lots?
So Michael's shown what is permissible
Permitted, yeah.
To apply as a zoning condition, and I don't think that would fall within
But
that.
we did that along High
We have
Country.
done that, and I'm wondering if we've equated that as a use, but
Because we did it on High Country. Anything that buffers High Country is a half an acre.
Right.
So what's the specific ZC proposal that?
That's my question, is how do we?
What else can we do?
word that?
I mean,
But
they're really
those on the
close.
left side can only be used as, I don't know, it's a use issue whether or not we could get it to half-acre minimums
On the west.
on the west
Not throughout the
buffer.
whole subdivision, but
So
adjacent
question.
property.
They're so
Let me
close.
ask you this. Would a zoning condition that said something to the effect of all parcels that touch the west end of this property
are required to have a building or a units per acre of a minimum of blah, blah, blah. Is that within?
Is it just the west, though? What borders the, I need the bigger map again.
Is that within scope, or is that, because we might be, I understand that we're probably gonna get a little pushback from you here, and that we might be just slightly overreaching. If that's the case, okay.
And not that I don't trust the developers, but I don't trust developers. Right?
But
Not that we don't trust these
let
developers.
me point out one thing, Jared, is that this map right here, as it exists, has 60 lots. At 30.393 acres, at 2 units an acre, they can get 60 lots. So there could be a realignment of some of these lots and a change of some of that, but
nothing
ostensibly, they're not gonna be a dramatic change from this layout at a 2 unit per acre
They just can't.
We'd hope not. I
density.
mean,
Well,
because
I mean, even still, you're not gonna get
we've seen it
60
before
units by.
where something goes wrong and the property changes hands and the zoning is the zoning and they build what they want.
That's true.
That is true.
That's the only, that's the
I
biggest
think,
concern.
I think to address the question of what zoning conditions we can put in place, I would prefer to confer with Michael and the applicant to come up with some, rather than just proposing something on the spot, right, that gets adopted and implemented into the zoning condition, as a zoning
Are we
condition.
gonna run into issues with how long this has taken if we don't act on it tonight?
Obviously, the developer's anxious to get going on this project, but it's not a procedural issue as far as due
Michael,
process.
can I make one statement here, is that I think what we'd like to express to the applicant is that sounds like as a body, we really like the plan that's been presented, and we want to try and approve the zoning changes in such a way so that that's what actually gets developed. We're eager to see that project get developed. An intent or a promise to do that isn't necessarily legally binding. We're trying to create something that kind of binds that property to that type of that layout of development. And that's what we're trying to get here.
Because the developer doesn't even own the property yet.
Right.
Here's an option. I mean, as Sherry knows, and as the council knows, we have often done these half-acre minimums on a border next to the county. Now, it's possible if we did that again here, maybe it wouldn't survive an appeal. But you could do it. But it just
But to
may
the-
not be
but to the
defensible.
point
You'll
made-
notice here, it says, if any zoning condition is declared invalid by a court or competent jurisdiction, then the entire zoning map amendment shall be void.
Right.
Mention
So
the
it would
developers
come
are
back
here.
to
If they
you.
have an idea,
Yeah.
But to
that.
the point made by Steve just a minute ago, I realize that the layout can change, but again, at a zoning condition of 2 units per gross acre, you still only get 60 lots on there.
That's right.
Now, some of the sizes of those lots can change, but you still only get 60 lots in there.
Right.
And again,
And there's a minimum of 10,000 square feet, period. on
right.
the town.
That exists too, right? So you get at least quarter-acre lots.
Right.
You only get 60 of them.
You only get 60.
You can't really
There's
do
not
a
a-
lot.
Right.
You could lose some of the half acres, right? That's potential. Those could be shrunk down. just
Only
a
to
little-
make others bigger.
Only make others bigger, right?
Right.
So-
But it's the one, so put yourself in the shoes of the existing property owners there who are probably here and watching, who want to have some degree of certainty that we're looking after their rights.
Right. So I did reach out, and it seems like overall, they were pleased with this. They're thankful that they're not getting condos and townhomes on this corner. And they felt like this developer was good, but no offense, but sometimes they talk the talk. But they felt confident that this developer would bring a good product into here. They liked the idea that these were larger lots. These are substantially larger lots that are going to go on all the Downsy acreage, which is even further west. I do like the idea that that corner is going to get used for some commercial because it's probably.
I'm not
gonna-
saying I don't like
No,
what
I
we're
hear you.
seeing. I just want to make sure we get what we're seeing.
But that's why part of the.
I've been
Yeah.
burned too many
No,
times.
for
sitting
sure.
up here.
That's why part of the issue for me, and they're pretty much all half acres along the ones that back Kokomo Court, because if you look at the Kokomo Court properties, they're long 1 acres, most of those. And so those are, with our flag ordinance, those are staying that way.
The only
right?
one that isn't a half acre is lot 16. And so,
Yeah, and it's barely not.
yeah, and the thing about making that half acre thing is it has to adjust lot 16 in a way that would screw up, you know, part of lot 27 or 26 and 18. You
Right.
get strange lot lines and stuff. So it starts to get a little funky if we make that a
hard and fast.
a hard rule on that side.
Yeah, that's why I was glad of that particular design. But you're right, I want to make sure it stays that way because the Kokomo Court things we're talking about, but those haven't been developed yet. Yeah, they have. They're acre lots and they're long, skinny lots. And unless our flag ordinance changes, they're staying 1 acre lots, which is their backyard,
Yeah.
right?
I don't
I
disagree
like
with any of those comments made, but again, going back, if you'll go back to the options we have under zoning conditions.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Uses.
I don't want to delay a decision to try and find fancy wording that potentially puts
got it.
us in.
I got it. The ones bordering the west under uses have to be able to have at least 2 large animals.
Large animal use, yep, because that is a use that's required for half acres. So they have to allow large animal use.
Is that something that you can get on board with?
The use, right?
And I agree it will adjust that other lot just a tiny bit, but not a lot. There's some shifting that they could do.
I guess that's the question. Can you bring that lot map or that plat map back up here? Is from between lot 27 and lot 16 and part of lot 26, there'd have to be a slight adjustment to make lot 16 just a slight bit bigger.
But they all would still be above the 10,000 square feet, even if you shifted it, which is what the ordinance demands.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like it's an untenable, an unworkable application here. I think maybe before we have a vote on that, can we have a consultation with the applicant here tonight? Are they unhappy with, or are they on board with where we're going with this conversation?
Again,
Is that appropriate to ask?
I don't disagree with anything that's been said. Again, I just don't want us to delay to try and find wording or put us in a position that can be challenged and not based on the uses that are outlined.
So just so that the council is aware, this organization is to close soon and already has elevations ready for this for this development.
They all do.
So we are essentially to the point that they are waiting for this so they can close on the property and then move forward with the process. I am comfortable with, I would be comfortable approving this with the zoning condition and moving it forward and making this happen. I think that they're far enough into, and correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, that they are roughly to that point. Is that correct?
They're ready to move back to the planning commission, subject to your decision on
How do you guys feel about the use of the use of 2 large animals on those lots?
Which would require a half-acre lot.
Let me ask this question, Michael, maybe. Did I understand correctly that this current subdivision is a current pending application?
Yes, this is what was submitted.
So it
and
has
shown
been
to the planning
submitted
commission.
like this?
Well, that's much different to me.
Yep.
Because that means they've already submitted it as this request.
Still.
This is the likelihood, but it doesn't make it.
But it can be.
Exactly.
I think between
They still don't own the property.
I think with the 2 units an acre and the two large animals, it solves all the questions.
So
I'd like to hear from them as what have suggested a stumbling block.
So if you would please state your name when you come up and just briefly give us your thoughts.
Jeff Neal with the Reserve at Sky Ranch.
Dave Price with the Reserve at Sky Ranch and Elevation Homes.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Dave.
so we've already committed our engineer to engineering this. We're probably 2 or 3 weeks into engineering that plan. So the likelihood of us changing that plan, it's probably like a $30,000 or $40,000 bet at this point. We're not planning on changing it. The builders in that subdivision are Elevation Homes, Jaycraft Homes, and High Country Homes. And if you've done any research on our home building companies, we don't really build in we build in subdivisions just like this. It's our niche. We're coming to Harriman because we think that Harriman can use some of this, and we're excited to be here.
So are you comfortable with the zoning conditions that we've outlined, 2 units per acre gross, and that the lots on the west end of the property must allow for the use of 2 large animals, which would require a minimum of a half acre on those
Yeah,
sites?
I think we are. Obviously, the one lot is, I mean, I think it technically could be argued as a half acre. I mean, it's not .50, but in real estate, we would, anything over .41, we would consider a half acre.
I would leave that up to staff to, for you to work with
So-
staff to make that
so
determination.
I think we would agree to all of that, except for that, you know, we've worked tenuously to get those half acres. I mean, we knew that was one of the issues that the planning commission wanted, and so we've worked hard to get that layout just right. I mean, it's not as easy as you might think to change those lines and make it work.
And that's my follow-up question, based on, again, not that we take into account financial constraints on it, but again, I guess I'll ask is, would that condition that's put on there, again, change investment at this point for you on the engineering to have to make those adjustments?
Would it change what?
Would it cost?
Would it be onerous?
It's a
Would it
big
cost
financial
money?
burden
It would
to
co-
change
It would
that
cost
lot line.
something, yeah, it would cost something.
And in the city, the zoning ordinance, it does say that a half-acre buffer doesn't need to have every lot be half acre. It only needs to have a percentage of them. And we've gone above what is required by having all of them be half acres, except for one.
7 of 8.
Yeah, 7 of 8, which is above what it's required.
I mean, we're talking on that one lot, it's what, 3/1
Yeah, it's.
thousandths?
Yeah.
It's minimal.
So if we were to say 85% of the lots on the west side, can we say that 85% of the lots on the west side must allow for the use of 2 large animals?
Yeah, you're still classifying it as a use restriction.
So that leaves out lot 16.
I understand why it's a stickler for us, just because this is not closed, this is not a done deal. Anything can happen tomorrow, right?
I've seen it
And-
happen.
And we've had those issues in the past, and so if we entitle this with 8.25 without some sort of zoning conditions, somebody could come in tomorrow and change it all up.
And starting out with
Yeah,
with
and,
the
you know,
pretense
but
of
with the-
agricultural use, I mean,
With a 2-unit, you know, with a 60-lot max, you were right when you were talking. The most we could do is reconfigure, but we'd have to, in order to stay in line with the ordinance on that the planning commission will hold us to, we'd have to still keep the half-acre buffer on the west side. Because that's part of what part of the process was even to get to the 2 units, and not, you know, was to have that half-acre buffer. Right, and so if we reconfigured, we wouldn't lose that, so it would only be reconfiguring the other lots within the subdivision,
Right.
still staying at 60 lots.
And because of that, that's why I would be comfortable just doing the 2 units, because the planning commission
Has got to deal with it anyways.
has to deal with that issue anyways.
That's the planning commission's job, in all honesty. I mean, to be fair.
It is.
We're
I've been there.
nitpicking over something that we've given to the planning commission, and they know quite well how we feel on this particular issue, overall. Not in this one per se, but overall.
Honestly, we just like your plan, and we want to see this
We want to see
happen.
this.
We
We want to make sure we get
want to see this built. We want to see these great lots and beautiful houses going in here. This is a needed inventory in our city. It's
so
going to sell fast.
I'll just state again, I understand what you guys are saying, but I'll state again, as Sherry just stated, a lot of things happen between now and signing day when the property changes hands and they can actually move forward, and deals fall apart all the time. Is the next property owner going to feel the same way?
So 2 units an acre and 85% for agriculture, I think it solves the problem.
And that solves the problem because they can build exactly what
Right.
they have here with that. We just need to specify, when we say west side, that we specify the far west and not the indentation part, because I don't think that's intended to be.
Lots 15, 16,
Okay.
27, 28, 29,
You ready, Ben?
Can't really
But you
refer
can't,
to
you
the
can't refer
lots.
to lots.
They don't
No.
exist.
Yeah.
So,
I think I got it. You ready?
okay, go for it.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-09, authorizing a zoning map amendment for 31.9 acres of property from A1 agricultural to 30.4 acres of A25 agricultural and 1.5 acres of C2 commercial located at 13374 South Rose Canyon Road with the zoning condition of 2 units per gross acre, and that all lots bordering the extreme western border of the property, not including the indentation, allow for the use of 2 large animals.
For 85% or
I will
all?
not, yeah.
All.
What?
All.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
So if it's all, they have to.
They'd have to redo it.
I would modify that motion to 85% of those lots.
So would you like
instead
to
of
make a
all.
substitute motion?
A substitute motion to approve ordinance 2021-09, authorizing zoning amendment for 31.9 acres of property from A1 agricultural to 30.4 acres to A.25 agriculture, 1.5 acres of C2 commercial located at 13374 South Rose Canyon Road with the zoning conditions of 2 units per gross acre density and 85% of the lots that border the western.
The extreme west?
Extreme western edge, without the indentations, allow uses for 2 large animals.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes, but I'd like to make a comment at the end.
Thank you. Sherry?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. That motion passes. Clint, go ahead and make your comment.
Again, I just want to reiterate that I understand the intent of the other members of this body, and I don't disagree with the intent. I feel like it. Again, we have to trust, and I do trust that some of these things are left to the Planning Commission to deal with. Again, I support the plan moving forward. I think it'll be a great development. I would have been just comfortable, as was noted, with just the 2 units per gross acre for the zoning condition, but I just wanted to publicly state that.
Fair enough.
We appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, please reach out to
Go
staff.
build a good subdivision.
Yeah, and
We're
thank
excited
you
to see
for
it.
bringing a bigger product.
Get it over the finish line.
All right, with that, that brings us to the end of our general meeting agenda. We have our next planning commission meeting on March 4th at 7 PM. Our next city council meeting will be March 10th at 5:30 for the work meeting and 7 PM for the general meeting. We do have some events coming up. March 3rd, we have Star Spangled Banner Day. I know that city's preparing, staff is preparing a video for that. Should be fun. Other than that, I will accept a motion to adjourn our work meeting, take a short recess and go back into, adjourn our general meeting, take a short recess, go into work meeting.
So moved.
Do we have closed, or do we do?
have a
work
closed
meeting?
meeting on it.
We have a
Well,
closed
we
meeting.
may have to come back into general meeting to go into closed session.
So we'll just move back into work meeting as opposed to going into
Yeah, that's-
to adjourning.
Yeah.
So
Or do we need to do the closed session first?
what's the proposed procedure here?
Go back into,
Go back to work so we can
Work
finish our work
meeting.
meeting, then have a closed session. We
So
can just
your-
state that in our motion, right?
So I'm gonna
I thought we have to go.
see what
closed.
Jackie thinks. My recommendation would be your closed meeting is part of your regular council meeting. So what you would potentially be doing is going out of your regular city council meeting, going to work meeting, then coming back to your general meeting to go into a closed, and then closing your meeting.
I just think there's a compelling interest for the public to not have to wait around for a closed session to hear the
And that's
rest
fine.
of the deliberation. And so I would still propose that we do it that way, just for the interest of the parties that are here.
And that's fine. I think that just needs to be clear in your motion, right? that you
I will
make.
restate. I'll motion that we go out of our general work meeting, take a 5-minute break, reconvene our work session to complete our last item, at which time we will reconvene our general meeting to be able to appropriately go into our closed.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We will begin at 9:50.
Candy.
We good, Jackie? Yes, ma'am. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty. Will be just a moment. Are we good? Awesome. Thank you for sticking with us, for all of those who are still here. So we'll move on to our last item from the work meeting, which is a discussion analyzing Olympia Hills area density impact for Harriman City. Alan.
Thank you. Back June 24th last year, I was assigned to do this report. It's been a little bit difficult getting the information and getting ready to go, but just know that this is based on a schema or not a real plan at this point. We've seen drawings, we've seen layout of single-family housing, types of multifamily housing they want to use, but eventually this has got to be fine-tuned, and the financials will have to be looked at with each step of the way as we've done before. Under the current development plan that's been approved by the county, there have been 6,330 dwelling units approved in Olympia Hills. That's down from 9,876. That was the original approval that was then vetoed. So it's dropped from 9.8 units per acre to 6.8. The plan that we've seen from the developer is actually at 6.6. So there's a total of 6,232 dwelling units in the current plan that he's showing us. Now, I was asked to look and see, to update the Bonneville research study from 2018, and it's a little bit hard to completely update that research plan because it really didn't say much. The plan, the report that was done in 2018 essentially did this. It said, your general plan has 2.6 units per acre approved, and will it change our quality of life if we do 9.8? Okay? So it's kind of a duh question. If we go 9.8 versus 2.6, yeah, it's going to change our quality of life. Okay? And that's what they looked at almost exclusively, is that change.
I don't know if I can make one correction there, just to make sure. It didn't say if it would impact our quality of life, if it would say it would negatively impact our quality of life.
Okay, negative, yes, okay.
There's a qualifier in there.
Okay, so that was what they were looking at. They were strictly looking at will changing the density from 2.6 or 2.95 or 3.1 or whichever one they were looking at, because they looked at various things. Would it change the quality of life if you went to 9.8? Okay, as we looked at it, I was asked to actually update the financials to do with this and how that would affect the city, whether it would be sustainable as a part of the city. So that's what I've been looking at. Okay, as you look at it here, in their study, they looked at our general plan, said that that area out there was planned for 2.6 units per acre. Our transportation master plan said that area was designed for 2.95. Our water plan was 1.71 to 3.25. So in general, they were looking at a number of between 2.6 and 2.95 units an acre and comparing that with 9.5 in their study. And so, they came back with a conclusion that it would not be good for the city for a few reasons. And those reasons, first of all, was that there would be a 222% increase in population. And that's strictly using the difference in population between 9.5 units per acre and 2.6. If you take actually 2.95. If you take 2.95, subtract that from 9.5 and divide it by 2.95, that's 222%. That's how they got that change in calculation there. They just said, what's the difference between 9.5 and 2.6? And they did a simple calculation and told us it was 222%. Okay? They did that on several of these.
That's correct, though.
It is. But when you're looking at something that says there's a 222% increase, you got to look and say, what is that 222% increase of? And I think that that's a misleading number, but regardless, instead of just taking that kind of analysis, we've looked at what actually is happening in the project. They threw out several things that really are the key to the problem with doing this development. And that was essentially that there were a number of roads that there was no funding for. There was realignment of U-111. There was widening of 118th South from Mount View Corridor to U-111. There was a new traffic signal at 7300 West and 6800 West. There were additional lanes for 6000 West. There were additional lanes for Anthem Boulevard. There would be required additional lanes for Main Street, and there would be a new traffic signal at 7300 and Spine Road. Now, most of these roads that they're talking about, when I look at this project, none of these roads have any bearing on where we're at right now. And the reason I say that is because all of the additional roads that they need, that they're talking about, are things that we will have to do if we have the impact of Olympia Hills, whether it is in the city boundaries or not. All of the roads that they threw out there as being a concern, other than the realignment of the county road, which would be paid for by the county, are going to be impacting Harriman City regardless of whether this development is annexed into Harriman City or not.
So you're saying we would have to do them even though we couldn't pay for them?
Well, that's the issue here. The impact's going to happen whether it's in our city or not. The only way we have any access to the resources is if it is part of our city. Otherwise, we don't have the access to the funds. We just have the impacts.
Is that because, I just want to quantify that, when you say access to the funds, is that because if it was part of the city, then those roads could become impact fee eligible expansions? Is that the difference there? We're talking about impact fee eligible or not?
Yeah, it's not just impact fee eligible, and I'll show you as we go through what my intention would be. But we've got some challenges with how the funding would happen. I do believe that, and I strongly believe that we as a city need to reach out to the developer. We need to see if we can negotiate a lower density to begin with. And we also need to find out that, or negotiate bringing this development into the city.
But just point of clarification there, I believe there's been many meetings to try and negotiate lower density in these between this city and the developer. So to suggest that we should reach out to try and do that, there have been many attempts and many meetings for that.
A long time ago.
Well, regardless, because we received a letter from the developer saying he washed his hands of Harriman, he didn't want to deal with this anymore.
Okay.
So let's just make that very clear.
Okay.
So let's.
Okay, but It is critically important that we bring this development into Harriman City. It is critically important. And I will show you some things, but we need to look at what it means to the city to not do it. Now, I've made a few changes to the slides here based on some requests I've had since the weekend, but this is just a slide that I've shared with all of you just recently that shows what our general fund does. Okay, you take your revenue, you take your operating expenses. We roughly have $5 million after paying for our departments for other things. Okay, now, so then I was asked to show you the debt that we have that comes out of that $5 million. If you look at the third column, the general fund shows that right now we have about 2.2 million, it's sometimes 2.5 of general fund debt. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to run two computers because my notes are on one, but let's go one more, okay? If you look at the general fund column, you'll see that we have 1.1 million that we pay for debt on this building, and $1,093,000 that we pay for the Walker Family Trust. So out of the roughly $5 million we have a year, we have to pay debt service of roughly 2.2 to 2.5 million a year.
Just to clarify what the Walker Family Trust is, that's the land that we are in process
the
of
land
taking
for
down
the
for the public works.
Public Works, okay?
We're not just giving money to a trust.
Yeah, we're not just giving money to a trust. Like, we purchased land.
Okay, then I would also point out that the general fund does owe $12,500,000 for the Auto Mall property, okay? That's borrowed from the Water Rights Fund right now, but we have $12,500,000 we owe there. So
But to be clear, that debt is secured by real property that we
okay.
own in the auto.
And so is the Walker Family Trust. You know, that's a note on a piece of property. It's roughly 20 acres. It was bought, we just made our fourth payment this week. So we owe $3 million still on it after the payment we made this week. And you'll see that we do have some general governmental debt that's paid from other sources.
Can I ask one question too in regards to the auto mall? We're not currently making payments on that 12.5 million, are we?
What we have done on that so far is we have renewed that through the council on an annual basis, and we're paying 1% interest towards that. So right now we've
Made
paid
1% interest payments, but no more.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Now, there is supposed to be a payment coming up on that from the developer, which hopefully would help deal with that. So, but
Will you send us these, because these are not in the packet, these.
I can send it, the entire thing to you.
Thank you.
Okay? Now, just keep in mind that we have two kinds of funds. We have our governmental funds, which essentially get all their money from either impact fees or the general fund. So all of these are general fund expenditures. Then we also have our enterprise funds, our water and our stormwater. So this is strictly looking at our governmental funds. Because essentially, a lot of the money comes from the general fund. So I just want to make that clear. We do have two loans on the Harriman Town Center here, the two bonds, the tax incentive 2016 and the special assessment 2016. Those are totally being paid by the tax incentive money coming from the CDA, okay? So those are being paid strictly from those, so they're not requiring any general fund money.
And nor do we expect them to require any, correct?
No, we don't. You know, those are being paid by property taxes, and, you know, you don't usually see property taxes go down, so no. This particular year, You know, you look, I've got $1.7 million roughly in bond payments this year. I believe that our tax incentive money this year will be more on the range of 2.4 to 2.5.
Alan, would we prepay on those bonds? Are we allowed to any prepay on those bonds, or would we just
We're
retain
not.
for future?
Most bonds, you can't prepay anything till 10 years. But if we ever get the cost information from the developer, there will be some reimbursement costs that go out of that excess money. The agreement was we would not reimburse any costs till the debts were covered. Well, they're being covered now, but we don't have the cost to verify what to reimburse, so nothing's being reimbursed. So right now, that's just going into an account where we wait. But these particular bonds are 10-year before you can prepay anything. So now, one other thing to keep in mind about those two bonds real quick, it's a little off topic, but if we prepay those, our CDA goes away. Okay? The CDA documents are written to where when we no longer have a debt on the CDA, we no longer get the tax incentive money. So we've structured those to match exactly. So, okay, just that's a little bit different. Now, there's questions about whether or not we're living off of our building permit money, what's happening there. As building permits go down, will we be able to sustain ourselves? Well, right now, we can pay for the operations of our business, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. The city can operate as it does now. And you can see in this chart here that we've had 3 years now in a row of building permits going down, but we've had significant increases in sales tax, particularly during this time period. And the offset of the increase in taxes is actually coming up at a higher rate than what we're losing building permits. So I just want to point out that as far as the operations of the city, we can operate ongoing the way we are right now. Now, one of the things that I was asked to add to today, and this first number comes from your packet that you got from Blake last week regarding the impact fees. Right now, of the total impact fee eligible projects, there are $87 million worth of projects forecast for the next 10 years. Right now, the consultants have identified $21,732,000 that relates to new growth, leaving us short on impact fees of $65 million. Now, this isn't totally related to things that have happened in the past. This actually has to do more with the way our consultant at this point is calculating the new growth. And we'll see that here in a minute. But as you look at the calculations that have come through on our new capital facilities plan, they're not allowing much new growth on many of our roads because the new growth is going to be Olympia Hills traffic that we can't count in our impact fee study, okay? So even though it's new growth, it's not our new growth, so it's not allowed. The other item there is some general fund capital things that we've talked about several times, but this is mainly park strips. It's got some detention basins, retention basins. There's some playground repair and replacement. There's a number of things that go in and traffic signals that don't qualify elsewhere in our impact fees. So these are really the numbers we've got to come up with outside of our operations to fulfill the needs of the next 10 years. And so I'm showing you that because I also want to show you where we're at in our operations in relation to how it's going to affect us to bring Olympia Hills into the city. Okay, this particular slide right here, there's 5 roads. These are roads on the west end of the city here. Under our current capital facilities plan, these 5 roads are going to cost $30,600,000. You can look in the next column next to the cost there, 33, 14, 4, 0, and 0. That is what our consultant who's put our capital facilities plan together has said the new growth is on those particular roads. So out of that $31 million of new roads on the west end of the city, we can collect $2.8 million, okay, leaving us short $23,700,000. Now, the next column over shows what the percentage of new growth would be if Olympia Hills was part of the city, okay? Then it goes up to where we get an extra $20,800,000 of impact fees on those 5 roads just by being able to include the new growth or the Olympia Hills as part of our new growth calculation. Okay, so it's a pretty big number in relation to what.
Alan, that's only true if it's included tomorrow, right? If it takes 5 years to work something out to get them into the city, or even a year or 2 years, we can't include it in the impact fees until it's actually part of it, right?
No.
And by then, we've already built out a lot of these, and then you can't use it to widen.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay.
Okay? This is based on the impact fees right now in our city, and these roads right now in our city. Now, if we can add their new growth into our denominator, it doesn't have to be anything built out there. This is projection numbers. It doesn't have to be built. Nothing's built that goes into your impact fee number. You have a number that says the projects are going to cost this, and we project in 10 years there'll be this many people, and you divide those 2 numbers essentially together. That's a simplified, but no, we're looking at it and say, this study would say, how many new growths will we have in the time period of these impact fees? And it calculates it on that. That's part of why you have numbers that are off when you get to your impact fees.
You've told us over and over we can't use impact fees to improve an existing road.
No, no. But, you know, you take, for instance, 6,000 West, because it would likely need to be widened. You couldn't use anything for the piece that exists, but you could for what it takes to widen it.
Right, just the new part.
Right. So, but these 5 streets by themselves, and I'm sure there's others as we get through some of the analysis, we would be able to collect on our existing developments an extra $21 million or $20 million if we could.
Can you clarify that this $20.8 million, is that based off of the entire Olympia Hills project with the 6,600 units?
No.
Or is that only based off of the forecasted units in the next 10 years?
It's not based on either. It's based on
What our needs are.
how many people are going to drive on these roads. Okay? It has nothing to do with the number of units, the number of people, the construction, anything.
I can clarify that number a little bit because I calculated it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I took our IFFP, and Alan pointed out those percentages,
Sorry, the
33,
what?
14, and 4.
IFFP.
So,
For the public, you should clarify IFFP.
impact fee facilities plan.
Impact
Yeah.
facilities.
So what I took was the total cost, and I did a new calculation. If Olympia Hills was in, then that attributable to 10-year growth, 6900 West is 100% going to be used by Olympia Hills. So 100% of that cost is now covered by impact fees. Otherwise, a developer or the city goes and builds that road and we start charging impact fees to existing development within the city, Ivory Homes or whoever is going to come and say, I'm not paying this increased impact fee for something that they should be paying for. You got to figure out how to get them to pay for it. And then we have no recourse.
This is the way to look at it, though. That road, that first road is looking at saying 33% of the new growth that's going to be driving on that road is going to be Harriman, existing city of Harriman
And
area.
67% is going to come from outside the city.
Outside,
Got it.
okay? We can't count the outside because it's not part of our city.
Understood.
And so, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the house numbers at all.
Okay,
It's
just for clarity, because there's
Yeah,
going to be a lot of
okay.
questions about this.
So what they do is they go through and calculate whether or not the roads, as they exist, have excess capacity, they've got deficiencies in capacity. Okay, that's part of your calculation, but what they're really looking at here is all of the new growth that's going to be driving on that road, and this is a projected number. It has nothing to do with anything being built or when it's built. That, you know, they go through and do a model of when they think it will be built, but the calculation is not based on when it's built. It's based on, they think that 33% of the traffic on this road is going to be Harriman new growth, and 67% of it's going to be Olympia Hills new growth. So the difference is, if we can claim their piece into our city, we collect roughly $21 million extra money, because now we're saying all of the new growth on that road belongs to Harriman residents, and we can claim it and put it into our impact fees. Now, so there we have a $20 million difference in the shortage of impact fees, just basically because of now the roads that we need, and this need is determined by the consultants that put our capital facilities plan together, is saying we need these 10 roads, or these roads in 10 years.
Without Olympia Hills, you're forecasting that the city of Harriman would be short about $28 million in impact fees necessary to pay for these roads. If Olympia Hills was annexed, we would have a $7 million shortage.
Something like
to build
that,
those
yes.
roads. Again, we've talked about this before. Impact fees generally do not pay for all of the costs associated with the necessary development.
No, because they're assuming that some of that road is going to be driven on by existing residents.
Understood.
Because you're only looking for what it's going to be driven on by
New growth.
What's going to be required by new growth. Okay? Now, this is my next thing that I point out here. And this goes through, and I've calculated all of the different kinds of homes and come up with the one-time revenue, and this particular slide shows our building permits only. And I calculate that on what they've proposed at this point, that there would be $31 million of building permits. Now, you know, there's always been the thing that we've lived off of building permits, and that, you know, this just pushing it down the road, but we don't need the building permits to live on. So my proposal would be, if we were to annex Olympia Hills, is that we would set up restricted accounts specifically to pay these shortages in impact fees. And this one-time money of the building permits is $31 million. So with what we would get by adding them to those 5 streets that exist in the city, plus 31 million in building permits, we start closing the gap on our construction amount pretty quickly. Okay? Then the next thing I would point out is that in addition to that, we would collect $61 million in impact fees. Now, I don't count this too much towards us being able to use it for too many things, because this is really intended to build the infrastructure of the development. However, not knowing specifics of everything in the infrastructure, we believe that there will be a substantial amount of impact fees left on this development. We've got some general numbers, but there will be a significant amount. First of all, the public safety and fire won't likely actually be used in that area, the impact fees. Parks could be. Roads probably have a substantial amount. Water rights probably won't be. Water impact fees could be.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, sorry. So, you know, we've got 61 million of additional impact fees. So just to be conservative, between these two items that I pointed out earlier, we've got roughly $51 million over the course of, and I don't know how long it'll take to build it out. Our people internally say 12 to 15 years. When this was presented to the county, it was put that it would be 30-year build out. But the slower it builds out, the slower we actually need the money too for many of these projects. So, but I think that's the thing to keep in mind here is that there's a lot of one-time money here. The project's approved. The project's coming. The project's going to impact us. So what do we get out of it? As I've gone through all of the impacts, and I've met with all of our staff, with our engineers, with our water, with everybody, and we're gonna have the impact with no resulting revenue at all if we don't bring them into the city, where there's a substantial amount that can help offset the problems that'll be caused by it if we do bring them into the city. Now, we look and we say, okay, so there's one-time money. There's $116 million total one-time money. Then I've taken a look at what it's going to generate in revenue going forward. Now, I've calculated the property taxes based on the number of units and average cost for each type of unit, and have calculated what we'll get in property taxes. We all know that that's not a great big source of revenue for the city, but it is a pretty substantial revenue for both our police and our fire area. What I've taken here is essentially the Harriman General Fund, our police fund, our fire fund, our water enterprise fund, and our stormwater fund, and calculated the revenues that we think we'll collect. Now, as you look at the sales tax, we've calculated a sales tax number, and this project, as it's outlined to us right now, has 235,000 square feet of commercial. Though at this time, just like the conceptual plan we saw a few minutes ago, it's still conceptual, and so we don't know exactly what's going to be in there. But I calculated half of the property as being retail and come up with $435,000 in annual point-of-sale sales tax. As with most of our revenues, population is our big thing. And that's not a popular thing to hear, but we make most of our revenue as a city based on population. And so we're making about 80% of the property or sales tax coming into the city is population-based. And this is based on $85 per resident per year. I've gone back for 8 years and calculated the annual rate on that. Over those 8 years, $87 is our highest. 66 is our lowest. We have an average of $85 per resident over the last 8 years. So looking at that, that's a pretty consistent number. But we've gone through each of our revenues and looked at them on a per capita basis. Our county option is a population-based. Our franchise tax is essentially a population-based. Our Class C road funds is totally population-based. Then we have our park fee. We charge $5 per household. And going back 8 years, that has been an average of $14 a person every year during the last 8 years. So it's a consistent number. And then we have 150 other revenue accounts that I didn't want to calculate individually, so I lumped them together. And in our other revenues, we've been as high as $101 per resident on the other revenues in a year. Our average is 81. I've used 81 in this calculation. Also looked at our water revenue based on per capita, and we've gone back 8 years on our water per capita. It's pretty consistent from year to year at $180 per residence per year. On the stormwater, that was a little easier because we charge per household. A regular single family, $7. Townhomes, condominiums are $4.70. So then businesses are by the impervious square footage. So we've calculated pretty closely the revenues that would come on an ongoing basis. So with that, then we looked at the expenses that would go with that. And this particular development actually cash flows more money to the city than any development I've reviewed. Now, as we look at this here, our park maintenance has been, for the last 8 years, has been right at $76 per resident. It's been a low of 71. It's been a high of 79. We're at 76 on our calculation here. Now, streets, we do have a calculation of the amount of streets that are projected in the current layout. They have 39,678 linear feet of connector road. They have 6,480 linear feet of avenue. They have 12,186 linear feet of 126 Boulevard, as they call it. And they have 997,028 linear feet of local streets. Now, their local streets are 60% would be city maintained and 40% would be HOAs and associations. So I've talked with engineering and the connector streets. They've told me would be 80 feet wide. Avenues would be 68 feet wide. The boulevard would be 120 feet wide. And the local streets would be 53. Now, we have a historical rate that goes back several years of 0.7 or 0.07509 per square foot of streets is what it costs us to maintain them. So roughly 7.5 cents per square foot per year to maintain roads. We also have a rate of 0.00709 for a snowplow. So I've used used those square footage costs that have been historical costs for us. Now, in the Bonneville Research Study, they went through and tried to determine how many police officers we would need at the 9.5. I used a per capita at the 6.6, and if I take 2/3 of their number, it comes out almost exactly what my per capita number does. So I think I'm actually a little higher than the 2/3 would be of what they came out. So I've used the conservative higher number in mine. Fire again, now fire, we have a number, we've got a contract amount, so I've calculated that on a per capita basis. And again, I've gone back 8 years on both water and, well, on water, but just the 2 years that we've actually had our stormwater to see what those rates would be. And interesting enough, we've had the exact same rate in each of our 2 years on stormwater as we were building up and as we move forward. But our water fund has stayed almost consistent as well during the 8 years as far as what our residents use in annual water. Now, my last number there, the overhead number, is essentially everything else. It would be our administration, our finance, our IT, engineering, all of it, building department, planning department. And we've looked at those too, and they are very consistent costs going back to all of the years we've looked at, in that they have stayed right about $130 per resident per year for all those costs of all of the other things that we do. You'll see from these projections, our general fund would increase by $700,000 a year from Olympia. Police would generate 140. Fire would be almost $1 million. Water would generate nearly $1 million. And stormwater would be near break even. So it generates about $3 million a year towards the city in ongoing money. One of the things that we found as we were going through this is that because you have 22,000 residents on 900 acres, you have less streets, you have less water lines, you have less everything as far as infrastructure. So the operation going forward, once it's built out, is actually going to be a positive cash flow, and it will be more positive, as I say, than anything I've done. So that's my presentation. If you have questions, fire away.
Questions, discussions, thoughts?
I'd like to start out by just kind of, for the public record, saying that while I appreciate this particular presentation, there is no known application at this time for annexation.
No.
There is no, this is information. That's what this is. This is not something's pending or something coming necessarily. So just so that the residents are aware, this is not that we're having a discussion so that we understand the situation which we might find ourselves in.
We need to know where we're at, what it'll affect us one way or another. You know, we're going to have an effect from this regardless. So
There's obviously a lot of information compacted into a few slides here on, about obviously the financial component of that. And there's still a lot to, even though I've visited with Alan and, to try and understand all of this, there's still more for me to understand. But simply said, I just want to recognize the amount of work that has been put into, trying to come up with these numbers for an analysis, as Alan just stated, to know what the potential impacts are on the city with it outside, in terms of, impacts on our roads and those types of things, and what a potential would look like in terms of if it was part of the city and how that would affect the finances of some of those things moving forward. So like I say, there's still a lot I think I need to really dive into to understand completely. But Alan, I really appreciate, I know that this was a big task, a big undertaking from, the ask of this body to have you really take what was done before and build upon it and clarify some of it. So I just want to say thank you for all the effort you put into it. It's clear that you have used all of our financial history and gone back several, well, as you said, basically 8 years on everything to come up with some of these, and that is no small ask and no small task. So just thank you.
If we go back more than 8 years, you hit the 2009, 2010 years, and it skews the numbers. So I've left those out because I wanted numbers that would be consistent and reliable. Yeah, what you see is a fraction of this because there's like 400 different iterations of what the houses will look like as far as lot size and value and so forth, which all have to be calculated individually. So thank you.
Alan, if we could for a minute, I'd like to go back to the slide that talked about the shortfall in impact fees versus capital projects over the next 10 years of growth projected.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about this the other day. I had a meeting with Alan and Wendy kind of reviewing some of these numbers and asking a lot of questions. I think there's a discussion to be had about those quote-unquote eligible projects.
Yeah.
These are not debts that the city has.
No.
These are not necessarily even mandatory obligations that the city has. Those are projects that we have forecasted would be needed to be completed to have, most of this is transportation. So let's just talk about to have the road infrastructure necessary to handle the excess traffic that would be caused by not only the growth in our city, but especially the growth that would be coming in Olympia Hills.
Well, and if Olympia Hills grows at a slower rate, then you need this at a slower rate.
At a
as
slower
well.
rate. So it may not be 10 years, it could be 15 years or longer.
This is our engineering consultant that has gone and created their best estimate of what we're going to need in the next 10 years. There's another list for the 10 years after that, and it's a smaller list, but it'll continue to evolve.
And that target number is updated frequently based on new studies and new information. So it's a moving target. It's only a snapshot based on what we can guesstimate based on what our crystal ball says today.
Well, you can see from what you've looked at recently in your meetings, all of our impact fee people are working to make sure those are up to date. And in reality, if we were to annex Olympia Hills, we would immediately have to do new impact fee studies.
Right.
And Blake has a lot of ideas of how those would look as we move forward. Where this side of the city has the biggest share of the growth still to happen, especially with that. There may be necessity for 2 impact fees, where this one's 1 and this one's 1. Or this one's 1 and that one's 1 and that one's 1. That's possible. We'd have to look at how that works out. But, the object is to try and cover the costs with impact fees as much as possible. Now, all of these are not going to be 100%, even at best circumstances.
Got it. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around a number that it isn't just hyperbole, but is a reasonable representation of what liabilities this city could face over the next 10 years. When I see a potential $65 million infrastructure shortfall, we can't just produce $65 million out of thin air.
No.
We could cut services, we could quadruple property taxes, and we're not even going to come close to that number.
You're right.
There is just no mechanism in cost cutting or revenue generation that the city currently has to cover $65 million. In addition to that $65 million, there's a $12.5 million liability for the auto mall. Now, that might be able to be covered if that property sells to an auto developer. That gets paid off. We don't have to
Whether
worry about
it's
that.
sold to Auto Mall or somewhere else, we could certainly probably recover that money.
Well, and there's, I mean, that's the total number, but just like we do right now with those projects, we look for grants and money from WFRC and the state and county, et cetera. So to try to say that like we're gonna pay for all of that ourselves is
No.
a little bit
That's
of
why,
a stretch.
again, I'm just trying to come up with a number here.
And I don't know for sure, but we might be able to get as much as $8 million of these costs from the CDA. There's options.
Sure.
You know-
So it's $65 million is a worst-case type of number.
That is
It's
what-
likely going to be less than that.
That is what our consulting engineers that just completed the capital facilities plan said we're short right now.
Sure, and and again, it's a reasonable number for a discussion purposes. We talked tonight about a public safety building and a public works building. Combined total, if I'm right, was somewhere around 43 million.
I'm still having chest pains.
Yeah,
No,
I
combined, it was 62 if you do all the phases.
With all the phases, $62 million. In today's dollars.
Yeah.
There is a reality that we as a city have to face, and that is, if we want to maintain a high quality of living out here, which includes transportation that functions, that includes high-quality services in our police, our fire, our city, that if we want to be able to construct what we are already forecasting to be the needs of the city, we have to recognize that there is a financial shortfall to accomplish all of those tasks. There simply is a gap between all of the things that we need to do, and those are debatable as to when and in what priority those need to be accomplished.
Yeah.
And the amount of revenue that we can possibly generate as a city to cover those. There is a gap. The most conservative, you know, the realistic gap that we're going to use for discussion numbers might be $135 million, $140 million over the next 10 to 20 years, maybe more than that, in today's dollars, that we just can't generate enough revenue for. The only way to generate revenue for that is through additional growth. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to be Olympia Hills.
But the growth
without
stops at
Olympia
some
Hills,
point.
There isn't any more growth to have in our city.
But the growth stops at some point. When the growth stops, how do you pay for it?
How are we planning on paying for this $65 million worth of stuff without,
This is a new number we've just gotten.
well, obviously we knew this was coming. I mean,
Well, we
it's not
knew
like
there
a
was-
shock or surprise, all of a sudden we have $65 million we need to come up with.
Okay, now frankly, that's your call, not mine.
Granted, I agree
I see
with
what you
that.
did there, Alan.
Yeah,
You know, frankly, that keeps coming back to staff. I've come to this council, not just this one, but every council for 7 years I've been here, saying, what's your priority and how are we going to do this? And I have not once got a priority. Not once.
To be
In
fair,
fact-
even if we had a priority list, it would just change whether that was 62 or 68 or 55 or 75. It's not gonna,
Frankly,
Yeah,
it doesn't
the
change that
Frankly, I'm
number.
going to push back on that too, because we get recommendations on a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet that says, here is how staff has prioritized these, this is how
And we
think
ask,
it should be.
what do you guys think we can do? And we say, if you think we can do it,
Okay, what we have done with that spreadsheet every year, whatever the engineers with the departments tell us, these are the priorities. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down that list and do that. And then we hear, okay, we got to go do detention ponds. We got to go do park strips. We've got to build these buildings, okay? You're throwing out everything that's not on the priorities.
Well, in fairness, the detention ponds is because the city took money for those.
Okay, that's less than $1 million out of $9 million.
I understood, but this
Okay.
was also information that I was not privy to when those things were presented that we had taken money for that.
And I agree with you, Alan, up to a point, but up till now, honestly, we haven't gotten some of the answers that we've asked for as far as impact fees. That's not your fault, and prior management.
I don't even believe it.
steered us in a direction that now we're finding out afterwards was not the proper direction. So I think what Steve's getting at, and I don't want to put your words in your mouth, Steve, but it's definitely my thoughts as you're going along that line, is that we need to have a serious kind of reset here. What are the core services that we need to provide? That's when the question's asked what's the priority, that's the priority, is to provide the critical services that we have to provide.
Okay.
And that's when we have to take that from today until the end of when the growth money stops, whether that's at the current boundary or at the mountain or at Tooele or wherever the heck that stops. That's the goal, right?
Okay.
And that's what we're
That has
entrusted.
been the process. That has been what has happened, is that the critical services have been covered. The construction and infrastructure is not.
That's what I, that's
But-
the
but
point
as
I
part-
wanted
but
to
as
make,
part
is
of that, so the one thing I-
There's two different things. There's one is, can the city fund its ongoing operations?
Yes.
And that is an answer that Alan gave us, yes, we can fund our ongoing operations. We
Today,
can-
at this level, can we continue to do it at that pace at that kind of growth, right? And that's what we asked Bonneville to look at.
Right.
Right?
So-
I'll give you one example, parks. And I'll look at Wendy, but when I look at that parks master plan, I look at the impact fees and I look at the cost of maintaining parks, there is no way on God's green earth that we can keep those parks green. No way. There is no way we can build all of them, let alone maintain them at the end, right? So we have to take a look at those things and say, well, what can we really build and then pay to operate and maintain?
Right. And in full agreement with everything you just said, and I saw Wendy nodding her head over there too, right? The conversation we're having right here is mainly around transportation. That is just, with transportation, water, stormwater, just the critical infrastructure stuff. We're not talking about parks and trees and, all the other amenities that our city creates as well as that. I mean, this is just kind of focusing on the critical infrastructure stuff.
Transportation's the one that we're really short on. Now, if you look, and you can go back years and years, we're struggling every year to get enough road impact fees to do much of a project. But we've always got park money.
Why?
Impact fee money. It's a higher rate.
Why we just did a poor job of assessing transportation impact fees, or what?
Okay, well, there's a lot of reasons, but the last time the study was done, the city council chose not to impose the entire fee.
That was years and years ago, correct?
That's the last one, yeah.
The first time I had heard that was not too long ago.
Right, me too.
And I've been sitting here for 5 years. I mean, that's been within the last 12 months, the first time I heard that.
When I first talked to Alan the other day, and some of these numbers started to come out in my conversation, there was a natural question to go, who screwed the pooch here? Like, how did this get so screwed up? How did this get so messed up? I don't know that that's really the question. Right?
It's not.
Because there are
you can't
20
do that.
years of decisions of dozens and dozens of people serving this council at different times with different information and different forecasts, all doing the best they can.
People 10 years from now will say the same thing about the decisions we're
Exactly.
making. We have to look at the
All we
situation
can-
now and move
right.
forward.
That's the issue is based on the knowledge that we have now, what are we as a council going to do to try and fix it? Right? What possible decisions can we make to impact this over the next few years? Alan is strongly recommending that means annexation of Olympia Hills. That is probably one of the most controversial decisions that this council has debated over the past at least 2.5 years I've been involved in things around here. That is one of the most contentious points. That is one of the most poisoned pills, if you will, for this council to be taking up any conversation about that. It has been strongly opposed in previous iterations by our residents and by this council and by all the surrounding communities. Despite all of that opposition and all of those verbalized problems, it got approved. That is the difference now. This is not a hypothetical development. This is an entitled, happening development. We just found out sewers taken care of out there. They've got water situations they can take care of. The infrastructure needs to get this project started are in place, and they're going to start building homes.
I disagree with parts. I disagree with parts of that.
Needless to say, there is going to be an impact on our residents, and our job is to understand, to quantify what that impact is going to be, and make decisions about how we're going to face that. Now, I'm not advocating for any answers. This is the first time we're starting to quantify the question, quantify what the problem that we are facing as a city. And this is a time for us to talk about all of the things that Jared was talking about, reanalyzing our critical infrastructure, prioritizing what those projects need to be and when, understanding, working in greater levels of commitment and communication with our engineering staff and our water teams, and forecasting what those priorities need to be and how they need to be laid out. And that's going to affect all the decisions we make.
Blake, go ahead.
Yeah, anyway,
Blake might have a better estimate on this, but I would guess that at least 30 or at least 50% of this shortfall in impact fees is related to how the new growth is going to be, because a lot of this new growth a lot of this roadway up here isn't even needed without Olympia Hills.
Right.
But it's going to affect us. So those numbers are all going up because they're going to be there. Okay, so, that's why, like Jared says, we've got to go to the state legislature and we've got to do things like that. But there's things that we're going to have to solve on our own.
and I want to point out, there's lots of possible solutions. The annexation of Olympia Hills isn't the only possible answer.
No.
It may be the best, it may be the worst, but it isn't the only one.
It may be one of many.
It may be part of other things, but there's possibilities of, we could Bluffdale this thing, right? And shut down our roads, just like Bluffdale did us, not provide connectivity. We could not build any of these roads. We don't have to. There's no law that says you have to build all these roads or pay the money to do it.
No.
But I promise, when our residents are facing, hour-long commutes in and out of the city every day, because there's 22,000 more people on the road, they're might be a little upset that we didn't build some roads, right? We've got to take a look at this realistically on a holistic approach about all the possible solutions that are on the table. But this presentation from Alan should let us know some of the biggest fears that have been articulated by members of this council, at least over the past year I've been on the council. I think those biggest fears are realized. Like the stuff that you were scared of, yeah, it's out there. There's a big number, and we can't pay for it. So we got to figure out, can we make that number smaller? Can we pay for it? Can we move it? Can we push it out in the future? Can we get other people to pay for it? But the problem is we have to answer those questions, and we need to answer them sooner than later.
And to your point, Steve, I think that, again, we've had these kind of hypothetical discussions, understanding that, and I think that, to your point, this is having some of this information quantified is one of the first time that has really given us some concrete data to support some of those fears.
Yeah.
Some fears. So again, that's why I think that's why I'm so grateful that we were able to have this discussion and allow Alan to do the work to give us some of this data to really start chomping through, and to be able to, again, pull back a little bit and start to reprioritize and refocus. How do we address some of these items moving forward?
And in full transparency, there was some, for public information, there was some debate among the members of the council about having this presentation tonight, about whether or not it should be on our agenda at this point. does it make sense to have an analysis about a project and its impact on our city finances when there isn't even an application to come into our city? I mean, these are,
Or when there's a budget issue that we haven't fully discussed.
right, there's other budget
And it's
issues
being
we
held out
haven't
as a
discussed.
solution.
I think that all of those are reasonable positions to have. I think every member of this council has points of view that need to be fully considered as part of this debate, right? And I know that there have been, for lack of a better term, spirited disagreements among members of this council over decisions that have been made in the past few months, and even longer, way before I got here. We've got to find a way as a council to to discuss, identify, and go through a process of how we're going to fix this. And that's going to get into some tough weeds. You know, it's going to be some tough rows to hoe there. But I have faith in the members of the council that are here, that if we give our best effort, if we will be open-minded, if we will look to make good decisions, that we can come up with a reasonable solution to this.
Well, I apologize, I missed the first 15 minutes for the future agenda items, but that's the point that I wanted to make, is that we were brought in separately, individually, a few weeks ago to be told that, look, there kind of is a budget problem we need to talk about. In my opinion, the budget needs to be on every single agenda. That needs to be our main focus, is the budget and the priorities, and start to reset the table. Like, we need to really pull things back and decide what's important, what's not, and cut things that we need to, and start making changes sooner rather than later from the bottom up, instead of kicking it down the road, which honestly I think has kind of been, and it's not anyone's fault, it's not anyone or our predecessors, it's just kind of how things have happened to this point. But the attitude has been, we've got new money coming in, it's enough to meet our needs now, some of that stuff we'll worry about later. Well, it's
And
later.
we could do that.
When I first, I mean, when I first came in, when we make our little speech when we're sworn in, I said, I really feel that the next 5 to 10 years is gonna make or break this city, right? Here we are 5 years later, and we're at that tipping point, right? The decisions that we make over the course of this next 5 years is gonna really potentially make or break us. I wanted to make a couple points, and one is kind of the same thing that Steve had said. I don't think any of us, I don't think anybody who has looked at this situation will say that we don't want that the Olympia Hills area or any of the area to our west. I don't think anyone will say we don't want it in our city. We do, right? Yep. We just don't want it at any or all cost.
That's correct.
Right? So the first thing, when I first got involved in this stuff, first organized the residents out in my area, the first question people asked me was, why in the world would the city want a development like this? And it was the SLR Creek Ridge thing, right? They wanted over 3,000 units on 300 acres. We got them down to less than 2,000. I think we could have done better. But that was the question, was why would the city want this? And that's the same question I know you guys have all gotten with Olympia Hills. Why would anybody want this? Why would the county want it? Why would the city? And this is the answer, is we can put it up on the screen and say, this is the money that the city will get, right? That's why we want it. It's a matter of what do we do with it, right? And what can we continue to provide that level of service when it's all done? Because at some point it will be all done. Look at some of our other cities who are in redevelopment phases, right? There's no more growth. At some point that's going to happen.
But Alan, so that I understand the presentation correctly, what you have told us is with the ongoing revenue and with what we have now, from bringing in Olympia Hills, we would continue to be able to sustain the level of service that we provide our
There's
residents.
very few neighborhoods in our city that generate enough money to support them.
But let's be clear, he also said that there's still some gaps.
Absolutely.
There's still some big numbers that even bringing in Olympia Hills doesn't meet all of those numbers.
We're
There's
making
still
lots and lots of assumptions.
Millions and millions of dollars of gaps that we've got to figure out.
And that's as far as some of us having a spirited debate on whether to have this presentation now. It wasn't whether we wanted to have this information. We asked for this information, and this is a good start, right? We need to do more, but we also asked for another analysis, which was, And we directed to put money towards Bonneville updating their study, incorporating the decision made by the county with the task of, can we provide the same level of service, right? What would need to happen? And that's a bunch of other things, and that hasn't happened at all.
I actually thought
I'm gonna,
go ahead, Wendy.
That's
I'm gonna
frustrating.
step in here and I'm gonna ask our city manager to address that.
Can I reply to that? So we did meet with Bonneville Research on Monday at 8 a.m. They are running some numbers, getting a proposal together for us. We should have that tomorrow. I'll send that out to you as soon as I receive it and decide if you want to proceed with that. So.
And I know one of the concerns way back when we talked about this and have Bonneville was, again, what is the cost going to be for the end product? Because I'll just be honest, I wasn't overly happy with the end result of the first time around. And so I think that's why, there was at least the initial ask of staff to do the look. Again, I'm willing to look at it, and I'm glad to hear that you've reached out and you're working on that, but that was one of the concerns I had the first time around when we discussed
I want to make sure
it.
we give it back to Jared. We kind of
Yeah,
interrupted
no
him.
problem.
So.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'm only have a couple more things, just a couple of examples. So again, this is a good first start, but we kind of skipped a few things, right? It's good that we're getting that now, but we asked for it it was a year ago, right? We haven't even talked to them. So just the order of things. Again, we just had a training on the Open and Public Meetings Act. This is done publicly, but we didn't have the budget discussion publicly. We were asked to come in separately, right? And that was the precursor.
But I haven't had that discussion with the rest of the council members. I've had that discussion with staff, but
We were all asked to come in and have that discussion with staff and be briefed on it. And this was mentioned as one of the things to help us with the budget, but we haven't had the budget discussion.
Well, and I agree that we need to have it, but I just, you're
my-
characterizing as we're doing it out of the
My
side.
point is, again, we're talking about transparency, et cetera, and the public says, well, the question we get all the time is, well, why does so-and-so seem to want this? Why does so-and-so seem to want that? I say it over and over and over, appearances matter. That transparency matters. I personally want to have that budget decision so we can have this conversation in context. We don't know what the real budget issue is. We haven't had that conversation. A couple quick examples as far as this is a good first start. I think it's easy to look at, Alan's absolutely right, the population number, right? We get a percentage of sales tax per person, and we get it, so the more people, the more sales tax we get, and the fewer roads, the fewer maintenance you do. So the city may win on the bottom line in that short table calculation, but to me, that means a lot more congestion on those roads, which means my travel time is longer, which means more vehicle maintenance costs and gas costs and air quality and the like. There's all sorts of those other things that aren't on the city's bottom line, but are on the backs of the residents, right? Look at the property tax. Your property tax doesn't go, heard me say this like every time we talk about this, property tax does not go to Harriman City. School district and county takes nearly, 60%, just those two, school district, county. We have no say in that, but the costs that we will all pay in that are greatly determined by these sorts of decisions, right? Now we do kind of have some control over police and fire and the service level we provide, et cetera, and that's another part of it. So it's not as black and white as, sometimes it looks good even in business, it looks good on the company bottom line, but what does it do to the people that you're trying to help? Right, so just those couple of points. So I'll go back. Alan said at the beginning, he prefaced this by saying, this is based on these assumptions, and we need to get the density down, and we need to make sure they nail down all the fine points, et cetera, right? Absolutely agree, and if we can do that, and it works out, I'll be 100% on board. But the notion and how it kind of comes across is we have budget problems, and this will fix them. I don't believe that to be the case, right? There are some things that
wasn't my takeaway from
there are some things that can help with, but there's other things that go into it as well.
I think there's two issues that are being conflated here. One is our operational budget, which we have all been briefed is a little tight, right? Then there is the capital projects and infrastructure costs and budget, which is a little bit different thing than our operational budget. And I don't.
But what you do
so-
there affects the future operations.
Right, so what I'm saying is that we do have operational budget constraints and concerns, and we need to have, open deliberations about how we're gonna address those things. There's also a infrastructure cost issue that we have, and that's a different kind of discussion, because there's nothing we can do with the operation side that's gonna create enough to fix this capital projects issue that we have. That's the, so in giving full support for your call to look at our budgetary concerns and how we're going to address that, I don't think that this is being said it's gonna fix budget concerns. I think they're saying that this is a means to close the gap between what it is that we're supposed to do and what it is that we can do.
It can be if it's done properly, right? There's so many unanswered questions, and at present, as has been pointed out, the property owner developer has no intention of coming to the table to talk about any of those things.
Well, you're assuming that he has no intention.
No, he's told us
He
that.
told us.
When was the last time he told you?
No, I don't agree with that.
Because I don't agree.
Time out. I can get you a copy of the letter in case you've forgotten it, but we were specifically provided a legal letter.
And so was
saying-
everyone
saying that he
else.
no longer wanted to work with Harriman. Now, I have not seen him come in and officially send us another letter saying, hey, we changed our minds, anything. Okay, I know that he spot picked out certain people to have conversations with, but I've not known him to address this body just like he did when he said he was done with us. He has not readdressed this body to say, I'm sorry, or whatever he wants to say.
Or say, I'm
that says
interested in
he
talking
wants
to
to
you.
reopen the lines of communication with this body, not just one or two members here or there.
That's fair. So what I'll say to that is, I don't know exactly where that individual stands at this particular current moment, so it is my intention to reach out and to have some conversations, see if he'd be willing to come back to this body and have those conversations.
Right.
And full disclosure to all the members of the council and to the public, I reached out to the developer this morning. I wanted to know what his intentions were. If discussions with us would be received well, if they would be used as posturing in negotiations with other cities, or whether or not there was an opportunity to really sit down and start these discussions. Like, there are so many questions that have to be asked and answered. All of this hypothetical stuff, it could completely change
What
if
was
there's a
his answer?
negotiation about density, if there's a negotiation about timing, if there's a negotiation about what he as a developer would be willing to pay versus what we're willing to pay with impact fees, whether or not we have to reimburse things, all of that. I mean, there's so many things that have to be answered before the financial analysis actually is really meaningful. This is just suggesting it would behoove us to have those conversations. And
I think we all
I
want
intend to move forward. I would ask that all the members of the council be willing to engage in those conversations and get as much information. I think it should be done.
Have
and reported
have
back
any
to
of
the
us said
public
we're
on
not
what the
willing
process
to?
of all that is. Yeah. Sorry, say that
Have
again.
any of us said that we're not willing
No,
to?
no, I did. I don't think you did.
No, but again, I agree with Steve. What's the past is the past. We have to start from today and move forward. And we have to do that in a manner, again, looking out for the best interest of the city. And I've had a thought in my head since Steve made a comment a minute ago about, us being able to sit down as a council and to talk and to, respectfully disagree if we need to and to hash through those things. But I absolutely agree that some of those difficult conversations and difficult topics need to be breached, because there are two things, and these are the thoughts that really run through my head. One, we were elected by our constituents to make difficult decisions. And two, they expect us to make difficult decisions. I mean, that's why we're sitting here. And these are difficult decisions that we're talking about. We have to be able to explore all those options and be able to again, come to what we think is the best consensus, and some of those will be difficult decisions to
And
make.
frankly, I recognize that for many members of this council, having a decision about whether or not to re-engage with somebody who said he's just done with you, that's a difficult decision.
Well,
That's a matter of saying,
I
hey,
don't have a
if you're done, we're done, man.
I don't have difficulty re-engaging if that individual wants to reach out to
Yeah,
his
none.
body and say he wants to re-engage, but that has not happened.
I told him the day he gave us the letter, the door's always open. We want to talk to you.
I think that's a
So
very fair request to say,
the
tell us that you
question-
want to engage in some discussions.
The
right?
question remains, Steve, you said you reached out to him this morning and asked him that question. What was the answer?
The answer was he had closed the door on working with Harriman. He said, his exact words were, the door was closed, but there might be just a little crack of light that was shining through the edge of the door. And he said that my call this morning to him to suggest that there might be an opportunity was very encouraging to him, and that he was eager to have discussions. I told him, I don't have any outcome in mind. There's no, I'm not reaching out to you because I have a magic number or a solution. I'm saying there are questions, huge questions, and we're not going to answer those questions by giving them a middle finger and letting them go to another city. We need to engage. We have to have reasonable dialogue. And whether or not that comes to a positive agreement where an annexation is a possibility, I don't know.
Again, I don't think any of us disagree with that. I never have.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I don't know that the developer truly recognizes the openness of this council to have those discussions. I think he felt he had closed the door and we had closed the door and we weren't going to have those conversations. I think he is willing to engage with us. Now, whether or not those will be productive and fruitful and meaningful discussions, to be seen.
Door's always open.
So, just to make sure that I know we've had a very robust decision. I think we have made it fairly obscure where we actually stand.
Well, this is just information anyways.
Because this is really just an informational thing. I appreciate this body for having this discussion tonight. I do think that out of respect to staff and respect, knowing that we are going to continue to have these conversations about this, I think that we've probably reached the end of our productive discussion for this tonight,
Can I
unless we have any final points.
I just have one comment. I am concerned always that if we have shortfalls, it seems like we have to figure out what happens at the end when you get to the end and there's no more future growth and you still have a shortfall. Then what do? I just think that somehow we have to be looking at a lot more options to address this shortfall than put our. Exactly. You gave us, but the public has never seen any of that. I think that we just have to be very clear and let everyone disseminate those and go through the different possibilities of ways we can address these shortfalls, because I don't like going, oh, but we can still have this growth or we can still have that growth. That's deeply concerning to me, because it feels, again, like kicking the can down the road. I think that if we have a $65 million shortfall, we should be looking at other ways, the whole spectrum of ways to try and address that.
And I asked very specifically to your point, and I don't know that we answered it entirely, right? Because it's all hypothetical at this point.
Right.
But there is a point where we need to get the answer to the question of, is this just a Band-Aid, or is this a path to a long-term fix? That has to be answered as much as any of the other numbers. The numbers are great, but if we end up at the end of the Olympia Hills being completed with a $65 million hole, we didn't fix anything.
Exactly.
And so this has to, whether or not this annexation happens, part of the question that needs to be answered is this a path forward to fix these problems, or is this a path forward to just delay these problems? Because if it's a delay, that's a bad decision, right? We're just making a bad decision worse. If it is a solution, then that's something that this body can debate and deliberate as to the benefit of that solution, right?
So I think
I would ask just one other thing in my final comment. Based on what Jared's comment is, and I concur with this, I think we need to be having a budgetary conversation in each of our upcoming meetings. We need to set aside in each work meeting to be reviewing parts of this budget, to talk about these 7 suggestions and how we might implement them in this next budget.
I mean, if our finance director says that he never gets an answer to what the priorities are, that has to be the first answer.
We have to answer that too, yep.
So I will look at staff, and it looks like there's some consensus on having those as future items.
Sorry,
on
Alan,
future
more work.
agendas. With that being said, I think that there's a lot for us to chew for. There's going to be a lot for, chew through, there's going to be a lot for staff to address and try to figure out what we actually want. And we look forward to continuing to have all sorts of conversations that are fun and difficult and vigorous, and we agree and disagree on various different things in such a professional and polite manner, which I appreciate the council's demeanor and decorum tonight. It has been fantastic. With that, I'm going to move us on, and I'm going to accept a motion to move back into our general meeting so that we may go into closed meeting.
A motion, we adjourn our work meeting to reconvene in our general meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I will accept a motion to go into closed meeting.
I'll make a motion that the Herman City Council temporarily recess our city council meeting to convene in a closed session to discuss pending or reasonable imminent litigation in the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Steve?
Yes.
Jared?
Yep.
Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. For those that will not be joining us in our closed meeting, thank you for your attendance. We'll take
we going over?
3 or 4 minutes.
Are we
We're gonna
going
go
over to the other room?
We're gonna go.